A study I fi TTS tes. P. Tit Thursday funds A, PR asterisk T.J li comma A. Mislation Puno. The author of this work, Yasna I, expresses his acknowledgements to the trustees of the Sir J. Ajib Hoy Translation Fund of Bombay for purchasing 150 copies of it for presentation to libraries, and to persons who may be interested in it. Oxford, November, 1910. Subscription list to Yasna I of the Avesta. With the Avesta, Pallav, Na Sanskrit, and the Persian texts, also with the closer Sanskrit equivalent, by Professor Mills of Oxford, with 4 photographic plates of the leading manuscripts 1910. Pages 168, large form. Price 10.6. Copies the trustees of the Sir J. Ajib Hoy Translation Fund of Bombay 150. The Open Court Publishing Company of the United States 50. Mr. N. M. Cooper, editor of the London Indian Chronicle. 20 other Parsis resident in London, 15, 40/Nandmas. The author of this work, Yasna I, expresses his acknowledgements to Mr. Jemshid Bahman, of Tehran, Persia, for purchasing 100 copies of it for presentation to libraries, and to persons who may be interested in it. Oxford, February, 19N. Subscription list to Yasna I of the Avesta, with the Avesta, Pallavi, Na Sanskrit, and the Persian texts. Also with the closer Sanskrit equivalent, by Professor Mills of Oxford, with 4 photographic plates of the leading manuscripts 1910. pp 168, large form. Price 10/6. Copies the trustees of the Sir J. Ajib Hoy Translation Fund of Bombay 150. Mr. Jemshid Bahman, of Tehran, Persia, 100. The Open Court Publishing Company of the United States 50. Mr. N. M. Cooper, editor of the London Indian Chronicle. 20 other Parsis resident in London, 15, 40. Anonymous. The Yasna of the Avesta in continuous treatment, with the Avesta, Pallavi, Sanskrit, and Persian texts, resumed upon the plan initiated in the 5 Zarathustrian GA0AS, with the 4 texts, commentary, and dictionary, 1892-1894-1902. A study of Yasna I, with the Avesta text in a reconstructed edition, the Pahlavi text edited with all the variants in its original character and in transliteration, the latter as re-edited from ZDMG, 1903, also with the Sanskrit and Persian texts in transliteration, with translations of the Pahlavi text into English as re-edited from JRAS, 1905, and of the Sanskrit into English as here first offered, the Avesta text having been translated into English in SBEXXXI, 1887. An appendix is added, and 4 photographic plates of Avesta, Sanskrit, and ILAB manuscripts by Dr. Lawrence Mills, Professor of Zen Philology in the University of Oxford, translator of the XXXM volume of the Sacred Books of the East, author of Zarathustra, Philo, the Achaemenids, and Israel, etc. to be had of F. A. Brockhaus in Leipzig 1910. 156025 I3 / Oxford PVI.IILIJV. R1 IJJ, 3, FN Oxford C, IVXXXI, 2. Oxford J asterisk, V Swilly, 4. 1J. In Eroductum Introductory. As this publication will, if time be spared, be followed by a reproduction of the other texts of the Yasna contributed by me to ZDMG, JRAS, and J.X/.O.S as edited with all the IMSS collated, and translated in J.R.X/.S, and in JAOS, together with others not yet published, I here insert a provisional introduction which may be applicable to the whole, adding this word of explanation, as these statements might otherwise appear to my readers to be somewhat too extended when regarded as being preliminary to the reproduction of a single chapter. If opportunity be afforded, then, as of course, this work will reach 400 or 500 pages, if not, indeed, rather nearer 1,000. This book is also, in some parts of it, and for especial reasons, addressed inclusively to a wider public than the very circumscribed circle of Avesta specialists. In presenting the points, however, it has been difficult to avoid giving these preliminary remarks some with the air of a preface, though I occupy some few pages, further on, with items which come more definitively within the sphere of such a section. The traditional lore in general, as a necessary source of critical information, should at once occupy our attention, and this with reference to its application to all phases of the subject, for it is a point which I think nobody will dispute, that the first duty now next of all pressing upon us as Avesta searchers is to exploit exhaustively those ancient parts of our exegetically documents which have not been as yet so thoroughly attempted, while for LNTRODL, Tori, no DCP.IRDI shiat ol do klein kill. Tployan nel inlo which is the inradi IC inv important elements of interest should be overlooked. I refer of course lo these Asiatic comniuaries upon the Avesta in Pahlavi, Sanskrit, and Persian, while I add Thai IHC task of editing them should be always combined to with a revised version of a here original. When we have reached such a point in the career of our investigations as Thai where accredited writers seriously hold dial some of the still /Igoris /ists are separated as to the date of their first origin Iram that of the Iathas by a period more than 1,000 years, it is indeed time to complete the examination ot those parts otri.itc which more immediate bear upon such iluci, jn. Or our oldest /positive documents, as they exist ai present, are, as should never be forgotten, an accumulated debris of which earlier written matter now lost to us, /nd more original than themselves as attempts at reproduction. And these predecessors Luust in their turn have had similar forerunners long previous to them, going back, some ot them, step by step in a continuous, if at times somewhat wavering, line, to the very days of Zarathustra. As an inter-ending subject, the religion ot ancient Persia at its intermediate stage is here directly involved. And this, as I need hardly say, also offers an especial, if here somewhat unexpected, element of interest vital to the theme but which might seem at first sight to be foreign to our immediate purpose, whereas this divergence is really only apparently of distant application to our entire inquiry, for I refer to the to attempt the exploitation of our Pahlavi, Persian, and Sanskrit texts includes editorial work and lexicograph upon the original Avesta, and that of the most advanced and exhaustive character, at every step, with the vice versa. Introductory. Bearing of these documents upon the history of ancient Persian religion itself, and if we can succeed in mastering this mass of explanatory matter, we have naturally advanced by a long stretch upon the road towards the solution of Tayate leading problem, the question ot the later or earlier ages of the various individual and consecutive parts of this so pietistic literature. 4. To fix the dates of these successive historical documents would naturally establish, at the same time, the dates of all the consecutive phases of this national religion. And this is the more requisite because the indications of this exegetically lore have become increasingly though, of course, not intercaled just threed, by the results of reflection upon study and this in spite ot their excessively great difficulties. The serious importance of this later expository lore, in itself considered, to the completeness of the relatively ancient, if, in one sense of it, intermediate, Persian religious history, may therefore well claim our attention. Let us recall the facts if it be only in the interests of critical theology, and somewhat aside from their more immediate philological connections and their bearings upon secular history. For this will afford us, in a certain light upon it, a most effective terminus quo from which to set out upon our general investigation. It is most certainly true and obviously significant that these traditional documents are themselves, next after the Avesta and the inscriptions, the most valuable surviving religious records of old Iran, for, although they must in some sense be regarded as but inadequate attempts at the exact reproduction of their originals, the cast of thought within them in close accordance with this circumstance, has in so far advanced, or retrograded, since the date of their oldest predecessors, that they should form an almost distinctly SEE in introductory Parate Department. I'm in the sources of our knowledge of Sasanian and Parthian religious history, and, as a result, even illustrating the more ancient Medo-Persian faith as being its outcoming sequent, and this as much so as say, some of our own traditional Semitic commentaries are, in the same way, effective in shedding light upon the knowledge of our national and personal religious life as the supposed creation of our Bible, or as Sayana illustrates the later understanding of the Rik. For let us realize it, these commentaries furnished not only the most valued, but practically the only existing, documents in which the national religion was enclosed within the vast Persian Empire for a very prolonged period of time in the Parthian and Sasanian dynasties, the Avesta itself having been in these intermediate ages, not to speak here of earlier Iran, practically a sealed book, except in Sophie as its interior meaning was disclosed in these supervening sources of information, as regards a then rapidly modifying religious public opinion. When we, therefore, see the extremely advanced state of religious feeling everywhere manifested in these expository writings, we are the more deeply and flavorably impressed, for this sentiment at certain times and places, and in itself considered, goes far deeper down than that the original Avesta, how not deeper down than the tone of the original Avesta in general. Just as the elucidations of the Church have put refined interior ideas into many a place in our own Semitic scriptures where nothing of the kind really exists, or existed. In a closely analogous manner the Pahlavi, Sanskrit, and Persian commentaries do the same thing as regards the Avesta, and the practical observer will not find any fault with the fact that these better ideas arose from what were really accidental misconceptions of the more original lore, even in some of its most valued elements. Introductory 7.4 Although misconception be present, it is often misconception in a higher direction, and even does honor to the better instincts from which it has preceded. Also, as already said, and for the same reason, and as a necessary corollary to it, no historian of religion should afford to remain insensible to the fact that these ancient opinions, though at times adjurations in this highly religious sense upon their originals, from that very reason gave the keynote to a more refined form of the early faith in an actually established creed which, like its original, was professed by millions the human race in successive generations amidst multiplied municipal and political activities which themselves constituted a very powerful influence in the progressive development of the then ancient world. For it was, as a faith, one of the most objective and subjectively practical forms in which religion has ever appeared to us, as well as one of the most elevated and theoretical profound a great national, if not international, flict of incalculable importance as regards the evolution of moral, and even of philosophical ideas and of those more immediately practical historical events which most surely everywhere follow and depend upon such predecessors. Although, then, this traditional, and occasionally somewhat chaotic, because fragmentary, mass of exegesis exhibits at places this almost exaggerated conception of the religious sentiment actually existing in its original in many passages, it yet in the very HCL, as I would again emphasize, constitutes a valuable advance upon those earlier habits of religious thought, having also undergone a mode of growth which indeed seems universal to all continuous religions, that is to say, in a development of flow wriths which are founded upon the acceptation of a written lore, which had once, from its Gen Fa 6 introductory parate department among the sources of our knowledge of Sasanian and Parthian religious history, and, as a result, even illustrating the more ancient Medo-Persian faith as being its outcoming sequent, and this as much so as say, some of our own traditional Semitic commentaries are, in the same way, effective in shedding light upon the knowledge of our national and personal religious life as the supposed creation of our Bible, or as Sayana illustrates the later understanding of the Rik. Let us realize it, these commentaries furnished not only the most valued, but practically the only existing, documents in which the national religion was enclosed within the vast Persian Empire for a very prolonged period of time in the Parthian and Sasanian dynasties, the Avesta itself having been in these intermediate ages, not to speak here of earlier Iran, practically a sealed book, except in so far as its interior meaning was disclosed in these supervening sources of information, as regards a then rapidly modifying religious public opinion. When we, therefore, see the extremely advanced state of religious feeling everywhere manifested in these expository writings, we are the more deeply and favorably impressed, for this sentiment at certain times and places, and in itself considered, goes far deeper down than that ot the original Avesta, although not deeper down than the tone of the original Avesta in general. Just as the elucidations of the Church have put refined interior ideas into many a place in our own Semitic scriptures where nothing of the kind really exists, or existed. In a closely analogous manner the Pahlavi, Sanskrit, and Persian commentaries do the same thing as regards the Avesta, and the practical observer will not find any fault with the fact that these better ideas arose from what were really accidental misconceptions of the more original lore, even in some of its most valued elements. Introductory 7.4 Although misconception he present, it is often misconception in a higher direction, and even does honor to the better instincts from which it has procreated. Also, as already said, and for the same reason, and as a necessary corollary to it, no historian of religion should afford to remain insensible to the fact that these ancient opinions, though at times exaggerations in this highly religious sense upon their originals, from that very reason gave the keynote to a more refined form of the early faith in an actually established creed which, like its original, was professed by millions of the human race in successive generations amidst multiplied municipal and political activities which themselves constituted a very powerful influence in the progressive development of the then ancient world. For it was, as a faith, one of the most objectively and subjectively practical forms in which religion has ever appeared to us, as well as one of the most elevated and theoretically profound. A great national, if not international, fact of incalculable importance as regards the evolution of moral, and even of philosophical ideas, and of those more immediately practical historical events which most surely everywhere follow and depend upon such predecessors. Although, then, this traditional, and occasionally somewhat chaotic, because fragmentary, mass of exegesis exhibits at places this almost exaggerated conception of the religious sentiment actually existing in its original in many passages, it yet in the very flict, as one would again emphasize, constitutes a valuable advance upon those earlier habits of religious thought, having also undergone a mode of growth which indeed seems universal to all continuous religions, that is to say, in a development of faiths which are founded upon the acceptation of a written lore, which had once, from its genfa vll in t codl/iory uinkle high character, become lixt in the estimation of its adherents as sacrosanct. Half hints upon nobler ideas present in the original texts cast their first shadows before, so that, although at times at the sacrifice of scientific philological accuracy, a much modified, and possibly even an improved, form of the sacred faith arose, as it were, unconsciously, and this is expressed in this secondary stage of the system, the so-called, and also the really, traditional. And all this must mean something very serious indeed, if not solemn, to those of us who have been brought up under the interesting teachings of interior religion. 4, next after India, Medo-Persia was the most pietistically cultivated portion of Aryan Asia, and that from a remote period, and it was also, as I need hardly recall, for a greatly extended period the dominant political power in Asia, often rivaling Rome in the matter of imperial influence in regions which were contiguous to the 2. I would therefore like to especially offer these texts to the serious consideration of future historical writers upon the religious light and development of the successive generations of the inhabitants of those regions. But this is, of course, not our more immediate object, as it lies directly in our path before us later, although, as I have intimated above, it offers a most striking mode of introducing our theme well worth / of our deepest sentiment and our most exhaustive effort, in its application to the philosophical and theological exploitation of the Avesta. It is, then, naturally, aside from those last considerations that we now so seriously approach the task of examining these ancient attempts at exegesis, for they are, as need hardly be reasserted, an integral element in our main occupation as philologians intent upon mastering our most different cult. Introductory 9. Though well nigh incomparably interesting subject, and they can no longer be regarded as belonging to a quasi-collateral branch of it. Tradition, then, in its application to the etymological, syntactical, and exegetical explanation of the Avesta should be now for the moment our central consideration. To say that the Avesta at the present time cannot be at all seriously even touched upon by way of exegesis without the exhaustive examination of what the pre-medieval Parsi scholars have written upon it, would be but a waste of words, for they, those early writers themselves, were beyond all question influenced by previous traditional opinions, oral or half-written, see above, which could not fail to have been continuous in a practically unbroken line, though amidst constant superficial variations, from the davs of the earliest religious composer down to their own date, see below. To deny that there was some kind of tradition handing down the supposed meanings of the sparse but weight teachings of Zarathustra, is to deny what is elsewhere universal. XO original religious documents of signal importance that we know of have ever appeared without immediately subsequent attempts being made, whether oral or written, at their exposition. Always, indeed, somewhat exaggerating or belittling the sacred themes, but still attempts at elucidation, and they have almost universally remained continuous so long as the religion in question existed. Greater influence is exerted by the circumstance upon the question of the exegesis of the Avesta in view of it. Some Vedists speak of Sayana's commentaries as presenting a special study, but this I cannot fully understand, while one distinctly denounce a similar impression with regard to the Pahlavi, Sanskrit, and Persian texts of the Avesta. Even the interior first meanings of the names of the aims aspentas found their w.e to Greece, see the remarks of Plutarch, who probably refers to Theopompeius. Introductive Sequence BV. The Uyolkni I book tacked that the Sasanian critics, who must have been its last revisers, as well as contributors to its later portions, possessed a singular acute discrimination as to the preservation of the ancient Avesta language itself, and this is shown BV. The manner in which they have preserved, or reproduced, are, all the dialectical peculiarities of this Indo-Iranian Arvan speech. Tor, in constantly reproducing the forms of the Avesta language after they had become dead, in reconstructing them as they become periodically once again shattered and in preserving them notwithstanding a peculiar tendency in them to change a task of no small difficulty presented itself. Thogly it is also now practically certain that they were assisted in rescuing the Avesta texts from oblivion, or from a complete transformation into the forms and methods of later times, BV. The actual and continuous presence of a line of manuscripts the Avesta documents in the Avesta language itself existing among them even from the earliest times, and which nearly approached a critical condition. How else could they conceivably have handed down to us the Avesta texts with all the delicate distinctions which we find in them so marvelously preserved? To suppose that the Sasanian experts, Erie, middle and late, actual restored the Gatha strophes, with their lost companions, from such a state as that in which they would now appear if they stood in our at present surviving Pahlavi character, is to suggest what is improbable in the extreme, for our present Pahlavi writing has been left with almost all the forms, even those of its consonants, multifonious, not to speak of the short vowels which are wholly, or almost halve, inherent in the preceding letters and therefore wholly dependent for all recognition them upon the common prevalent knowledge of them introductory. 11. Among the people or, at least among the savants. The knowledge of the meanings of the letters would, in such a case, have depended for its existence upon the changing pronunciation of each successive generation, or upon the local vocal tones of the various centers of religious instruction, and complete restoration out of the resulting chaos would soon have become next to impossible. An approximately exact Avesta text must therefore have survived. On the other hand, it is also well nigh inconceivable that the scribes of the Avesta should have preserved exactly the same forms of the Avesta letters as those which were in use in more primitive times. And a supposition to that improbable effect should be considered quite unnecessary to MV present contention. The actual forms of the letters of course varied somewhat in every centurve, as the Eve itself improved the shapes. See the difference between the inscriptional Pahlavi and that of our manuscripts, and this tendency to change the fashions of shaping the characters cannot be lost sight of but to suppose that the original alphabetical forms had become at a conceivable time utterly lost sight of and this even among the expert pandits, is out of the question. To believe that the priests of the Sassanids positively invented a totally fresh alphabet for their sacred roles is to suppose what is not naturally in accordance with the analogies in the history of all ancient documents and modes of writing. Actual Avesta texts in approximately full forms of the original characters must therefore, though rare, have existed in a continuous line of copies from their beginning. While the language was still somewhat spoken during these centuries, as Latin now lingers amid Roman priests, and this is urgent to the last degree, so that we must modify our late opinion that the Pahlavi writing even almost as at pre-12 extraductoiu. Sense surviving, altogether predated the essence of our present Avesta writing though, of course, it predated our more fully reconstructed Avesta character in its present heodital /nd elaborated form, containing however, as it does, fragments of Pahlavi signs among still lingering its letters. While, then, the Pahlavi was a spoken degeneration from the older vernacular in which the Avesta books were at first written, the Avesta language itself suffered severely, and more, from loss of usage, though it was substantially preserved, it annulled with effort, among the priests, from utter extinction as a living speech. And these changes in the Avesta writing and incipient Pahlavi forms which must have occurred as the dialect in which some Avesta texts appeared must be carefully considered, and this aside from their translation. This secondary form of the Avesta speech, the so-called and more fully developed Pahlavi, having crowded out most of the older shapes from vernacular use, began to encroach also upon the higher functions of the ancient tongue even while it is thus somewhat later modified, both in the matter of oral instruction, by way of exposition of the Avesta, and also, to some inferior degree, in the matter of writing the Avesta texts themselves. Or there would be scarce a learned priest in the regions who would not at times find it exceedingly convenient to have before him a semi-vernacular and version of some Avesta text side by side with the original of it as it survived with some additions and modifications, and of course with continual losses. One do not just here at once refer to a Pahlavi translation, but to an Avesta text itself in the approximating half Pahlavi mixed forms. This, as one sav, would be at times most welcome, introductory. Just as many of us at present can run the eye more rapidly over a transliterated page, while there must again have been individuals among the priests and scribes who would find such a transcription much more than a convenience, rather a necessity. As to the earliest attempted translations of the Avesta texts, these must have first appeared in the original Avesta language, though probably only in very rudimental forms. I desire to linger here just at this moment upon the consecutive recopyings of the Avesta texts themselves, endeavoring to make my points indubitably clear, even at the cost of some unrestricted use of words. These texts were soon transcribed, however clumsily, into the less perfect Avesta lingo of the advancing centuries. But a sort of half Avesta, half Pahlavi diction must have prevailed for some time among the local savants side by side with the still lingering ancient forms, and this was freely used to transcribe the Avesta texts, while upon such imperfectly written, but approximately genuine Avesta texts would follow expository paragraphs in the fuller vernacular Pahlavi of the successive periods. The Avesta language in an easier form of it was still full vernacular, say, until before the year 600 BC, and from that time on it gradually grew less common, perhaps much as Latin did in face of the encroaching Italian, or as Anglo-Saxon merged into English. Then the Avesta language in general, becoming almost entirely lost save among the various groups of priestly scribes and pandits, even its still carefully protected forms gradually changed from centurve to centurve, till only the Avesta itself was left, for there would be always a percentage, as there is even now among us Occidentals, of those who had been so circumstanced that they were unable to acquire actual and exhaustive information upon the subject. 1314 Introductive. In a quasi-original shape, and even here the exact patterns of the letters must have somewhat altered. After it, the Avesta writing itself, had become thus much twisted into half Pahlavi forms and clumsy composita throughout some centuries, then at the time of the Sassanids, the Avesta writing, became suddenly cleared up again during their period into its present admirable shapes, and this was the nature of its so-called reconstruction. There had been a chronic reciprocating process of decay and recrudescence, the decay normal following universal laws, and the recrudescence intervening from the necessity to preserve the sacred written texts. But the essential forms of these Avesta texts had never been really lost. While the preservation, and partial restorations of them, with the recopyings which must have taken place from time to time, prove conclusive of, as said above, the presence of a remarkable degree of critical acumen on the part of the Sasanian editors. And a later mass of quasi-pure Avesta texts, centuries posterior to the Gathas, must have been consecutively written, rewritten, and handed down, as beyond all question, from their Earl Dav throughout the Parthian period, and even until, say, the 3rd or 4th centuries AD, perhaps till much later, and both the preservation, restorations, and distributions of these texts proved no easy task in barbarous ages and regions. That there existed during the entire period, even including the earliest traditional age, persons capable of preserving the earlier texts, is further made probable bv the necessary assumption that continuous authorship upon other branches ot the one great subject, as also upon secular literature, in pure or in quasi-pure Avesta writing, must have continuously appeared side by side with the writings of this same description in Pahlavi. In Kojik.tokvx1 doubts that a long period must have intervened between the Gathas and the Yasts and Vendidad, and we may with all consistency concede that some fragments of the latter two were very late, and since Pahlavi coins have been recovered which date back early into the times of the Parthians, we must see that there were many centuries of the use of the two mixed languages side by side, or of the two commingled stages of the same language, of the Avesta speech and of its daughter. As to ligures, if we wish to pursue them, the latest Vendidad, as well as the latest Yasts, and other later, but still genuine, Avesta now lost to us, must have been written at some considerable time after the Gathas, even if we name so short a period as 3 centuries from the Gathic to the latest Yasts or Vendidad. But between the Gathas and those later Yasts which stand in a still vigorous Avesta dialect, as has also, indeed, been already implied, verb much Pahlavi, or incipient Pahlavi, must have been spoken or written, as this was a transitional period. Each of these two branches of the original speech gradually changed, like a verb other form of human utterance, and during this stage in the linguistic history a twofold authorship bv rival schools or individuals, must also have existed as well as a twofold vernacular use and, as is generally the case with most consecutive forms of language, the later supervening dialect at last displaced its mother altogether, or pushed it off, enclosing it within some priestly use. The constant recopying, recollation, and attempted explanation of the Avesta texts seem also in so far to have developed the philological sagacity of these scholars of the Sasanian period, as well as that of their near predecessors, that their opinions as to the Avesta texts themselves, as well as to their writing, even in the forms in which they have been still pre-yj introductory, served to us bv their successors, have to a great measure survived the necessary attacks of the extreme Vedists Dashamono, whom one must own himself to have been at one time an advanced member. A fuller application of the above remarks in their entire may now be offered. As is known, though one have personally worked more upon the Avesta in its entirety than most others, I have still gone beyond all of those who seriously study the traditional documents in resisting and opposing their exclusive authority. See my translations of the Gathas into Sanskrit in Rothsfest Grus and elsewhere, but I have been obliged to retreat from this extreme position more and more upon MV present via media. To read Avesta as pure Sanskrit with no hints from tradition, is becoming more and more difficult, as our knowledge of the matter progresses, though I always sincerely hope that I have not been the unwilling cause of re-establishing that tradition's once unlimited authority. The balance of judgment in the matter can only be regained and maintained by first acquiring the right to express an opinion by respectable authorship upon the subject, and then by proceeding without partiality, pointing out both the striking successes of this ancient exegesis as well as its striking failures, and this is the task which I have still before me in this work with its intended sequence. An exaggerated concession to the once supposed absolute authority of the exegetically texts occasionally occurs, and this must be contraverded, for an extreme and somewhat blind adhesion to the indications of these commentaries did, in fact, appear some years ago, in AC also my Introduction.md preface to the XXXIST volume of the Sacred Books of the East, 1887. Extraductive. 17 Theory according to which a heifer unheard of importance would at once attach itself to the ancient translations. For it involved the, at first sight, somewhat unshapely doctrine that these renderings and explanations, many of them, actually predated the texts which they now seem to translate, or to comment upon. And that they were their originals as regards their ideas. The influence of previously written exegetically lore upon subsequent quasi-original authorship is indeed at times most marked. For some early Avesta or Pahlavi translations once extant but now lost predated BV hundreds of years much genuine and quasi-original writing in Thai Avesta speech, whether technically religious or not, and similar facts have just been alluded to above. And this earlier exegetically lore, becoming sacrosanct, perhaps like the Wilgate ** and other similar attempted reproductions exercised a decisive influence upon subsequent quasi-original authorship in the Avesta language as in the Pahlavi. Such a process in the active course of literary development is to be expected under similar circumstances. The earliest explanations of the Gathic matter itself, still extant to us, or long since lost, began at once, like those made for the Gospels upon their first appearance, to influence the current authorship, as they've influenced the current opinion, and these next earliest expository compositions, close after the Gathic lore, soon justly acquired much authority as the interpretations of their originals. For they were the expression of the most accredited expert views upon it. And of course, they influenced all that subsequent and otherwise original authorship, as well as a special expository stud, which arose within the lines of their scope. Later, of course, the process repeated itself. The posterior, though not to us the latest, Avesta pieces, acquired in their turn commentators of their 18 introductory own. Still perhaps first in the Avesta language, sec above, side by side with much other expository matter in the Pahlavi. Of this, our latest specimen of Zand, or commentary, in the Avesta language upon a previous Avesta text, see Yasna 19 and the following chapters affords us admirable examples, as it is evidently a Yogathara product of the schools. Their tone and effort is entirely, or largely, artificial, and must be very unlike indeed that of the earliest, or even of the somewhat earlier, Zand, but they afford interesting illustrations, nonetheless. A further discrimination. To show more fully what I mean to sav in these difficult distinctions, I may suggest that remote originals of the semi-Etic Avesta vast compositions, now long lost to us, have been composed even previously to the Gathas, and the commentar lore upon them, which doubtless arose, have long preserved their more ancient and quasi-Vedic tone among certain sections of the population. For recruits from the Eva party in the Gathic conflict must have been gathered from many such like groups, while they left the impression of their influence upon the authors of some of our Avesta vasts now extant, and this in spite of the final signal predominance of the Gathic party. But, in view of that victor, all the later Avesta, however unmistakably it may give evidence of a recrudescence of Vedic feeling, had, or has, felt the influence of the Gathic school from their day to this. For it is inspired with Gathic thought throughout, and its law book is actually the /id, Evadata the law against the Devas, the Gathas having been, as I need hardly recall, almost the continuous battle songs of a political religious struggle between the Ahura worshippers and the Eva Parv. So that it is indeed a fact of simple commonplace, in accordance with the course introductory. 19 Of all other continuous literature, that much genuine and quasi-original Avesta has been written under the direct influence of the great previous authoritative commentaries upon the earlier forms of the venerated lore, which would be the Gathas, or else long since vanished pre-Gathic and semi-Etic hymns, while these exegetically attempts stood first in the Avesta and only later in the Pahlavi speech, and these writings must have exerted a serious influence upon all subsequent literature of the kind, analogous facts being universal. But the very distinguished persons referred to above have been said some ot them, to have gone much further than this. They are asserted to have advanced the suggestion though probably as a mere passing hint that our now existing Pahlavi texts, as they now stand in their manuscripts, also as collated in the printed editions, were not only, some of them, such as those composed in the spirit of the Gathas, the modified originals of later Avesta texts, but that they were themselves actually the originals, some of them, of the very Avesta texts which they now follow as explanatory comments in the same identical manuscripts. Sentence by sentence. That would be indeed an extreme position to occupy, though of course those translations express shreds of ideas, in commune with the Gathas, of a lore which existed universal and before them, for no later reproduction, however modern, can well fail to do that. Paper upon the Gathas written yesterday might contain allusions to matter antecedent to the Gathas which might well also accidental shed light upon them, but such an element in the question cannot be pushed too far, or so as to substantiate the opinion indicated, unless indeed we hold to the view that the Gathas are alto either a patched up mass ot well-meant fiction, ethereoliach is xx introductory. Not accordantly the correct estimate of the literary capacities of the population at the period, mere presence, however, of such an opinion, even as an alternative and hasty thought, on the part of an writers at all so distinguished as those referred to, would place all the native translations and commentaries in an incomparably advanced position as regards their pressing claims upon our attention. The two elements, the age of the original text and the authoritative their native translations, as should now be felt, go on hand in hand together. If the Avesta be so much later, then the Pahlavi, Persian, and Sanskrit translations and commentaries become all the more preeminent importance, and, vice versa, if these sources of information, through careful appreciation, attain to a higher degree of authority upon the exegesis of the Avesta, then this verb fact tends to prove that the Avesta itself must be of somewhat later date than we have hitherto supposed it to be. Fluctuations in opinion upon this central department are subject have, in times past, in the case of some of our prominent writers, been very pronounced, and the swing of the pendulum affords but a distant illustration. Better this, however, than an unreasoning adhesion to long since exploded prejudices. And this last remark admirably leads our way to a final and much called for statement, which is that an effective exploitation of this extended commentary lore is especially and indispensably incumbent upon those who are radically opposed to its authority if indeed any such still linger among us as much so as upon those who full accept it, as also upon those introductory XXI who, like myself, now proceed upon the via media, as seen above. And in fact, in the light of personal honor, the demand for serious investigation and for the proofs of it in accredited publications would become in such cases of repudiation indefinitely more imperative. The point therefore of these general introductory observations, so far as they are addressed to interior experts, is intended to be, that there is no Avesta philology any more as distinct from a Pahlavi philology, with the vice versa. And it is this, as I need hardly say, which calls me more urgently than it docks most others to renewed effort in the exhaustive reproduction of these leading elements. Prefatory. Funds and Prosi, I, Jajib Hoy Prefatory, in a somewhat closer sense. It has long been my endeavor to fulfill the obligations implied in the above introductory remarks which must also furnish my excuse for having paused so many years at page 821 of my book upon the Gathas, that is to say, in the middle of the dictionary, an interruption which I acknowledge to have been rather unusual. I felt that I could not advance further into the fuller exegesis of the Avesta before I had edited all the Pahlavi texts, or at least those of the Yasna, with translations and commentaries. This was of course not possible to be completed in a thorough manner without treating the Sanskrit and Persian texts as well, in the same way, with a final edition and translation of the original Yasna text made in view of them in this preliminary work. To this I have added, in some copies, what I should think will be especially useful, the closer Sanskrit equivalents of this first Fargard of the Yasna, much in the style used bv me in Roth's Festgruß, but with the accents added, in the hope that it may contribute to the study of Avesta accentuation in general, for this, as we may postulate, was substantially that of the /EDA, and I trust that this contribution may be received with the same kind indulgence which met the other. See also YXLIV similarly treated in the Acts of the 11th Congress of Orientalists, Paris, 1897.1. But the collation of texts in the Pahlavi is a very different piece of work from the collation of Avesta texts. The shattered variants, those of the Pahlavi, can never be regarded XXVI1RI, hat, re as the relics of mere mechanical debris, for there is no telenok in Manv, cases what may not lurk in their most broken forms. In the case of the Avesta texts, on the other hand, the debris, while thoroughly entitled to citation, and in fact, while always instructive, seldom needs more than a passing word of explanation, as a throng ot opinions have long since been published upon the completed words as reproduced or restored in the editions and translations. The decipherment of the original Avesta is therefore now only a reopened question in so far as regards the occurrence of Pahlavi signs at the beginnings, ends, and even in the midst of Avesta words. See my frequent well-meant attempts since 1887 in this direction in SBEXXXI, in the Gathas, in ZDMG, JAOS, and A.J.I, also especially noticed at page 17 of the preface to my dictionary, and long since followed in some leading particulars by Darmstetter and others. The editing of Pahlavi manuscripts, on the other hand, calls for decipherment, and that sometimes of a most harassing description, almost at every line. Great deal of time has therefore necessarily been consumed upon it, and this must form one portion of MV excuse. See my catena of articles upon the Pahlavi texts of the Yasna in the periodicals already named for further extenuation. Then I felt constrained to publish in 1900 a revised and semi-popular edition of Mgathic verbatims, this time in English, accompanied with the trimetricals also retouched, a work which I can heartily recommend to all my Lav readers. Meanwhile the trustees of the Sir Jajib Hoyjay Translation Fund of Bombay requested me to write a book upon the antiquity and influence of the Avesta. This I published in 1905 and 1906 under the title of Zarathustra, Philo, the Achaemenids, and Israel, Vol. 1, Zarathustra, and the Greeks, Vol. 2 Zarathustra, the Achaemenids, and Israel, Perniadoki. XXVII and pages 460 XXVII, this also occupied, though in a most agreeable manner, a considerable section OTMB time. I say agreeable, for it was through the Greek gnosis and the other philosophy, German, as well as ancient, that I took up Avesta, say, in 1876. It was, as it were, native air to me. I have also contributed quite full share upon the wider aspects of the subject to various other periodicals, see especially the Asiatic Quarterly Review, JRAS, the Monist, East and West, etc., these following up my article in the 19th Century Review of January 1894 upon Zoroaster and the Bible. Such is my apology lor what was indeed a rather irrationally prolonged suspension. The dictionary, interrupted so long ago as 1902, see above, is now ready for further progress, having reached to, say, pages 343, Gathas, p. 965, with the remainder of the Misun Riyadh. The entire work when finished, will number some 1,200 pages. Whether time will he spared for completing it personally I cannot judge, as I am now in my 74th year, with the usual complications of approaching decay, some of them of long standing. but I hope to leave the entire work in such a form that it can be practicably completed /some literary executor. Among other items, I am making progress with MV long since provisionally executed edition of the Gathas in their Sanskrit equivalents, see Rothsfest Gross mentioned above, etc. I now propose, pari passu whitly this attempted progress upon the dictionary, etc., to meet a constant demand BV gathering up the work thus done as just stated above in ZDMG, JRAS, and JAOS, adding the Sanskrit and Persian texts, as they are presented here, with a translation of the first and a fresh Avesta text in transliteration. In the Avesta text I have printed the supposed forms in /me, yami, etc., as mere mistaken debris, see the note upon page 87. 1xxvii prefatory. Have also noted some further effects ot synthesis, as being, I believe, here first pointed out. As regards the translation of the a/xta text into English, NIV somewhat antiquated rhythmical rendering in SBEXXXI, 1887, may well stand with a few emendations, see the note on page 95. I should say that this rhythmical treatment, though it is so critically useful for the aesthetic effect of the original, is not so pronounced in its cadences as the renderings of Yasna I, etc., also in SBE, XXXI. It goes back, as that does, and as of course, upon verbatims which are either universally accepted, or else acceded to as alternatives by most accredited writers. The first text of the Pani translation is here reproduced bodiled from an edition in the original characters which appeared in the Museum, the Orientalist Quarterly of Louvain, Belgium, in 1906, and the text in its deciphered form is reproduced from the Zeitschrift of the German Oriental Psychiatry of 1903, see page 7, it being one of the continuous course of such articles referred to above, while the translation of it, this Pahlavi text, is again one of the course of communications which have been appearing in JRAS for some years, see below. For Niryosanga's Sanskrit text one have collated 3 additional manuscripts, the one termed S, one with the name Mayor Noraji Kudur upon it, and the one which I have called J*, in the Gathas. The first 2 were sent me through the influence of Shams-ul Ulama *, so of the British government, J. Modi, head priest of the Parsis in Kolaba, Bombaf, and secretary to the Parsi Panchayat, the last was sent by Kaikos Rudastur Jamasp. Asana, see the note upon page 28 referring to the fuller descriptions collated November 1899. Prefatory. XXIX of these codices. The translation of the Sanskrit here appears as made for the first time, though it, the Sanskrit /t itself, is an avowedly attempted translation of the Pahlavi, not, however, without a constant regard to the original Vasna. Hi, the Persian /t, from Hang's Munich Ms. formerly numbered 12 we have what all Avesta scholars will again eagerly study -4, with Niryosang, it constitutes a very high authority upon the decipherment and exegesis of the Pahlavi, this last being at present, see above, the crux in Avesta searches. In this, the Persian texts some lengthy modern glosses appear in the early Fargards, they are interesting, and I hope to treat them later on, omitting them here, as they are too lengthy, and hardly so closely relevant to my present purpose, which is to press on with this necessary work with all the speed that may be compatible with thoroughness. A few fragments of them, however, appear with some remarks of my own, also in the Persian. A translation of this Persian text would be approximately identical with the translation of the Pahlavi text already given, for this Persian text is itself an interlinear translation of an important Pahlavi manuscript's text which appears above it word for word. It is a text closely coincident as to its variance with our very valuable D, so in my Gathas, otherwise Dib, pt4, in my other pieces, also here, see the notes to the Pahlavi texts on pages 1 to 28. Upon opening this book no reader will fail to notice that its mechanical arrangement is somewhat peculiar, it being composed, as said, of 3 pieces already published, and one put bodily even in its foreign shape among the others. For a similar reason the Avesta text appears displaced, being introduced after the Persian instead of appearing at the head of all. XXX Prefatory. It was mechanically necessary to begin page 29 with the transliterated Pani, hence the irregularity referred to. But we neave hope that such adventitious peculiarities are of minor importance in attempting such an urgently called for contribution. 1. However, most seriously regret that this form of the Pahlavi text prevents my following the much appreciated synoptical page arrangement in the Gathas. To continue with that most effective method would have, however, involved me in the heavy expense of reprinting the costly Eli Levi texts which are here taken in without such an outlay. Should time be spared so that I can proceed with the reproduction of those parts of the Yasna already published in the periodicals mentioned, one hoped to revert to that for more effective exterior arrangement in which the texts appear in the work referred to. I may remark in closing, with reference to that publication, that the edition of it has been for some time entirely sold out, while it is noted as sehr selten, and in answer to some direct inquiries as regards a new edition, I would say that such a reprint will certainly be furnished in due course, should time be spared me, and that, at all events I hope to make provision for a second edition to be executed by my literary friend. Delay in the matter is not so much owing at this moment to lack of funds, as the Secretary of State for India in Council, of the British Government, now some years ago, offered me a renewed subvention for a second edition, at least to the extent of 1/3 of the costs, but my typesetter in Erlangen, one of the most accomplished persons of the kind upon the continent, is fully occupied with volume ill, the dictionary the Avesta types being all in use upon that portion of the work. Otherwise, of course, alterations needed in a new edition of the book, though prefatory. XXXI it is often in parts, nearly 20 years old, would not occupy so much time or labor. Moreover, the remarks in the dictionary, which, as stated, also replaces a commentary in alphabetical form, print up the antiquations asterisk of the old edition more to date. See also the second edition of the /Urbatims, 1900, mentioned above, with their improved free metricals. I should add that, as but 200, or less, copies of the Pahlavi text in the original character are available, some copies of the book may be disposed of with an unsightly gap before page 29. This may, however, be filled up through some further intervening change in the arrangement of the contents, or, indeed, by reprinting. In most of the copies of this edition 4 photographic reproductions of Avesta manuscripts appear. They have been already described by me in the Acts of the Congress of Orientalists held in London in 1894. The first in order is our Oxford Ms. C, formerly known as DJ, Destuur Jamisp G Minakir G Jamisp. Asana, in NIV Gathas, and as J elsewhere. This is the oldest Ms. or a twin sister to the oldest Ms. of the Yasna accompanied sentence by sentence with its Pahlavi translation, and, at the date of W. Esther G. Ard, its sister Ms. was then supposed to be nearly twice as old as, almost, the oldest then known Ms. of the Rig Veda. See the preface to Westergaard's edition, page 5. I am, as I acknowledge, responsible for its presence in Oxford, where it has been there received in a truly distinguished manner, having been reproduced. In a** scarcely a Ms. of this, the Rig Ved.I, exists half as old as those which contain the Vendidad and Yasna. C.W. Preface, p. 5. It was presented to the Bodleian Thruvu, so the sublibrarian writes, on October 7, 1889 EXXXII Prefatory. Colotyped edition U. The Clarendon Press in its actual size and color in 770 admirably executed plates and published in a numbered edition in 1893. This codex constitutes the main document of all my studies upon the Vasana since 1883. Much to my surprise, and, as a minor consideration, the reproduction of it seems also to have become, to some extent, a financial success. It was the sift of the late venerated Hyo, H. priest of the Parsis in Bombay, Destuur Jamisp G Minakir G Jamispasana, the University of Oxford showing its appreciation of his munificence with the rare compliment of a degree that of D.C.L. conferred in absentia. A corresponding gown was sent him by some of the leading members of the university, and his portrait hangs in the reading room of the Indian Institute in Broad Street. The market value of this monumental writing was £1,000, that sum, by no means an extravagant figure, having been offered the former distinguished owner by one of the wealthy Parsis for its possession, and declined by him. The second photograph is that of a Ms. marked Oxford E cited elsewhere as JL. This was also from the library of the above-mentioned generous donor. It is presumably the oldest Ms. of the Yasna accompanied with the Sanskrit version of Niryosang. It has, however, suffered greatly from its age, or from dampness, or from both, the color of the folios being now, often, of a rich chocolate, with the letters, however, as clear as if executed yesterday. The portion in book form has been covered over with a protective transparent paper at places unfortunately somewhat too opaque. This very valuable relic was likewise presented at my suggestion by the learned Destour to the Bodleian Library ***. The sub-librarian writes, it was presented through you on May 16, 1890. Prefatory. XXXIII in 1890. It is of great authority for the elucidation of the Pahlavi translation of which its Sanskrit professes to be a direct retranslation, not, however, made without a constant eye upon the original Yasna Avesta text. The third photograph marked J** is that of A.G. Jod Ms. of the Yasna again accompanied with a copy of the Sanskrit translation of Niryosang sentence by sentence. It is at present the property of the younger high priest of the Parsis in Bombay, Kaiko Sudastur Jamaspasana, the esteemed son of the venerated donor above named and it is destined, my after use with it, for the Bodleian Library. It is supposed to be about 2 centuries old. See it more fully described in the Acts of the 9th International Congress of Orientalists held in London in 1894. The fourth reproduction is that of the curious Ms. J. Accorda Avesta. It is accompanied with a Sanskrit translation. The chief characteristic of this Ms. is the unusual shape of the Avesta letters. Its original was generously sent to me at Oxford by the same kindly Destour, with implied permission to have it photographed. This was done, and a copy of it is at present in the Bodleian Library. Its age is of course uncertain, but it was estimated BV the Destour at some live 100 years. Oxford, March, 1910. L. H. Mills. Yasna I, O.D. Li, F, 3, E, Lit, FVV 4JM 5JV-N \\, W degree. Il OK, I _ AVFRFOF, -1 IPN /RIMAE, LERT CCBBTAIJIT RE /EDRJB /OVJ, I, 3, FI, VEG JVOFRF 11111 VMNI ////// WNV, E, 3, 2, E, IJ V-JM, high-0 degree 0. VVIRI. Tour, EJY*F, Happy Face, FM55R/RCP_0211. FFRLM 0%-OVEJJJ, WONNMR/ON111 /KJIAM/W, Happy Face, VRVJ, Happy Face, O, VOIJ-1V**VCCATB /AAFC7. 60, FF, JNYJ, J.SPOYI, JB3, A55 0%, EEOVC, -05J3CLIJ50 degree O, TI 0XXX5050JIIOIIEINHIO3, RTVRJYI3, MFIJ 1 *EK, 4, 1, 0% VDSRHXJJ, OKKYHE3, SN5ILE, high NEI1 /OSO degree OTCN? Me, PIYJ, AUJ, YIJME, 59 0 degree 005 RT5, E, 1 VVW5C me, 1 HNLJ/PCONE, VJO 60% JYVCMIH30TR1, IE, 200, HF, I61 IOMJA, high dash, 3K me, GTHIHJ *me, comma 6, O \IHI, me, 1 LinJ * me, I, V, happy face, F, 3 JJ *OE, me, FJ64O equals L3 Joe * C Oki Wo VE, 65% M-Y, F me, F, TY, WMWG, Hyaj Psi 6 grams O degree O dash, happy face, dash 07, O, 0%. J, O the Pahlavi text of Yasna I for Li I3SL Lio edited UEE full Roland Lion of .LLSS. Mid now pron rod fru I nil the Codex. These texts appeared in transliteration as edited with the collation of all the manuscripts in the Zeitschrifter Deutschen Nie Orgenlandischen Gesellschaft, Band LVII, Heft 4. 1903 The variants were not there added, nor were comments given. An English translation of them with notes appeared in the Laurnal of the Royal Asiatic Society for October R. I 4. For a free critical rendering of the original Avesta text see the XXXI volume of the Sacred Books of the East. Pages 195 to 203. The manuscripts used have been dechieved in the Acts of the 9th International Congress of Orientalists, Volume 2, p. 523, and in the Journal of the Coil /Sciatic Society, for July, 1900, page 511, Fig. It is only necessary to add here that A represents our Oxford's and Pahlavi Miss I first cited by me in the GAOAS, as DJ, later known as J. B is our Oxford photograph of DCGAOAS, otherwise known as PTG is the Munich Ms of Hogs, collection formerly numbered 1-A, IGB. This Pahlavi text transliterated in traditional style in the Persian Arabic character, and accompanied with a word-for-word translation in Parsi Perse. Its original seems to have been for the most part practically the original of Aspudafergi's Gujati translation. D is Hogg's Munich Ms supposed to be a replica of K equals. Is Spiegel's printed text of K, put here naturally after the MSS. The Ms of fragments in Hogg's collection W old BF, not of special value. J** is a Yasna with Sanskrit translation not before collated, see the descriptions above referred to. Variants. As a part of this issue of Yasna I contains a new edition of this Pahlavi text with its variants. These notes necessarily apply both to the old edition of that text which appeared in the Museum of 1p06, and also to this present edition of Yasna I, of 1910. 1 Na. Has Nemantrayami Siapranarami. The alternative rendering I invite is to be preferred, CSBEXXXI, p. 195, note 1. BBC ins. Before J. Gujay. D. Sina, the Ms. J**, has Ijis nay for now. DBONI. JJJJ, Sina. EB, COM from UI2, AUI inclusive, but have J/4 J/J in F na OIII \\, before CIO, GA has J with E, not so B, D, na. Karamai, as indicated. HB, C have, as indicated, JO *** 6 na. JBOM the appendage from pound, C never expresses this pound, so DOM the appendage, A has it, and EK. A, E ins. Point 5 before yo, BOM, C never expresses it. 1A, B, E ins. I before MUJJ. A ins. I before, WJ, BOM. AU ins. 3 before, BOMOB has irrational point before JJJ. P this, M may be gloss, or was it suggested by the letters JJ in JJUJJ dash. IB has, 4 before GPOY, not so A, E warehouse have point 5. RB, C have iwij, for £1 334, A, K, J may here equal Virginia SB, C have JT so, B, C, A, D E J, I9. AA marks the IB so your. J Uk JG, B, me, IA, DJG, JX. ACJG, E, Ajogi. CA by oversight has Jejua, but marks the Arago 00 larity. DA decade R, D, JEB, CFB, COMD, E's 3J4, so probably A, but decade. GA, BOM, JA, B mark Y, H. A, BOM. ISO A, BJ. A, B, C, DOM the I from but E has it and C, na S angani, CTRL endum. KA decade at 5. AB1. So, CFP-Chi, and, so, CORR. Is this superior to the other readings? B, in is JU equals mistake 4-535. MB, A, C, EJGIGR tabat I.SF not, 9 hut view /ST, so, but na. Sado curat. NA decade at L, ICF, it AND. Pound. O so C, try. Izade, 4, if ye, see also na S hormajdad. PCTRL san. Here, not Izaden. QA eaten at A. VB centimeter 5 before underscore G, not so / which has I3. AB, D ins. I bet. Yo, not so AB na. May not be too subjective with Lee's pad Vyaparajana L, but, aside from the J-FG0, asterisk should merely mean well-knowing, or omniscient. CA ins. I before /GJ, not so B, D, Ardina S reflexive svesianandi might seems to lily bakal to, Y of the preceding U equals word which recalled T. EB marks a traditionally, but erroneously, C has ozen, sick, as elsewhere, erroneously, but TRL kazan, na. Apparan. F corrected, B third Y. So A but decade, na. Abipsatatarana. G so B, C, JM dash so na. But A seems, dash, happy face, asterisk Y is this however, merely a lower J /, so confirming my suggestion as to the true original WJ force of as J, G, not that is erroneous elsewhere is expressing S/I. If so, we must of course correct still further, CGAOAS volume il asterisk, preface P17. Na. Has apparau abipsatatarana anantnakurud. J4. A so A, BM5, I add tai, but D, K, I, H. AB, N asterisk. Na. Asman, etc. CAB, dash, 3 asterisk D so A, B as usual E so /. LIOM, C seems to have seen a Y, sick, with D, E, so CTRL geranda, erroneously, unique is the meaning. Na. Tanyubimbam, sick, was the spherical, sick, supposed to be unity U, /adutnak, or eva K, in AK. Y5. AB, C ins. Before G / I, not so A, EBB ins. I, asterisk, not so A, warehouse is also decade, not C, E, nor na. CA decade at, asterisk I. And, DB marks the J, not so AEB marks the 0.5 in twice, not so A6. AA, D ins. GY, Laera, B, C, D, EOM it here. BAOM, before G, is supplied. JC. For GJJ is followed by C, but C translate. 10 tia. And translating 10. And by na s gostinum. One might differ from it as AAY literal translation, A, B, C ins. Aft. Not so na. DEOI, OMI, sweating face, ONI. 5, B, DC, A, B, C, DONI. QE. A ins. O aft. Asterisk, Y, not so B, Yoi nor CFB, C ins, before J it. GA, E. Not so na. B, CHB seems asterisk asterisk. But more joined together for, 5J, a mechanical accident, AAII prow CHES the same ICTRL / islad, cursi im, A, B mark IAJJJ. A, D equals B, ins. Before asterisk U, or J, not so CKC has in the text through oversight. A1 has J2, I, G, B has UAI, I, Y so C, means with STAE has, OCHI, VJYNIE has Yo for J before B, lias this J, A has, faint, C has, N. Paralocasia e halocasia. And CTRL reason for the two words, as if one were untranslated or both combined, but its text looks like /varadi bird, or burra, meaning bara. N. Has angarogyatide ka. OA, B, OM ins. Aft. 3/IA, read J huyo, before U3J, C and E and N. Here. J7. AB, C ins. Not so AB. AYJJJ, BF, Ju, C is not, TRL hang M0. BOMIA has aft. YF, DBOM a heluage. A, B have I before JJYMJJJY. N. Has, NS aliapunyagurun, so, tad, so, yatsiulyaya antal.ic Jochiate gantum prabtivinus yahayanum lying pradal.izamvyam. SAB, C ins. D, EOMJ before GO, not so a warehouse is decayed up to J, P. YB. A ins. I before, B ins. Only I or ONLYJJ may be written small. MVC. A, HJ, but Bina. Yaka yolani gabain pravardayati. Da, BOMI before. M futaki. A has Q before, asterisk to EB ins I before UJ, not so A. AF ins. I before V. G so BO, no IB before, but nor. Has moibad, so A, D, KUBU, C seems text rad, TRLJPJ, Jana. Yamanus Yesu moibadasu mad yesat karium utamapadasu. Equals 9. AB, C ins. J, not so ABB has uft xt for Sajai, I, while equal ling pal. Long A, is here avesta short JT used, as often in similar cases, for short, 2 pal. 2A and others, Y ely B has often 5 marking G, but not here. A has a small J aft. Pound. N. Has nibaziteraniam. AAC centimeter I, B ins. ADCUYJ riously, E. AIB, E underscore U, F. A seems, meant for YT, so BJOJA. So C. AGOMJ before J, JJ, 3, J, so, B has A, CTRLI / GOSES, not GOCHB, D tie A, RSJM. C seldom renders these forms fully, here as usual C has merely an in conand. AI has no before for, B, C have it. JC renders synav. KA decade, but A ins. CTRL chasmas, so A, B, D, O underscore OJC, E has. 1B, CA, E judge A. NI. B5J, F, B adds dot dfaju, more joined together, C has only one form like the first, but TRL Nisan. NA, like F, but faint, B has YO. AOMJ before WJVB, 0, B has IPCTRL Siasmai here, above C has Chasmas. QBOMM5, YJ here warehouse D has, C does not OM the word with B, TRL Konand, or Konid, 1. C note H. A decade A in several places in 9, 2 IA may OMJ aft. Urajadage, so COMIFYASBOMI, DI, oil, in .S, 0.5 aft, C Zaji, TRL Anik, sick, 4 and ham DT. A, B, ins 5, B4. J, EOM. AOU ins. I before, B no I here. VCIY ins. Before B no here. W. AOMJU here, B has .IOGO, but has number 5A before this by second U, nor before the first U this first I is supplied by A. A has TMYWJ Fij VI5, X, D, E no A, and, 2J, C has U goes, I, do, I, guft SCM. PG equals XD seems to ins. N.JTEF. Not so A, nor B, YB has JIX Yazid, so C, TRL Izad, N. Iajdam. ZA, B do not ins. J before I dash, nor does C, nor equals others, supplied. AAAB ins. Before AJ, so a small AJ, BB. A ins. I before U, BOM. 5ACC has I. BOMJ before JCOU, so BJJ asterisk A equals U. DD. A decade. E. SB nearly jaw, but no types for it Mizak. JJ as if with short 5, A decade. BFF, TRL Danad, \D, E5JJP, Sona Jananti GG. AOMT before FJ, B has 0.3. Low. A.B, sins. J before Lee, not so AY so BB, C but, TRL Rapiovan, 12 not necessarily Rapidvan. A, E, JCG, /A ins. I, BOM INA. Ads Matyanov J Samd Yam. JBII. AB, C ins. Before, not so ABBDJ /*, so C seems. EOOG, equals A end lengthened and joined to law, DJI /*G, hardly Haif seg as El Sugra. If so, equals read better FSUI here, but A, E seem the most naturad. CA, B ins. D before, Y. DA, B, D mark the I in I, \I.FEB ins. I aft. J, A, EOMI. AFM has over, original, in CSYGA confused, BUI, CTRL Rapiovan, D, E, W, C/NA. Rapelviosum Vyayil. HA, B, C, D ins. Before JA, B no. FI. A, B ins. I before mu. JA, B FXJ dash, degree asterisk dash asterisk avzayand, so, DEUWWP23 OKA ins. I bell. IGA, B number 5 here. J1BOMJ before, A ins. JMB has I, before UJ, AOMIN. A, B ins. I before. 3. O, COM gloss from J, to J / N. Has Yamanus Yesugarusu Mad Yesat Karianel. IIAB, R ins. J before J Wu, not so AB. A decade. EA, B, C ins. Before FL *07 degree *Y, registered trademark B, C, EOMAJ Sona. OM, A has, badly written. 13. AB, C ins. J before JB. ALI decade. CA, B ins. I before Maju, DB always more pronounced in the last letters. A011. AB, ins. JB4, not so ABB accidental, variation ZUIM, D, K, JJ, .UJUI7S. C bins, IB4 jij, ANI. ID. A ins. .IB4, V, ZYB, D, K, OMI there. EB, D ins. IBEF. A, EOMI there. F. Ins. APB4/MJ, BOMI-G.H decade at JJJ, C hamker. HBT for J, A, IAB, I for D, E, Y. JA, B, 0 dash. OE, elsewhere, A30, C of Zained, so, C also CTRLK. A, BOM. AB4. Jai Hi, A1. Ins. B4, BOM. MB ins. 3 before U5, AOMINA, M, B15 JJ Jalua. 0 A1. IAJF. Y, B ins. IP. AOMN, in V, by oversight. QB, Yi, A, happy face, A may probably OM this initial U because equals terminal 1, 5 occurs before GJYJ. D, E have I, Churbad Herva, I, so. Na SJB Biala dash, sick, probably expresses a Parsi Bala, having been read as Gurpat equals mountain lord, hence Bala lofty. J315. AB, R ins. JB4, A, EOMJAB decade at I11, B number 3, C has buyer J translated birds. ACB ins. IB4. Happy face, OMAD. AYI, B asterisk, happy face, TRL seems to OMNOR Strelnami Ajdo Jalamaya. BE. Backslash, YY ins. JB4COM, 0 RA backslash, O asterisk OBOM. I, B, E have IB4. Asterisk E, CTRL Avan, sick. G backslash Aura. J, and has IB4 its, backslash YBOMI, and has, of Ijij. HB, CYPA, D, Ejai, CNAF, N. Nab-im. IA, COM4J, B, D, E have. JA has hardly an I before UYOE aft. O, J equals but if so, it is apparently joined on thus, MIO, B has 5. KA decade aft. G atio. B, C separate JXJTMO, lecate at LIXJ16AB, C insbof. GO, A, etc. OMJB. A has underscore I5G, B MIEOD, A merely closes a syllable phonetically, as elsewhere, recall Vohuk, see text avisri irim, so, TRL alvis ruorim, so. CB has, before, YWY, OMJWY5 warehouse D, E have D. A has with a lengthened last letter, B, JWY, the 5 is small and A misplaced, unless, indeed, if the last A be read, C has AIB a GI, or A, dash. EA, B ins. IBF. JYE, D, EOM, AF ins. IB4 jikage / ok asterisk, BOMIG. Backslash, BOM3 before J / D, E ins. This 5. Na. Ads pervardaratrus arat yam. 17. AP, C ins. A decade at the following characters. BB, CJM, A, JPD, ES, C frayed at JR. CA, BCJGFI, D, ED, sick, ins, before UDPJJ. 1 A decade at, MJ, JJEB, C, EA ins. A foot, J. decade, my C has bun u lar, ti1. Li slash asterisk u oimer. F the note letter F in text accidentally omitted in my old test, so AC, C zartist, short U, FJ, J, slash 3, B slash O Jaco, Ka Jij, CO slash 3, D, E, 0 JJ, 13 Zoroaster Timanum Ika. GB, D ins. 3 eft. OA, eno.shd ins I before J slash, A, B number 5 hey I. DI. A, have before J slash JB, so, no. JB.me, TO, so, but B so corrected, A, D, ED ins. J before it? C Paul. And Yotian. UJKB ins. I before D, ins. J, AOM. A ins. Y1. I supplied. EEY1 SAB, C ins, A decade. BBOM, A has C has, before YJ YCBOM3, A has I bet JWJG, so, D is supplied before J, 33, CTRL Zanen. AE ins. I before. Asterisk IJ, B no I before it's JB. F a decade at, wol, B has G, CVL refin. N. Gnarl Nabka, so, Nyasari again am. G a decade at. Dash, B3 FH. A has, Y, dash UB has YJ, backslash woo woo IJ slash PFI, J slash YOAV, C has Arda Frabard, with the last translated Fravas, but Frava.s sometimes renders LTFYYIF as E has C, slash FJB Phi J, slash dash IA, D slash AQY, B, E, slash Y, JA, DE, YL, B, YN KA decade at, asterisk C, asterisk 0 degree Sal Ha. 1A, B, C, DYY, EY dash asterisk Mandan. Ana. Sujail Vanlm. MA decade at YN at O, and at. And B ins. 3A before FI, OM3. N. OM the last gloss. 19. AA, B, C ins. Before I Phi LJ, D, E number 3, C ham avond, TRL him at. BC he ita.sld, TRL nick afrid, so. CBJAJJP, A, P.idj, CII. AD ins. 5, and OMJ before as, B has, C no JTRL before Florfisgarl. EB3S high G. 2 EIJQXG, C Plimgari, N. Talanarka, so. FC true. NA Buletin, I asterisk Konandaji. A ins. I bet. A, happy face, H a dekajed, B divides, P slash O asterisk, C avar rubesni, TRL borderavanda, na yuparipravartya. AI decade at, J, B, C underscore P7 JJJT, D, E slash JJ slash J, C varharam, so TRLJB, FJ, C Izad, N. Iajdam. A ins. Q bell, I, not so B, CBIC. 2 FOIJ before Phi dash O, so, BL sutire sometimes JJ, A, D, E have J. IB has 1, 29 TV0 registered trademark J-O Estad, TRLA Stad, so, NA OM, JIJJ, it had not yet entered his manuscripts MC and NGR, Iajdam, corroborate JOON as Yazit before -7J asterisk, C Izat N NA OM this gloss Jo AB, ins, before GO, not so AB so restored from texts. C, D, happy face, 21 KC, JKXXJ degree PO biblioxin, TRL Huslone. All OMED, S, Osina ins apparatrasam diam jiabc ins, before I3. Abom, before E, jj. C a decade at V, J, B hasp B, JC bur J star. TRL bur J. DBOMI before O. E a decade at U. YA has J6, C has IC for ham. BF ins. I before, AOMAG so A, B, CXXXJ, HCA yosahi nasam dhyaya. HD slash asterisk F accidentally A, B. E1DIB ins. Before JA, A, C, E, OM. J so B, dash and all. KA, B, DEI E, yo backslash dash 1. So B, backslash decade at underscore U3JJ, C of ZEI1. N. Ins. Yamanis Yesu mad yesat karianti yenagaranyayanam adis fatarab, B attaches the following J, has Nchui 3GI. M so B3, Aji, A confused at VM, written over perhaps. A looks like, OY, POS. GIJJ, EO, Seen Manisi. N a decade. O a decade P. AOM, before U asterisk YYY, so C, TRL Mardum. Q so A, B by accident 3 JLU. RB ins. I before UJA number 5. S5 supplied before 00, happy face, asterisk equals TJLTX. Corroborates S traditional reading in 14 as Herbad, data by, TRL.R, so elsewhere, A partly decayed here, N. Yamanis Yesu gra entarvertisu mad yesat karianai. 16 II. AB, C ins. J before G yo not so A, B so A UV000 R asterisk underscore XJJUIPE backslash, 3, sick, a contraction, C Srosali Lubin, try. Sros I aso, D, OJ, QQP. 0A, ins. I before 3P, not so B, D, ED so H, EIO, A, I3PA. EA, ins. IJJ iju, sick, 4, J, J, asterisk, B, E centimeter UU3AF. J.33 pi, so B liera, C tarsaga, sick, CTRL jal bandage, not bandag, GD seems again IW, sub JW slash, but J faint, A slash IIXJJ asterisk 3, A decade edist, CTRLF radadar, so, YPNL of Zunidashanda, or Konandali. Li so B, 00 equals Tim. Asterisk Q fiercely. VRDDE they be Yosaria butyl. I grokani adkapa 9. AA ins. BOMJB. A, B ins. Point 5. CC explains, happy face, asterisk as hand, YPNL liast. B, happy face, asterisk INB, and not J. D so BE. A, B botly have redundant J in AJ, 3, B, JLJJMJ2, B has it in one line, A divided by end of line. B's I must be the of emphasis, it is somewhat separated from J, equals D, R have high 3J, asterisk slash, dot M boy. FOI Baliunam I vet, N. OM ladder. BFAAI2IJ, AJ dot IJ, BOM, before IIJ. A ins. N. Has J, R a nab, so, situpati U for the gloss. C has textrilsta key, sick. GA phi, 27 tons, happy face, phi dash, C aesthetic. AHB slash 2JJUJ slash GJ, O0S3IBOM3 before 1JX, decade, C gen, TRL jihan. J. All slash, A, B, C, DJ Lj, VAV Pearson, TRLU Pusti. KBOMI before 2 equals LBDTXJ, A ins. I before it, so see, TRL Genjihan. Marks 5 here, but not above. N. VRDD idari IB Yozabutal.I pustidera e beaks ibutelj. SIAB, C ins. A decade. B. A decade. CBOIJY, AJ dash dash. D. A. D ins. IB4 Jiojok asterisk, no I in B, EE. A. B ins. IB4 JJV asterisk 0 AT ins. 3 B4 WYJJ 3 JWY, C Panja, I, Pardum, TRL Panja, I, Aval. Gina. Ads, Pay Ikakas Ya asterisk Adiagia Utamasia. E35. AB, C ins. BA, B ins. I bet. Phi 0 GJ, JS, D, OMA, K has J, CB if I, 5E, dash 0 LS, 0, O dash HHJ, sick, E, O underscore, J, OG, CTRLU Tamam Mali, D. A decade at IB4 JKW slash OCHI. AE has a B4F, B slash dash OMILA slash A, dot I3 minus 512, 2, so B, but BOM. I, so CTRL Panjali, Panjaji Dadalgai, sick, Usadagar sick, G. A, B, C ins. I. J0, BG Marlst Hirsona. Ins, adding Utamasia, D, E centimeter 3M. N. Yaptvit Liasia Utamasia Pafi Kakas Ya Yatriti Yajia Utamasia. Read for PPJ in my old text, corrected in the new. GD ins. JB4 slash JYOAB, C ins. B4 ISYM. B Sina. Sina. Ins. Gahaya Baran ITI Samayasamakian Spstlnria Giatakalan. DA, BOMIB4 CIP4, the second D Marlying a note in the old edition was an oversight, he has 0.5. AEX, SS, E, B, C, D, FA, B, D ins. IB4. JYJTY, EOM this JG. A, B ins. IB4 JG star dot Jui. D, EOM this I. The second note D is to be omitted. I7. ABC ins. B a decade, but has JKQY, B, 3, dash LUTUJ joined, C test me dioshem, so, TRL meostium, SD, D, E tour dash, J, 0 with I joined. CC never expresses JDina. Adds Jalanari is. Rajanikalain. J8. AB, C ins. JB. A, has lengthened asterisk QO, IU, so, Asafan Avesta characters. B seems dash asterisk 0004, J, J, J2J, but the last loop has been later falsified by writing over it, CC, but B somewhat cancelled, the is lower than usual. C Petisham, sick, Petisa, so. DL, dash dot IITQ, K asterisk 0, 3. C bomb. IB4 TJ Y. A ins, ID. A, B ins. IB4 JH dot Ulachi. J9. AB, C ins. JB. AF dash Joe slash ISJMC Yisrim, sick, CB has 5, B, COM. M slash JKE, backslash YHEJ asterisk D seems to offer an additional, 18 which may express the otherwise missing R. AOM the entire gloss, B is confused through cancelling, but seems to read, JPJ, O0, V4, TS, J slash asterisk up has a cancelled bet. It? Uncancelled it would seem to have meant IATITTHJ, EC Zaman till. Farad Gardad, so, IMDJJI, NB, J, 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 EJ4H, VE, F dins. A BFF. YNY, B has no last I there, CTRLEV Gavner. GBOMI, B, E has phi J, 3 HB, C, dins MCK. R5 aft. AJ, JI. AB, D, kins, IB4 JJP. J. A, B, D have I bet. Okayu J Jui, EOMT 30. AB, C ins. J again. BC mediara, TRL nediarum, so. CR ins. IBEF. Y asterisk if, BOMIA, turret, by OVI side A stands I or CI and the Euclidean, A is misprint. 31A. A decade. BB, CIUs. Before JBTM, the second B is a misprint. WJAC, eutheric, to or, final, BE star.AJJG, JGJJ5A, P, schlick.S is plainly attached, and not a mere accidental appendage, it can liege daily equal N or. These chiactors must be meant partly as avisla, i.e. Hamas, and not Hamas, and made so, and not mad. A's final should be as B's C's, text is Hamasbeomeldum, is it Yasum, till. Hamasbeomdum, is it Sem, C does not seem otherwise to Laporte Semtiminal, Sina. DNER. Has Hamagpatmadiuna manari I punyatman I punyagurum manishyanari I dakajranam sarvasakis sristinam srjanakalum. E, so read E for the note mark B which is a misprint. D seems.ikjfij hi JK3 registered trademark original in B has 2 EMUI, SLI, U asterisk IA, IIU3I, Chi, IU, O stands cancel lead, and has something like a small u above, meant to come after, hardly before, A is added below, and the cut of the word decade, E, 5kj phi xtia. A decade. BB, C ins. JB4 J3M. CBOM3, Japjuk. DMER ad Sambatsaran Punyagurun. Low SS, AB, C ins. JB4 JB. Li. A, G, I3JJ.U, and so B, ACH which elsewhere has, S3YJJ. CB as nearly always SJZO, CTRL hand. DBJ, slash. EBOM, heady, K has JBF ins. JB4I.SI.33. D seems to read. G.I3JB4-15A, B.S.Geo3, CTRLNA/DLK. HBJJK, /5FIJ, so, A, E1, HJBG, JYJJ5, CTRL Piraimon D has 5 before YJ, and after it. JB has JY, CHV6, TRL heaven. KD seems I before JJ or for J, C seems JJFW, TRL PA, by oversight, read kit. B1. 5, yeah. NI. A decade, D ins. IN.DOMI, A, B, R ins. I0. B, AJJJ/3. A decade. P so D. A, B, C, EJJ. 3 to 1. AB, C ins. J, not so AB. A ins. Before UI. AC ins. 3 before. DAOM before. M asterisk, D, E have J, B has it peculiarly. Na. Mahi ram mahatayam anagvaram, so, punyatmanin, adding iuatavio sa'ida jisab. I2QJEB, E have, before, D, COMJ before, D seems, slash, I3. A decade, C stara, TRL sidera. D seems to ins. J before. FA has smaller IG. A, B, D mark \asterisk ta dam, so ctrl pedes. Na. Ads hormagdina sristalj. 35 aa ins. Point 5, no j, b, c ins. Na. Has the ace, not general b lias equals a jji is, or is it 0.5 jaj? A is decayed, b on the margin, but old, c stara equals sidara. C also na s tarakika. C.j should be supplied a may have I, but it is decayed. db bas I, z in the turni I natio ds as usual, trl nui mand. ebomia has, df. A, bomig so b, a decayed. H a decayed, equals b, com, o, b has dot j, alias iffIAB have like eijjpjj arvon dasp equals va, and b, for other occurrences of j, jdaj. A, yby, no fl, djo. O/2w, eomi, o, and no, before the word, trl kasmali iab. Ka, jjocb ins. I1. B, A, eomna does not literally express, 20 locanka mbom. ACJ, has yn. Ajabgj, B, C oin. OA. A, B ins. APB, E, triple X3, 200, S, asterisk 00 Ryain. But see the original, A has chwo only as termination to, VUW, B, C, D, E no M. YQCTRL Juila, and CR root, BA, I. Over, but old, B has, Sina SAC, TE, TRLAZ. SBOMI before W dot, has 0.5, CTRL met. TB ins. J before H, A has no hero. U. A, J, BYJ, E, CTRLI Zayden, but na. Grama, I am, Asif translit Garim. VB ins. I hot. JWM. AOM this 3W. A, D, E, YN dot J3, B, CTRL Getty hot. X so B adds, not so D, EA decadena. OM, JCAB, C ins. J before JB, not so AB. A, B, DOMEs I before underscore U dot. C. A decade, ins. I, aft. U yo-yo, BOMJ aft. U fi-oyo. DB lias IY regularly as termination at IYL, so in 35, yet see the next word, the joining of, J2, asterisk 0 is hardly accidental. E ends. I before U, B no I here, B's I, J, asterisk 3 is separated accidentally. J3 J dollar JAB, C ins. Before, not so AB. A, B have J, EJ jumjiki, so. JC 38. AB, C ins. J before JB. BA accidentally divides n% U, not so B not so CCCTRL, L Puzeryani pedocarda, so. DA decade at J, but Y hardly so read, seems to be J slash, C has J. EB, COM. A, has it? FB as usual with the verbal form YG so A, 2x, U, B, D, EUX, USIC. 3. A decade at Y. BB ins. Before Jeek, A decade. CBOM5 before Phi PJ, A ins. J before it. D A decade, CTRL nom BIH nom. Na. Equals name and kedum. EB has 1, 3, not so C, which has Zor, sick, I, 3, A slash I, 3. 21, Na. Lias enter vanaspate U in the corresponding place. AFB ins. I let. 2C, no G.C I till. Ab, Na. Udacom. Ha decade at I, okia, but so read b ins I, o eft. U, a has I, o, b I oi jjp, c centimeter, o in both places at yjj, e, 2, jjj here, ha j above. Ia, b ins. 5, b no, before eija, b, com, o from li, I, b has ij, asterisk, d, e have g, n. Om, 0 low ad has the first three words on the margin, but original, dom, a, b show no need for the curves of e, b has y bof. J oi j over so c and n. bb, c ins. C backslash has a j asterisk q, sic, dot with number 51, foliage b has. Was this an intangational contraction? A has in later hand over mquyty to be inserted aft. Aj asterisk a, sina s pugnat manum d. As to the error of u3, see the TRL, all follow it with na. As elsewhere, see TRL murad, desire, elsewhere murad, so. EB, CDOMAI from ES ad, Jai which I should be much inclined to follow, A has the word only over in later, liand as, underscore, below in line, old, C has A/U translated dil above, and not translated below FB, CJ, 9I, A in later hand, Nakila Gina has, ML antir livanlum gure in pugnat manum svamakamum. Aom. HP, J before A, I which last C, OM, B, C, E have CTRL murad, rad. H. A ins. I before and JWY, or AJ, BCOM the JJJ of K before backslash so B ins. I before Y. IBOM I before. New York. JDOMJE before. I3 I/A, B have it C has A/U no TRL in this second place, TRL dil above. KB ins. Before. Asterisk, INA. Does not use this expression here, C has it. The first letter O in the old T edition is a misprint. MD has X, or, for B, happy face, asterisk I, not, dot dash NB, Java.5, OA, others fib OB marks FJDJJ tradition ally and erroneously, C curiously reads Ozan, so generally, but TRL Kazan con C TRLE dun BIH din ravis. Equals bad in. PA means, XXXJ, happy face, HXXS/3, Q, J, CTRLDEVQ. A, B ins. I before, BII/3 here, as often. Plus or minus 2, happy face, AOA decade. RC, D ins. Aft. GAS. A, B, EOMYT has B has, LAFA for 4WY, but CC has a duk, so for EBOC, or Yaduk, TRL Yak, Na. Does not assist here. UB divides aft. /Y73, A, B have 2, C has DIR, TRL DIR bar. VA, BOM, before I, Y, D seems 0.5 Ju, 5 is supplied, Sina Esidrachiraj Panlum. WA, B ins. I before 5, 0.45. X the above dismisses the necessity for ES parenthesis. YAB ins. I before A. Z so read, K Ju RFJ, A Yomi, B, asterisk, so C renders, and seems to TRL Mazdiasnan, Na. Has Naya. The note A of the old edition is here omitted, as I can find no such passage as that to which it refers in the photographed edition of A. The marginal note on my copy of E which occasioned it probably refers to BYH.A4A1. AB, C ins. J, OM7I, OCG, J asterisk, B, C, D, E, OJK50BI, JJ/VA, CH Staslerna, Hokadas Deram CB joins V via Joliera, with E, so A, but only by lengthening the underscore, see a Hormuz dad divided by the end of the line, but C also separates elsewhere dash D. A may join J dot, IJK2 slash Jui, AB separates. E ins. 3, BOMJ before -1, QF. A ins. I, Y asterisk, $C it here, N. Has Sampi Ernakavdan, Saryapuna only once. GA again joins Jstia J still J Li. So, OM final J, comma, not so E, nor C, and AOM the final J, not so B, nor C, no Punyak, UBM, CTRL save Abasani H. A also OM the 0 of the S slash JJ slash JGJ, not so B, C, D, E which have it? N. Glosses, S. Agiria. Katanyain, Sik, Manasianam Stain Data Ti Rock Sadika. Equals Dij. AB, C ins. Not so A, EBCVA Kayan Kayanian, 1, Yan, CJA Kayani at Y2, 55. N. Has curiously only Rahiaka. Ins. .ibef. New York, C has TRLI, Jo, N. Griyain. CA, B, C show no need for the well-meant and once useful, happy face, curves of EDBOM, before, A has imperfect J or I with the marks W before IGG it aft. The last word, C has, in the till. Only. AE in, B, C, 25 or J slash O aft. I, C has Hervad, TRL Erbad. And B, but C na Sagrablutum. DF. Ins. May, before underscore U dot ugia, B ins. AI, CB, no. GA, B ins. I before. FI3I, A, Y, with UIE sign O, B, asterisk, Heg. JO asterisk SCTRLA Arnan. N. Akariati AH. A, B, D ins. J slash Joe asterisk T. WW, P.I3JJ, so C I is, TRL Uzes. Has a sign of division bet. J, U asterisk I. A, B show no need for E curves, J lying, C Hervadi, equals TRL orbital. JD, only has II, before out, A, EIU, BJM, CAEINK equals A Eve J, and marks the dot SG, so B, so C Farhang, N. Sadvyavasaknika. 1. A, B dispense with ECNRVES at JTFH, so B, C till. Slash VES, N. Splaya M so A, but B has accidental line drawn through CFJOO has Syad, N. Gachate. And all would OMES curves at, C0 slash 3B, ACO slash A, C Cardin, NOR Cardum. 43. AB, C ins. AOMJ, N. Omits JBBI, Yifyi, JNY, A decade, C Agiris Vang, TRL Arsis Vang, Sina. A decade. N. Argiskabangam. N. Ins. A lengthy gloss. AC ins. 3 before JJ equals I Nirvanajananam, BH.S, pound equals slash TRLI, Virginia D. A, B ins. 5 EB, C ins. Before first, AOMJFC's TRL of this FIR.STYJ. Farzana is a mechanical blunder. N. TIL. This tirst Y slash situm. AB ins. I before I, G, JG. A1, decade from JBO before J, W slash H. A decade, B ins. J before, so CI. A decade, but may have read J ul, sick, not so B, warehouse has slash, see also diij2, the original is 4. **/ I equals bb has, slash, see trl the second raw way, n. trl the second, sita. j. Eta kad, cb5. kb has gjoiiiq slash, so ctrl ura, I, h, d katiemna. Has stidiriaka for estesna. 1ab, c, habi has. M. A, b, c ins. naro, k, lm, ctrl theta, jocc divides e0 degree, happy face, lengthened u, joins. JLAB, C ins. Before JB, not so AB. A, B, C centimeter, before 1F00J24 Lia CC has Daman, TRL Enlken, so here correctly, N. Utama, B ins. I before JJJK, A, 0111. I, 1. AB, CXJ. EABOMI before J, A, E have 5, C no JB, slightly divides, Y, Y. FA, B, C ins. Before, FLOO no. GC has short A, Dalani for OY, but IRL. Nick, N. Also is here correct with Utnima Eika, but see below at KH. AIUs. 3 before Ju, Y, BONI. 3 BI ins. I before \\y hyphen circumflex Y, 5, O.ia, B, C ins. J before, of faint J, EOMK. AOM00 aft. 4A has a mark slash, to show the omission of it, B ins. Equals it, D has it cancelled, E has it, C has dam, TRL dam, not as above, damnik, thereby avoiding a blunder, n. However, stat here, C therefore equals makes the distinction. 6 slash, JF% U, should plainly be read here, not LBIT significantly, only transliterates. Ins. I before, A has what may be, late and inclined. I should say that it was a mark indicating the omission of QY, not so CM. A, B dispense with the necessity for curves at equals 5 TIH, might be A English, and XJNE ins. 5, A, B OMI before C the original, but N. Has the ace. And CTRL is add, and so determines to yazit. NOR adds a long gloss. 45. AB, C ins. Before JBWW, not so A, nor D, EB decade at, UTJ, CTRLJC. A, B, C ins. Before their 8 IIE. DB writes distinctly H.I3 equals R6 D, trike, so, which cannot be restock, it may however be an oversight for UI3J ahasai, J, C has VA restage ITRLU de, NOR has DEI hika, so. EDOMJ. A, B, C have, before JR, J, EC, asterisk, 3. FD seems to insert RV, Raj slash J, aft, not so A again marks OM with W, ORIG Inc., A has FCU. B FUJ alone. The vowels in Y should be understood as having equals the value of Avesta characters, that is to say, in SM, IEO should GAO equals and not GAO, and so in many other cases, and this is especially the case with Klimas B, D, PT, 4. On the other hand, as I have so often shown, characters in 25 Avesta words are of plainly Pahlavi value as M Taiwahaya, W Lenghanade, G. Ya or ya, not E here, Ahe is no general word, so I lengthened is very often equals Pal. AY, etc., see Kamra. To GAOASNZD.mg, October 98. Here C seems to read Gayod, TRL dest. GA, C, D ins. J before Leni, B adds to the previous word. HDOM before J, A, B, C have this, A partly decayed at W, and EOM point 13A, here, A, B G ins. AJA, IFT. /YY, EOM it here. J so A, B2, not a 5 dash, so E before, CIC. KB, C ins. J in Kyo, so reading, A, wo point 3 only. 1 COMJ before U, dash. Or is the J of M intended for following equals VA here? A, OTTUT, B has AG, C Vatic, A has double J or. Before it? Lam A, B, D ins. Before, EOMYM is decayed at J before a number Y which A, B have, CTRLU mutab, N. A, B, C, D ins. Before, 04, EOM, B has I over aft ORIG/OAS, A has 5 here O. A ins. Small I aft. JAA, not so B, B has I old over before it. Pina. Hesvaidatani. A ins. Happy face, E has signed copyright, before Z, A, so B, not, comma YW here as so often, CTRL/UI. QB, COMJJ from GPI MWWA has G.me M, so, N. HesvaidatEA here. RA has underscore UT which E etc. have, B, C have underscore, CTRL. In, N. EM. ABSONI. G Yeth, has it, C has as usual aus, but TRL cas. TB, DOMJ aft. OI asterisk, warehouse E has. UB has yo, A, yo, VA ins. Dash, IB, C, D, EOM.IT, NA has -W. A has, CO, Y, no appendage, B, EUJ, G Vegonand, so for Vebadunand. X. A, B, C ins. Before, 0, GJGIJ. YAJO, I3 pi, BI, CO dash. ZA has A, YB has I with E F star. OIG if JJ. A ins. AW asterisk here with possible cancelling B, EOM ithera. C daman, TRL pedes. BB. A, B, D ins. I before JLYJ, CTRLA.S6. CC. A, D ins. I before. B, E, OMIDD. A, you plainly mean A-7I, A, joins H5, B, as most often, I, 3, but probably dividing here, so G divides Buzerg Honiond, not Sona. Warehouse has Punyagurvivsai. And no my Santi, division Habond in the Pal. Text translit. Was an oversight. 2046. AB, C ins. Before J3. B so A, D, seam 3 J2 J slash, so B, D, E4, GJ slash equals 3, CHNS Revik Sedar. CA has Avesta, P3 J slash F, but allowing it's an inherent it and adds the polyv, equals dot B, JJGC, JD. A ins JJLJ bell. It's E dot by, not so B, EOM both. BEFJJ slash, AOMIFB centimeter I before UJJJ, A5 with EGABFJU, joined, BY, 33. HB reads J, 3, registered trademark, I, AETH, IB as usual 5. JBJ, not J, DOMGJ, BJJJJ, 7, no manuscripts K. A, C translit, curiously Axon, sick, TRL heaven. JB 47. AB no, before.I. BB, C ins. Before, not. So AC. A decade at slash JWYYJ. DAOMI before Y slash, A has J in slash, over but original, B has 5. E. A greatly decayed at yo. AF partly defaced, or cancelled, at this termin. IO. GBOM this slash OYP, A has it with EH. AOM before this JB, COM both, A and DJ, here. IA seems D, cancelled, or defaced E before. 3. JA, B, C ins. J, 3 left, A, 3, EOMK. A decade at WGJ. 1B, COM, AF.J asterisk J, A has, there. 48. A decade at, and JBYA. BB, dot, ins, before J2 yo, not so. AC. A decade at JUU. Happy face, DA destroyed at J, but pro, ably so read, J, noted from earlier collation, but since then injured, B, C, E have J, 7, C Roddy, TRL Sardale. I read J, LL from analogy only, no MSS. 49. ABC, ins. J before JB, AOM. BA, C, EJJJJB, styu. CA, B ins. I before JBJ, D ins. Before it, not so. C no sign of dative in the, equals polyb. DA, Yajj 20, sick J, doubtful first whether or VA, B, hum2 high E3H006H3E. AAJJBJA, C text. IW equals TRL. F. Bins. A before. AOMI, A has J, but may C no C, IRL. J, bomb is AD, I, min-Q-GJ before, -A has. HA, BOMI before 0 I2, K has I, 27 B ins. BEF. ISTAA, E, OM this J, A has YIJ, B, C underscore U. A2. JB5JM as usual in the verbal forms, but not invariably. KA, D3ZU, dash, B both oitwos LB separate. POJJ ins. BBEF. AA, ONI. I hear. M, POJ, pointed, equals B pointed only at I as Y, so C, EJJM so A, no, before. 0, in B stands close to the previous word, C seems, here. And so A, B, FG, Joe, C text Hustofrid. 50A. A, B have I before UIY5 up. AAOMI before JTFY, B, D, E have IH. A, B, R in .S. I aft. E no I hear. C a decade. Asterisk JA. A, slash, sick, B by mu, slash C. DY me. EGIS slash, control. A rapiovine. Has following 5 attached to the last letter of J. Dash 353. A decade at, B elio, I it have here obviously the U force of AVI only, a decade at present. D ins. An extra, C auxiliarn, try. Uzerin. B a decade at 3 aft. Dash 3. 5-1. AAJ3.I2P.IJJGI, Cape J asterisk registered trademark avoid the long 3 in dash, reading, but the long 5 of A, E has again properly merely a Vesta value of I which is short A, B has AJJ3 a phonetic, CTRLIVLs ruirim. BD seems ujij, EGJU, A has JJ, B, U, so, C al bigay IC. A decade at 3 aft.jjjlju. DD ins. I before. Slash, A has no I55. ACTRL Huseln. 56 YYA. AUVM, B at ITF, R. 1 asterisk Hassel. B as usual, but not, -28 invariably, 0, /H, so C has Hammond, TRL hast. C for in C has Hend, TRL and, WH.is also Parsi. B has a 0, JD.3U, so, B, COM. QY, A, E have it I now OM the note D which stands in the old edition. 5E. AB, C ins. J before J slash, A, D, OM. BA, B, C ins. Before second, J slash, D, E no YJZECB, C ins. Before 3DJ, A, 1, no J5s. AB, C ins. JBEF first JZ, A, E, OMJB. A, B, C, D OMEs, before. Q, so best understood. CAOMD, E's, JB, J, B, C have it, A decade. ED so D, E, A has H high I, ye asterisk B lias, 3, C dash dot SN, TRLB elatus, D, equals have A E ins J before J, J, B, C no have JCF Sudali, dash. TRL Faida. Na. Hesperadna. A, B, asteriskic. 5. ABOMI before A asterisk, A has. JEBB, C ins, J before underscore UL, A, OM. CA, BY Lee J, so EC translates. G6RI, and translates slash Villies, Atanis, Udigar Barnas do AR, seems to have been seen, slash VA should point to an alternative reading UFOI iju, hence the alternative translation, I. Na. Dvigunitaram. DA, E have terminal appendage, B adds for it, while C never expresses it, Na. Has as usual merely li RMI. EA, B, C, D ins. Underscore I, J before W slash, EOMIG. F the second personal appears through a curious slip. A has backslash J, asterisk, EM, BYJL, so, or is U, used conditionally for the first person. GC ins. F, Y before, A, B, D, E or a, it. Copyright OA. A, B, C, G, EMDIE, DJJIJPJJ. BA, B ins. J, J, C Met, TRL Buzerg. Na. Mahatarl J. D, EOMC. A, B ins. 5 DBOM before OJKOO, AD, E have II. A, B C J J A asterisk J as so often in the verbal form, not necessarily so in A the nom. Adjective, C, home and, TRL hastand. Decade, at the beginning aft. J. 29, in the previous etl 27 OIAB ins, before second J, a decade, but probably J, C, E have no, before second. BB, C ins. J before 3, I, a decade, D, E no. XY 63. AD seems, J for final in, UO, LI, a decade at the sign J, 3, WH. A has. 64. AD seems to OM the second for, having, A, B, C have this VVAB ins. IHF. JVFTI, and had a cancel JJ, for which a correct, we5W is substituted above. Might read J slash, happy face, as below, B no before J. A has I before. DA has before. Asterisk FJ, the first, seems faint. 65A. So A, but it may, mean for R, see the original Huber, he has 4 in .tvpgj, so see mim. B seems Q asterisk PG, with end joined. Note in passing that with B an additional often follows final in other places instead of the appendage as in pound underscore in the other MSS, see here the original, J backslash, but this form in B might have a conjunctive sense without the appendage B. A asterisk T0 dash dash, SN, E, RT, 3.F, SN, BJ23I.F, SEMA isti, TRL mas Yasna I, dash, Na equals Magdalism. C. AOMESU from JJ, slash 3, but B has JJ, GJ, 3, a KH, slash, as phonetic filling out of the syllable, C used similarly in 4, so COM, YD. A, BOM. 3 before E slash dot G.3, has point 3. AE ins. 3 before, B has no I0000FD, E, 00, 3, decade, BC maybe Saha, TRLDEB, Nedabam. YJOGAB, E have I asterisk FC also before, HB ins. Before TI, asterisk, A has a rather faint I dash I. A decade aft. OIJ, ASILX.2, asterisk dash 005 so B asterisk dash. JA, IJ, 0, DO, C dot ISTA. P66. AA ins bed. BOM, IB. A decade, D ins. I before. L not, 30, in the previous ed P28, so BC. A decade. D so AEB, before high, A hardly. FA, B high asterisk, IEth, B ins, before 0 asterisk 14, so here, no final, A decade. BG ins. Malden slash 0 asterisk J, AJ, 3 dash slash 0 no initial, in A here, nor in C, N. Precoginea. 5. AB, C ins. Before FLJ, A now decade. B a decade, C, D, EFL, AB, C.5. COM before JJYJO, B has IDB, C ins. Before, I, A hardly EB, C ins, before JIFI, A, EOM, A0, BWT, BF equals HYVG, A, EJA, 1 J, H backslash R, Savang. Asterisk C. A, AOMI, B, C, D ins. Heli, IGI, SN, A no. AB ins. Before, B no J, but A hasf, so, B, J, C by mistake uses it as a translation only, apparently for Yasna, dot, OM it in the text C. A, C, E ins. Before. Y dash asterisk E, BOM, C has UMAH. DA ins. Aft. Dash Y, others have, COM. EA hardly has, before FO, not, B has this, C has. FB, C ins. Before JJWJJ, so, with final J, A, KOMJ, A decade at end of 0, GJ, CTRL0, Zyada. GB ins. Backslash before J slash O asterisk, C, E have no backslash. H a decade, but CJJ slash O asterisk above, CTRL mashier, so. I, O, seldom has the added stroke, dot backslash NB. It has been found necessary at times from lack of types to use the sign, 04, I marked with asterisk, also in a few cases in the old edition to resort to transliteration. Indulgence must also be requested for the defying transliteration of the PAL, PERS, and socket here, which follows that used in a periodical. Also, in reprinting, 2 additional pages of letterpress have brought the numbering of the pages into confusion, read pages 29, 30 below as 29a, 30a. It is to hope that the very urgent need and demand for these texts may form a sufficient excuse for such trivial irregularities. Pahlavi text transliterated *, 1. Pahlavi text translit. Zivdanam va hankartanam av, dinaya esn bara nivdanam ae bun vebadunami hankartanam ae as roisa bara vebadunami dater I or harmast I rave, ao, inand I gata, ao, mand imadist pavan 10 I param pavan arj va navactam pavan / adaduntan, 2. I, / rajtam sa / tuni pavan kar va datastan, I caved, akratigtam va danaktam va hukurtum ayas angam evok bavantain pasijaktum jamin ahare avardam min artabast 8 man eaton vemalanet ae min yazatman mansan 10 ahare zag, I, mas, 3-1 hudanak zag, I, or harmast I fraran danak I kamak raman etar ac, isan pavanavayast pavan ramasan ramanat, 4 man lanavia bunt habem office lana ta / dot sid habem tanzadunak, office fravard, t, habem man min manavadan. Ufs linigdam or harmast. 5 nivdanam / ahankartanam av *, dina vasas vaman va artavast va satvar va spend armat va orvadat, j, va amerdad. 6 nvah zag I gospendian 10 va zag I gospendin ruben / ada / si or harmast I matterdam min zag han sir 1 aim suspendin de / sac vaac ma vala, avt, cola 2, do, *, reprinted, with some alterations, from ZDMG, HCLT 4, 1903. Or, -il, 4av. Is it possibly even ac, sic, t, reading av for vala? 130 payalavi tlxt transliteraved. Mat vejabamunit manavid vhtn rag, s/r, va.bara. 7 nvah asna, I aharavirat va havan I aharav 1 ahare rat, 8. Nivt nam va hankart nani savang mt mayavad I levad havan hanakar va vizik I aharav I ahara / ih rat I ansi I ta I haven / veskan I man patj. 9 nivt nam va hankart nani mitra I freja ayatf, jovayat, 1 ra goes I varlasnaifles ra gosa aeas nii, -- Razmanavid av roisa yeti bund office car I gosas v hedunyan ac dina nide, k/s, va zag niox, office varkazmi hana asias aliin raymanavid av roisa yeti bund va car I kasmas v hedunyan ae dina zetaton va zajik / adaton vad might rakazam I 11, do, va goes 2, do. I guft sem I yazat ayas sem pavan dina den guft yagabamunit va ramas natarum va zag I manavid I. Amat mizakik ix vair.sn zavident pavan ras I vala. Lu. Nivt nam va hankart nani rapis msik rapis ven, I aharav I ahare rat. 11 nvah fredator fsuifit, I manavid I levid rapis, g, ven hamker va ramak I gospendin bara of zayanit va zandik I aharav I ahare rat va ansuda I baten /vc. Scarit I rat. 12 nvah ahare I param va ataxic I or harmast bara. Asterisk, read angar, sina. So amending, if necessary, sina. Is it a sni? T, I think that tleast long Pahlavi vowels have Vesta value as short vowels strictly, j-ioit, so azaaran, so magyupat rather than majij, see below, tt, is it fsuy, hardly fseg, or fsis. Ilavthxtt cancelled ratlin. 3113. Nvah azavine asterisk, I aharav I ahare rat. 14 Nivt nam va hankart nam fredator I vir immunavad 11 levatil azaviran asterisk, hamker amat ramak I in dot sutan bara of zayanit va matasi I elurov I ahare rat ansuda I bayan / vl scarit I manavadan I andars patj. 15 nvah burj I / vat I vagd fin I rosen I japan nap va mavasi I or harmas dat. 16 nvah inis rusran I, ibis rukrin I, Ia Bijaya asterisk I Aharov 1 Ahare Rat. 17 NVAH Fredator har /ISP Huseas Nibon VA bar VA Zartil Stratumi Li Aharov I Ahare Rat VA and Suda Bayane Teskilrit I Magyupatan, Niagyupat. 18 Nibdanum Va Hankart Namzag I Aharavan Fravahar 1 Vagdan Ibiran Ramakan Art Ae. Fravard, T. Ian Sutan JVA Zajik I. Naden Humane Snayamat Haven Snat Pavan Fariruna Appear Siat Ketrunist AC Pavan RAS Ivala, 19. VAMA Vondik Ihuda / Sid I Hero Stack VA Percugar /WK1 Aller Harmas Dad VA Vanitary Heek I Pavan Avar Ropes Navirum, S/R, Yazid 8 Man Astat IC Yazid Yemalalunet. 20 Nibdanum Va Hankart Nam Uzan 7. Sir, I Aharov 1 Ahare Rat. 21 Nibdanum Va Hankart Nam Burji I Manavid I Levid Asahain Hamker Va Ramak I Jerdakan Bara of Zayanit Va Managik I Aharov I Aharavirat Va Ansota I Bavan YYCS Carrot I Dat Barj. Asterisk, I think these long Pahlavi vowels have a Vesta value as short vowels Thayuat, where the /Vesta vowels are short. Read here Ojaaran. Is it Avativa? Is it Urat Ae Fravahar, or like the F of Arda R no J, P30, should apply throughout, no Pal. Isik, nor Tro, it is Tra, nor Nyagu, Isit Mau, nor Ram, should he written. 1 32 IAHLAVL Tli XT transliterated. 22 Nibdanum Va Hankartanum Sras, I. Aharov I Horostak I Hudaksid I Tarsagai, Akasi, I Pyrugar I Fredator, Fre, 1 Gifin, 23 Va Rasan I Raj I Stak Habas, Rasan I Chanamak I Azaz Rajastaki Va Mistai Va Static I Fivadatrir, Frikli, I Gan Va Verasan, Var, Dater Ichen. 24 Nibdanum Va Hankartanum The I Gan I Aharavirat Andarnia I Aharov I Aharavirat Pancake I Tratuni. 25 NVAH Perma I Visapatas, 0, ICIL Yurav I Aharavirat Pancake I Dodigar Va Sadigar. 26 Nibdanum Va Hankartnam Snat I Gasanbar I Me Dak Aram, Rem, I Aharav I Aharavirat, 27. NVAH Medak Sem, I Aharav I Aharavirat, 28. NVAH Padashat, Sem, I Aharav I Aharavirat, 29. Nibdanum Va Hankartanum Ayasrim, Aram, Pavan Frudvastarum Damanu, I Gozan. Seconus Naik Bayan Yatunet I Aharov I Aharavirat, 30. NVAH Medir I Aharov I Aharavirat, 31. NVAH Hama, A, Spas, 0, Ma, Ae, D. Sem, I Aharov I Aharavirat 32. NVAH Snat I Aharov I Aharavirat. 33 Nibdanum Va Hankartanum Harvest Valasan Rat Manhavand Aharavirat IHXX /VA3 I Najist I Piramon I Havan Manhavand Aharavi I Param I Harma, D. Frey, AMU/T**. Schlickrick is a special conjunction form for habit formerly read Liomidaj. These long vowels should have a Vesta value as being short wherever it is so, rationally, indicated. So also the Pal. S should represent H, so Oram, not Srini, so Hama, and not Hama, Mad, and not Mad etc. Sem from 27. Otherwise Pavan Frudvaldum, V. Hamana, or Hamanas, J. Gosan Sekons Nihik I Aharov, etc. Pahlavi text transi dottlgril ID. 33 AV asterisk, R2 STVA's artist fras /Yemalalante e Saginavayat Kartan. 34 Nibdanum Va Hankartanum Atatai, I Nyadra I Buland I as, S, EJ, I Aharov Va Starik I Spanak McNavid Dam, 35. Va Distar Starak I Ray, AO, MAND I Gata, AO, MAND Va Mail I Gospentu /Mac Vaxer, /. Set IC I Arvande, A, SPVA Dois, E, Arik, I Aller Harmas Dad Va Mitra IC I Matanda Hyaput, Enuit Min Aims Aspenden Zag, I, Mas Va Me I am Yazit and 1 Shtihane Tatai, Atati ya. 36 Nibdanum va Hankartanum Uller Harmazd Ire, Ao, Mand Igata, Ao, Mand. 37 Nvah Aharavan Frabahar. 38 Nvah Kikatax I Uller Harmazd Barakik Man Pavan Dina Yazas and Habilevita Harvest Page, 3 N Attack San. 39 Nibdanum va Hankartanum Maya I Sapir Inum Kastig Pa / Zohar J va Harvest by C I Maya I Uller Harmazd Dad Pavan Evokrataki Oi va Harvest by C I Orver, I Uller Harmazd Dad Pavan Evokrataki. 40 Nibdanum va Hankartanum Mans, S, R Spend I Haraf I Kamak, Sir, X/I J7, Ae Yas Kamak I Pavan Menas and Levitazag Ia/2 Rast 8 Man Eaton Yemalalunet Habas, Habit, Zajik I Isan Eaton Bara Vebadun Vendad I Uat said, I, Adad I Zardust Kola 2, Evok Deravar Ropsne I Mina / Ad 1 Spend Va Den I Sapir I Mazde Asnan Pavan Evok Rataki Oi. Asterisk, it this y'all? Is it Atati ya? The Pal SS has again a V value as and so the short vowels should be always rationally restored in both \v and Pal, so aoi rather than asej, so doi or rather than dutsar, so da, n, hyapat rather than da hi ijpat, etc. 34 Iaea Levi text transliterated. 41 Nibdanum va liankertel nani gur / who dot sedator, star, I Uller Harmazd Dad I Ahareaz Everid I Perks / Anoi va Harvest by Elgur 1 Ahareatarid I Perksari I Atihar Mazdad, 42 va Kayan Gada I Uller Harmazd Dad va Ajik I Agript Gada 1 Uller Harmaz /d dad /Vescarid I as, 5, Ravanan Adas Agripti Hana ae Pavan Farhang av Nafsa Sayat Kartan. 43 Nivit Nani va Hankart Nani Ahans Vang I Sapir va Farzanak I sa ir / Ares, RREG, I Sapir VARAS, RAS, Iastesna, .s/r, I Sapir VA Gata VASUT I Uller Harmazd Dat. 44 NVAH Daman I Saparan I Afran VA Dani ILI Gabra I Harov VA Zajik I CIR I Takik Dam I Me I'm Pavan Menasan I at. 45 Nibdanum VA Hankartanum Vakazan Zivak, Jinak, VA Rastak VA J J8. Va Mian, Va Ab /var / Amaya Va Daniag Va Orver / Adina Damik Va Zagas Manik Va Mag / at IC Iahari IV Va star / Va Atar, X, Set Va Zajik Iasar Rosani Iatadid Habas, Atadidi Hana Ae Kola Asi Banafsa, 4, Nafsa Sayat Vebaduntan / Aharvas by C Zag I Daman 1 Spanak, Sik. McNavid Daman I Aharov I Aharabirat Havand. 46 Nibdanum / Ahankartanum Ridvik Barazat IC, Sik, I Aharov I Ahare Radi I Yam I Asnif, Va Mahigan, Gazan Bar Va Snat Man Havand Ahare Rat Ih I Pavan Havan Rated. 47 Va Nibdanum Va Hankartanum Aharavan Frav Ihar Isaran Iavar Vihan I Poriat Kesan Fravahar Va Nabanajdistan Fravahar Va Nabilnazdistan Izot Zag I Nafsaruban Frawahar. Asterisk, the vowels having here a vesta value, as elsewhere. So, or Niakan. Or Yal. T, is it a Snyi? Pahlavi text transliterated. 35-48. Nvah Harvest Zag I Ahare Rat Ih. 49 Nvah Harvest Zag I Sapir Rdhak, Ya/.out 1 McNavid Va Man Ic Ishtiman Havand Yazasn, Ao, Mand Va Nye.sn, Ao, Mand Min Ahare I Diram Ae Pavan Fafirunival of Agnyastan Va of San Aostafrit Val Kunsanjay. Deprecations. 50 Havan I Aharov I Ahare Rat, 51. Sabang I Aharov I Ahare Rat, 52. Rapasvan, Rapik Vanar, I Aharov I Ahare Rat, 53. Ozaviran, I Aharov I Ahare Rat, 54. Ibis Rusrim, Ibis Ruorim, Abijaya, I Aharov I Ahare Rat, 55. Asahan, I Ahari Iv I Ahare Rat, 56. man amlak basid habis asterisk, kola ace and basid yegabamunkt ayas denial mindabum I dast barihaguft, 57. Va man pavan menas and va man pavan govs and va man pavan kun.sn, 58. Va man pavan dozes and va pavan nigelres and man pavanadu.scsnih va pavan siataki, read sutaki, 59. Zag I lak pavan zag fraz stayum va bara av, lak nivdanam ae at du berig, du, lay dot var vebadunami man am lak pavan zag bara ranakanid have, ih, man yazasan va naisen. 60 radi I harvest mas I harov I hare rat, 61. Man lekam xid haves. Asterisk, for habit we have the formerly read hominid, sec elsewhere. Is it val, sick? 36 iaiu of ethxt transi.ithraved. 62 man pavan msiain va man pavan govsan va man pavan kongsan, 63. Man pavan dt, dot says man pavan adasasne, 64. /ag1 lekam pavan zag fraz stakem bara av lekam nivt nam man zag I lekam ranakanid pavanya, esn van yesen. 65 Fravamam Mazdayasni izartu.stac and argai sari taran yemalalunam iuit said, I, aae yaside yalevid aloid I or harmas datastan ayas dina zag I or harmazid, 66. Havan I harov I hare rat pavan yazi.sn va nai.sn va snayanitari /afraz afrigana, 67. Savang va vizik I harov I hare rat pavan yazas and va naisan va snayanitari va fraz afengani, 68. Rat I yam va asne asterisk, hang am va mahigan va gazan bar va snat pavan vasas and va nivayas and va dot snayanitari va fraz afrigana. Asterisk, is it asnik? The prelude to the sacrifice. The divinities addressed, with the inviting announcements. To the Creator. Pahlavi text translated. While one celebrate, my sacrifice, I invite, in this announcement, the Creator, Alharnized, I invite him to this Yasna sacrifice, and I will invite, him, the immortals, and the guardian spirits, continuously on. That is to say, I would now make the beginning of it, and I, will, complete it, that is, I will perform its conclusion, one invite, the Creator Alharmazed, the radiant, the glorious the greatest in body J, the most excellent fin worth and the best in appearance, 2, the most firm, that is to say, the most severe, literal hard, as regards duty and the holy lore, the one most, of all, the very wise the most intelligent, practically meaning the omniscient, the best in. Spiegel critically notices that a later meaning of Angarden, see, Hankartanum, is opinary, Angara narratio, so that we should here have synonyms. May not such a later meaning, invite, have been derived from documents like the present? As to this place, I agree with Ner. And the Parsi persmis, which do not render invite. The idea is I make known, give notice, as the invitation, i.e. I invite, at the beginning, while I complete, i.e. celebrate meaning I am going on regularly, as much as to say I now make the formal sacrifice. These expressions may have been induced bv the fact that a very brilliant star, Jupiter, was also termed Ashharniazd. Notice that this is a gloss, yet see Hukertuni below. 38 till Paul Lavi Tixt translated. Body, that is to say, his limbs the best ht in the one to the other, the most exalted because of Arsa, so better than Asa, but probably meaning more exalted than Arsa, Asa, than Arsavahistar, than or from Artavaist, otherwise from, his being, well fashioned, so be, cncrsabl, recall that Arsa, Asa, may mean exactly. Some say this, that from among the Yazits, whose Bodvis Arsa, Asa, he, Alharmazd, is the great one, 3, the most understanding one, i.e. he, Alharmazd, is correctly informed, the gladdener of desire that is to say. He comes to people for their need and for rejoicing, for the gratification of their hopes and desires, who, created us and fashioned us as to bodily uniformity, or as to physical habitudes. We are also nourished by him, who is the most august asterisk of spirits, Allerharmist. The august immortals are invited. 5. As I celebrate, I invite Bahman, i.e. Bohumana, Na adds the lord of herds of cattle, and Arsa, Asa. The allusion to bodily attributes must not be misunderstood. Whose body is Arsa, Asa, is intended to modify the foregoing terms. Whose body is the mantra is applied to me Ra, and to Srosa, as well as to Vistaspa. Compare analogous biblical expressions, one bod with Christ, etc. There can be little doubt that it is Ahura who is meant as the Great One, or as the Great One of the Yazits. This was to explain Avardham. Notice the inclusion of Allerharmzad within the class of the Yazits, which should, however, be regarded as quite natural. But we must also observe that Arsa, Asa, is in this important place spoken of in connection with Ahura to the momentary exclusion of Bohumana, otherwise in later estimates generally considered to be the first. If Vauru means desire, then epenthesis is present, see above, and we have equals va, u, ru Vauru from var. Na. Saw the root van he adds the idea of spontaneity svesianandi. Asterisk in the passive, but transposed bina. Equals asterisk na. Bimbam was, globular, figure. 10 suggested by the syllable ta of tata sa, the nasal, as so often, to be supplied. I would strongly object to the o of avaoman, etc. The stroke represents the ava. The PAHLAVL if.xt translated. 39 \ahista, NCR the chief of fires, and /soraver, na. The lord over the 7 metals, and spend armad, na. The chief over the earth, and Kordad, na. The chief over water, and Amerdad, na. The chief over trees, dot. The herds and the fire. 6. And, as I completely celebrate this sacrifice, I invite the herd soul and its body, and the fire of Allerharmist, the one the closest approaching us of the other immortals, and the sign of that is this, for, that is, namely, both the two have arrived, as this sign, the fuel, lit coal, and the kindling sparks of the spirits and ot the world. The Yasna are invoked, with Micra. 7. Celebrating, I invite the Yasna, chiefs of Arsa, Asa, Haban, i.e. Habani, 8, and Savang, i.e. Savanhai. Trace notes of NCR indicate an advanced deterioration from the GA6 sense. Yet the real meaning of the 6 was not altogether lost upon him, and, see below at 22, where Sro sa, not, however, one of the Ames's, properly Amerses, is defined. Zer's treatment of Srosa shows that he had not lost the appreciation of the interior significance of the other terms. Asterisk the herd and the fire are here introduced as being the most important objects within the possession of man. 10 seemed a curious error, as I held, for Tasn, but it is followed by na. And the Parsi persmiz, and mav after all give the proper indic.ation in view of a changed accent. The fire seems here for the moment to be carelessly included within the class of the AIM-SAS, properly Amerses, possibly on account of the foregoing item expressed by na, which identifies the fire with Li Arsa, .asa, an idea familiar to all his contemporaries. Na may have here meant most approaching from the immortal chiefs, so, most naturally, but see his original, the Pahlavi. Na carries the dual forms throughout. The two signs are there, for in this place they have come, the coal and the light of the world beyond, and of that here, referring to the fuel burning in ashes upon the Dotmdar. The holy times of the appointed daily sacrifice naturally come in here. From sunrise till 12 o'clock. Na pray to see it yam. He adds therefore, do I invite him, because only be his help, by means of this time appointment, this time of their time, is it possible to approach? NCR who increases the herds of cattle. Notice the false long A again. 40 IE Pahlavi text translated. A spirit cooperative with Havanjay, and also Visya, holy chiefs of Arsa, ASA, and I invite, the person occupied within the official function of the Megupad, the Mobt, or under his official oversight. 9. And completing the celebration, I invite Migra of the wide meadows, of the 1,000 ears, of the myriad eyes. His having 1,000 ears is this, that 500 spirits sit upon his head and do 1,000 of the work of his ear, that is, they would do this hearing and that hearing on every side. And his having a myriad eyes is this, that 5,000 spirits sit upon his head, and in accordance with this they would effect the work of his eyesight, that is to say, they would effect the seeing and that seeing, that is, a seeing in every direction, while Misra is, still in reality but, two-eyed and two-eared J, or the /ed of the spoken name, that is, his name has been emphatically mentioned in this den, see the merriest asterisk. And, celebrating, I invite Ramasan registered trademark Ataram, Raman Havastra, the spirit in whose way one must do it, if they understand the taste of food, that is to say, it is through his influence that the organs do their work. Na. Understood Yenuanusisu Moibetasu, so, Madi Satkarianti, so, Automapedi as if it were Visya, alone who was thus effectively active amidst the good rulers the Moibads. His gloss ought to have referred to the priest in regard to the Yasna, as sanctifying the times of sacrifices. Na, however, has his ya at the other places, c 11, 14, etc. Why asterisk me ora was here introduced, apparently interrupting the course of the Yasna, was possibly on account of the heaven, beginning at sunrise, me ora in other religions often representing the sun and the lagoon. Na. Nibazitaraniyam, so, the one of the settled pastures, apparently only, at variance with the Pahlavi. Asterisk recall Ezekiel's beast full of eyes before and belmed, etc. NCR's gloss is greatly reduced from this. Na. Understood joy as repose from fear, anandam nirbhayatvam. Rame sn/varaj may have been mentioned just here on account of the morning meal Uliach represented the others. The Pahlavi text translated. 41, 10, celebrating, I invite Rapis Vina, the holy chief of Arsa, ASA, as the ritual law, 11, and Fradat Fsug, the promoter of flocks, a spirit CO operating with Rapis Ven, who increases the herds of cattle, the holy ritual chief, and one invites Antama. And the person now present, within the active duty, or within the official care, of the officiating Ratu. 12, and, celebrating, I invite Arsabahista, and also the fire Alraharnia's son. 13, and celebrating, I invite Ozayarin, Ozayarina, 14, and Fradat Vira the spirit cooperative with Ozavain, Ozavirina, who will increase the mass of men, the population. And celebrating, I invite, the guardian spirit of the province also, i.e. Davunia, as well, and I invite the person now in activity as the master of testamentary, law of, i.e. in regard to, the spirits, i.e. representing religious interests as regards property asterisk. 15, and, celebrating, I invite birds, Baragia, registered trademark Zer. Rapaltvananamneem Madvalanasi Idyam, the Rapiovina. It was from mid-dov to twilight, or to mid-afternoon. The Ratu is here most appropriately mentioned, Tluug only in the commentary, as the ritual depended strictly upon the sacred fixed times of the day. Na Esya would again seem to refer to his last mentioned chieftainship, she who was active in the midst of men who were religious chiefs or teachers, the gurus. The fire is introduced in consequence of the especial mention of /r/s, of Ahista who was its guardian, it being the central object of the ritual. Zer. Punyain, ritualistic merit, Udrastataram Agni Meali Ermajdasia. */er. Aparalma samdvam. It was from the beginning of twilight till the stars appear, or from mid-afternoon till sunset. Or simply of ill or bad, so the Parsi persmis, or it might be safer to render the interior master, the person in charge of public instruction. Ners Bialapana, Su, I regard as purely Parsi, and in no sense Sanskrit. It refers to the reading Gurpat, so K Spiegel, and means the heights protecting, chiefs. Equals so BV error for Barazado Loftj, N. Follows. It is always possible, though here not probable, that these texts may suggest an amended reading of the original. 42 The Pahlavi Txt translated. The kindly one of women and the brilliant one, the nap, the navel, of waters, and one invite, all, the waters made of Aoharmazd. 16, and, celebrating, I invite asterisk, Ivis Rosrima, the Abhijaya. Ivis Rosrim the amenities of civilization are called to mind. 17, celebrating, one invite Fredator Harvest Huswiesne, Fredat Vispam Hujiaiti, the furtherer of all amenity, root and fruit, and the Zarathustra Tema, the whole chief of Arsa, as the ritual, and I invite the man occupied within the active duties of the Mobd of the Mobds, or at present his client under his Otish. The Fravasis are bidden to the sacrifice. 18, and, celebrating, I invite the Frava, R, sis of the saints, of the women who have groups of sons, lit. Men, see the original Enzer. Whose forms might be so rendered, even the corn increasing, thus, Art AC, Frava, R, sis of men. Asterisk asterisk na. Jalaniaya equals, Iapan. He continues, Kila, Malastanam near Malangamatis Niat Nav IH Svayam Apam Avain. Rosen is closer than Rodvesan with na s equals near Malangam, though this latter is hardly Rosen. Asterisk na. Refers to fine horses, the idea being associated with nail sro apam, apamnapad, as the lightning possibly of the swift horses, so hardly in the RL. That is, the Ivis Ruorama Iaga /Ana. Purvardaritra Samduriti the first half of the night. It was from the appear.mce of the stars till midnight. Asterisk Abhijaya might be explained as conducive to life. Sina, who, however, as usual, connects his Satkarvini Witli the last named godlet by means of Aya, Manus Vjamoy etc. This Mobd of the Mobds was evidently the Zara, /Ustratema, the person holding office as the head of the community, whichever community might be meant. The reason WHV he is mentioned is obvious. Let it be noticed that these culminating influences, Eradat Vera and Fredat VL Speri Ihujiaid, appear toward the close of the day, see also below. Or, perhaps better, the Frava, R, sis of the men who grow the corn, Art Ae Fravart, dot. So reading this gloss and so understanding it, we should refer it to an alternative rendering above, as, for instance, the Frava, R, sis of women and that of the Pahlavi Txt translated. 43 The good luck of the year is summoned. And, celebrating, I invite the Snaden Humanesne, the household prosperity of the years, the Yayurya Husatai. When, or if, it is desirable to live in prosperity and correct progress, straightforward progress, throughout the year it is by wave of him, this genius, whom we invite. 19, and, celebrating, I invite Amavand, IEAMA, forceful power, the handsome and the tall, lit. The well-formed or well-grown, and Istui, also made by Aoharmazd, and even the conquering one with, its consequent, predominance. This is the Yazat Verum, /Iris Reina, some also say equals, that is, some texts SAV, the Yazat Astat, i.e. Arstat Justice, in addition. 20, and, celebrating, I invite Asahin, that is, Yosahina, the whole chief of Ansa, Asar. 21, and, celebrating, I invite Burja, that is, Barajia, the spirit cooperative with Asahin, who increases the masses of grain, and Smanig also, i.e. Smanva, the whole chiefs of Arsa, Asa, and I invite the person within the active function of the Dastur, here doubtless regarded as an administering justice in matters agricultural. Man with flocks the corn furthering frava, r, cis of men. Singular for plural should never trouble us in these difficult texts, which were continually worked over by successive generations of well-meaning teachers. Moreover, Persian usage is peculiar in this respect. \er properly omits this last. *kur aparatrasatyam, from midnight to dawn, or till the stars disappear. \er inserts a gloss, active among men, who are administrators of the laws of towns. *na Zamanananinam ca, who is active in the midst of men concerned with indoor occupations. Notice that in the glosses, at 8, 11, 14, and 17, in mentioning these functions, na always uses \a referent to the last named chief, so missing the exact point of his original. 44 Ihi Pahlavi text translated. Zoroaster and Yasna I. 22, and, celebrating, I invite Zoroaster the Holy, the Statelv, and the Handsome, whose is the consideration, that is to say, the reward, Zoroaster the Victorious, the promoter of the settlements, or of the world. 23, and, celebrating still on, I invite Rasn, i.e. Rasnu, the most just. His being named Rasn is because that from him there is justice and truth, and I invite Astat, i.e. Arstat, rectitude, promoter of the settlements, even the protector of the countries, not necessarily of the worlds, Sina. The month chiefs of the ritual. 24, and, celebrating, I invite the Mag /A, moon chiefs, of Arsa, Asa, the moon within, the crescent moon, not vet spread out, the holy chief of Arsa, Asa, the first 5. The later glossist adds that the first best 5 concerns the earth. 25, and, celebrating, I invite the full moon, which is also the Visaptas, i.e. the scatterer of night, also the holy, that is to say, obediency, and justica, well situd at the close of the Dev. Na Sbactis Lain shows that he did not regard a, Rajasi and Tarsagasi as Niralv equaling property here in this place. Doxna. Recall the original meaning of Zoroaster as Adisapatini, the spirit, chief of obedience, or does he really mean Makreli dissipatum in the GL == 1 was inclined to venture upon a Vaharasan sharing for the otherwise difficult Varasan equals protection to Var, but I think on the whole that the longa in a var sn must be a mere irregularity, and that we have indeed a equals var sn protection, to Var. Should we take na s pusti in the sense of care, fij, and so protection, this would seem to be straining a point. Vet recall that na was a Parsi and familiar with the Persian Pust. Does his Bocabuti equals, landed estate, lit. The thriving of the place. Notice that na by no means renders Gan as worlds. Obedience and justice fitly end the good characteristics of the day chiefs, but was Zoroaster here mentioned because he also guards at night. The apparently unfolding moon disk was divided into sections of 5s. Na adds the good possibly because all things that increase were considered good. Degree I hold the night scattering to be an attribute of the full moon, and not a separate phase. What has become of the last 3 5s, were they disliked here because of their decreasing? Thi, Payele by text T translated. 45 Chief of Arsa, Asa, the second and the third 5s. The later glossist adds that the second and third 5 have to do respectively with water and fire. The Varyas recalled in the Gaysan bars. 26, celebrating, I invite the Snat, festivals, i.e. the, yearly, Gaysan bars and first Med, v. Kazaram the holy chief of Ansa, Asa. 27, and, celebrating, I invite me Dioxem the Holy Chief. 28, and I80. Shah, asterisk the Holy Chief. 29, celebrating, I invite Iasrini, the Holy Chief of Arsa, A.sa, who comes in upon the past summer time of the shedding of the seed of males. 30, celebrating, I invite Imediyar, that was Mysiairya. 31, celebrating, I invite Hamaspajamitsam, the Holy Chief of Arsa, Asa, the 6 festivals commemorating the stages of the creation. That is, the Mysioazarkmaya. Na. The creation time of the sky. With now Sumtli's 5 days ended on the 2-1th of Ardibast, April. Early in November, that is, /6 Isma. Na. The creation time of waters. With some it now fell upon the LLTH 15th of Tyr, June. Early in January. Much confusion prevails. That is, Padishaya, the creation time of fly earth. With some it fell upon the 26ih30th of Sahar Evar, August. Now in the middle of March. That is to say, Yaorama. It commemorates the creation of plants, and is observed from the 26th to 30th of Mir, September. Na. The creation time of trees, Try season which reverts upon the past summer time, and the seed deposit time of animals. That is, the deposit of the seed of horses and herds takes place in Tly now middle of it in the middle of /pri. That is, Mazi. Area, it was celebrated on the 16th to 20th of the 10th month. Now na. The creation time of cattle early in Jule, dash. That is, Hamaspomade is celebrated on the 5 intercalar davs ending March 7th, with some it commemorates the creation of man. Now assigned to the middle of September. Na. Has Tai creation time of men of the 10 tribes, sick, and of all creatures, above the cattle. These commemorative seasons, according to their number at least, bear an analogy with the account in Genesis, and a Semitic influence has we been here traced. Should like indeed to concede it, as the debt to Iran is, on the other hand, apparently so vast. It must, however, be noticed that the resemblance is not close, and there is nothing said about si/davs nor even about 7. 246th2 Pahlavi text tracks left. The Yerklhidets, in their entire number. 32, celebrating, I invite the year chiefs, the pi all lords of Ansa, Asa. All the ritual chiefs as a company. 33, and, celebrating, I invite all those chiefs who are, i.e. who constitute, the chieftainship of Arsa, Asa, as the sacramental fire, the 33 which are nearest around about Havani, which appertain to Arsa, Asa, /Ahista, concerning which Al-Harmaz taught Zardust, and as to which Zardust declared how one must, so, perform, their offices. The heavenly bodies are invited. 34, and, celebrating, I invite the Lord Mir, Migra, the Loft, the everlasting, and the stars also which are the creations of Spenta Manu. 35, celebrating, I invite the star to star, the radiant, the na. Sanivatsaran Punvagurui. Ulio, or what, were these XXXIII? Some hold that tlikv were utensils used in the sacrifice, so the Parsi Persmiz, see the mention of Arsa Vahista as Tly fire. But it would be a pity not to recognize here a round number lore the mass of sub-divinities, the gods of the entire Yeri, compare the same number XXXIII to which the Indian gods were brought up, see the passage cited BV Bernuv, later only BV Hogg, without credit, Mdarava Brahmana, 3, 22, p. 67, Atharvaveda, x, 7, 13, 22, 27. Though we might welcome another instance where Tly word Vihura is rendered Lord without reference to the supreme good deity, yet here we have a two mistake. Ahuria Biami Reabia R to Ahura and me, Ra, cf Mitra Varana stars may, however, possibly have been here understood, though. Meora was hard of a star in the Avesta proper. He was elsewhere, however, muckly associated with the sun, and doubtless re-enters here from some such reason. *Na. Ads created by Mazda, seeming to note that Spenta main \u was a personified attribute of Ahura. It seems, in the opinion of the traditionalists, to have been, like the demiurge of Socrates, a creative emanation from Ahura. Tistraya, commonly held to be Sirius. Na. Adds the Vrstinak Satrain, the rain star. Tfr, or Tyr, was the name of June. Till. Paula 6tr.xt translated. 47 Glorious, and the moon which hides the seed of cattle, in its asterisk beams, and the son of the rapid steeds, the eye of Harmazd, and Mir, again, also as the governor of provinces apart from the aim, Aspens, the great one as king over the Yazits of the world J. The particular day of the sacrifice is recalled to McNerv. 36, and, celebrating, I invite, the day, Harmazd *the radiant, the glorious. 37, and I invite the Frava, *sis of the saints, this for the month of the sacrifice, / the fire actually present is invited or consecrated. 38, xa.nd, celebrating, I invite thee the fire, Harmazd's son, thee who art here present in this especial sacrifice, together with all the fires. The moon, influencing seed of cattle, seems to have some displaced reference to cattle menses. Recall r L115. 1. Kaxer mitnashya, Varanus va, Agnes, see the Persna. Has granianum, as above, would he amend Yazatan to Matan? He probably simply omits Vazadan. The irrequent recurrence of Mi-Ra Neif be somewhat due to the powerful Mi-5 cult which prevailed so widely in the East, as in the West, at the time of the early redactions of these Pahlavi texts. As the divinate representing contracts, he was naturally associated with political rule. See note upon, 1. Or the actual day of sacrifice. As Zer shows, this \Harmazd, the name of the first day of the month, which he omits, merely stands for the particular dav on which the sacrifice is offered, in cases where it did not take place on that day. The word hrav.I, Sanani, for Fravardm, the name of the first month, is here to be replaced by the name of the month in which the particular Yasna is celebrated, unless that month happens to be itself Fravardan. Kur omits the word again. Asterisk this stands for a curtailment, the Parsi Pers renders nam bih nam. 2 *48 Tim Paul Lavi text translated. The particular holy water used at the moment is solemnly invoked, and the beneficial plants are invited and so consecrated. 39, celebrating, I invite the good waters, name BV name, with the Zohar and all the waters made by Urhar Mahdi, and with this, separate, single mention in the sacrifice, and also all the plants by Mazda made with a single ritual word. The holy books are spiritually recalled. 40, and, celebrating, 1 invite the Manzra spend, i.e. the Ma'ara spenta, the holy lore, the desire as regards the Lord, that is to say, that its desire is in intention right in accordance with the Lord. Some say that, the meaning, is, that they would make persons thus right, in regard to the Lord. And, celebrating, I invite the law against the demons, the Vendidad, and the law of Zardust, the Gathas, both as one, and, its, long-enduring predominant currency, its canonicity, in tradition, the law, of the august spirit, the word spend referring back to Spieta, in the words Ma'ara spenta, and 1 invite the good den of the Ma-da worshippers in, this, a special single mentioning. This stands again for a curtailment, Tliu Parsi PCRS renders nam lnh nam. Na. Does not mention the Zaura water, but speaks of that enter vanaspiteli within the tree, i.e. Tlisapa plants. Was he thinking of the barsam as holding holy water? as clean and opposed to those made by Ngramenu. Asterisk that is, with an especial mention, or onl / once recited. Equals cf the Bible. A curious error, var to choose, having been seen in Verch and Anhu in Anha, na. Follows it, for the correct rendering CSBEXXXI, p. 199. The translation is uselessly expanded owing to the error noted. Asterisk na. Omits the words both the two, as, one. The pal. Possibly means both here mentioned together as one. Till, IAELA by text traxsl.atll. 49 Mount Yuzadarana is mentally invoiced. 41, and, celebrating, I invite I Mount Yuzadristar by our Harmazd maid, Bubak is possessed of the glory of Ansa Asa. Having much glory, and all the mountains which have the glory of Arsa, Asa, having much glory, and Mazda maid. The glory of the Iranian kings. 42, and, celebrating, I invite the Ka, Ava, Yan glory which our Harmazd made, and that also which is the unseized glory which our Harmazd made, the official function of the priests. Its unseizedness is this, that it is necessary to make it one's own BB learning, it is not given through instinct or inspiration like the ASN/Jot. The prosperity of the people is invoked. 43, celebrating, I invite a Haris Vang, ACI Vagoi, the blessing of property, and the good tact, that is, Sisti, and Usidartna was the mountainous region from which the Iranian kings were supposed to have derived their origin, or possibly to have their descended from heaven, Husalai Dastar. I see little warrant for Na's opinion that Husliera means understanding. The Parsi Persmiz adds no such idea. Na amplifies the glory which by stud with the Akarya, i.e. mobs, be zealous effort and study, it is possible to make one's own. I should say, however, that the ideas in the gloss show that his Impress Zion was the general one among the traditionalists of his time. We might be tempted to render delectable mountains, but the following expressions point rather to glory as illustrated by a mountain bathed in the Sunday *na. Defines Rahiyam. Unseized for unconsumed may possibly look back upon the ultimate sense of var, as something seized, twisted, and so masticated. The Parsi Pers manuscripts read the sign as Urbad by a curious mistake. The activity of the priests is here associated with the royal glory to emphasize still more the claims of the sacerdotal caste. See the Avesta word for the glory. Na. Understood Laxmim, evidently in the sense of wealth. Enlarging upon it and its goodness, he has automata. The good of it is this, that it etfx the protection and friendly succor of the property of all the good who hold their property through the possession of horny ijda, and with profit for the good. From these 50 ihkpl.abltixt translati. Res, iel resc, honesty, also the good, and the wa / of standing, r, which our Harmazd made, and I invite both the glory and useful advantage which our Harmazd created. The pious offerings and the typical saint. 44, and, celebrating, one invite the Afrin of the pious and the good, as punctually offered, and I invite the pious man himself, and also the holy and the heroic, the Dowd pious one * who is eminently intelligent, the Vazit. I.e. homes, the fields, the water beds, etc. A summing up. 45, and, celebrating, I invite, the commemoration of, those, various, places, where the off-error lives, the rustic districts, groups of hamlets, and the meadows, farmfields, and the dwellings, and the drinking pools, and the, running, waters, and the plants, and this earth and yon heaven, and the holy wind and the stars, the moon, and the sun, and he, holds the adversaries afar, so, intending to remove all trace of sordidness from the idea of property as a religious personification. Erroneously for Razastat, which has little to do with sither way or standing. Residential seems here to have recalled it ras. Yadatunsnit is not probable. Perhaps having in mind v49, 4, whereby the prayerful may stand upon the path. The curse is not seen by the Pal. Try. Ncrs kapam ityr is properly gloss. This curse probably refers to Urahaya, which he may not really render. KCR has, the blessing Afrin of the good is twofold, one with the thought and one with speech, and the blessing with speech is very powerful, and the curse with thought is also very powerful. The blessing of the good soars over all the terrestrial world, 3 times in the same nights, for a guard, and the property which they gain by honest of that the blessing of the good is the guardian. I retain the I's in the text to express the genitives of the original, but we must not forget that some accusatives understood are to be supplied there, see even Afritois. Asterisk the dam which I felt constrained to print was not impossible meant for a dama. I would now read menison. Thliae by tlxti caxlat. 51 Even that also which is of endless light, the self-disposed one, that is, its self-disposedness, is this, that every single person, sense-transposed, must himself act for himself, and one invite all the creatures who are of the creation of the august spirit, the holy creatures as chiefs of Arsa, Asa, in the sacriais, the ritual and the law. The holy liturgy itself as sacrosanct. 46, and, celebrating, I invite the ritual law, itself, the lofty, the holy, even the chieftainship of Arsa, Asa, and the chieftainship which, is the ritual genius presiding, on this especial, Dav, i.e. of this, Yasna, c7. And I recall these, Mahaya, month chiefs in particular, and the Gazanbar, of this season, and of the, now present, year, c26, which are, all that, chieftainship of Arsa, Asa, which, is, the chieftainship at, the time of this, Havani. The Phravisus again recalled, and here more fully. 47, As I celebrate, I invite the Frava, sis of the saints, the heroic, the victorious, those of the saints of the early lore, and the Frava, si of the next of kin, of those, of the, officiating, Zeotar, and that of TMV, own, or of my client's, soul. Conclusion, here. 48, and, celebrating, I invite all which is, that is, all the chiefs who constitute, the chieftainship of Arsa, Asa, as our ritual rule. Fixed stars, or the sun as self-determined. Recall the ancient Greek opinion that the stars were self-moved. Would seem even to have understood to make himself Atmanam Atmana, Jochiate Cardam. But this might mean less. Explains even to the first 9 degrees of kinsmanship. Asterisk for the person who especially requests the celebration. 52 Tin, pahi.avthxttraxslatid, 49, and, celebrating, I invite all the Vasits, the good-giving ones of the heavenly world, and of earth, who are meet to receive our sacrifice and our praise in accordance with Arsa, Asa. Vahista, that is, with correct regularity, they, the priests and offerers, should sacrifice to them. Also an ustafnt is to be performed to them. The day chiefs of the ritual are addressed with deprecations. 50, Havan, i.e. Havani, chief of Arsa, Asa, and, 51, Savang, its companion, Savagi, 52, and Rapi Javan, Rapi Svina, 53, and Ozaaarin, Ozaarina, 54, and Ivas Rusrim, i.e. Ivas Rusrima, and Avijaya, its companion, 55, and Asahan, i.e. Udatsahina, holy chiefs of Ansa, Asar, 56, whereby me thou art, that is to say, where /me any one of you is, offended. The meaning is that each several person, then attendant upon the sacrifice, in so tar as he has offended, is supposed to utter these words, that is to say, This thing is said by him, the Dastbar, officially as a priest, for a penitent, not that he, the Dastbar, here acknowledges offences committed bv himself. 57, when bv thought, or when bv word, or when by deed. 58, when with will and with intention, and when my against will and through carelessness, lit. Remissness, I have offended thee. 59, one praise thee on the more, ardently, and I invite thee on, the more for this, that is to was hardly an uselrit an usta alamai yania, i.e. usta frit, sk, intended, or, lineally, was it intended to cite a phrase beginning and yet or stalwart? We might suspect that each several divinity was intended, or rather, any one of the divinities, but the word officially, dastbariha, in the capacity of daster, points rather to the worshipper. N. Omits the gloss. Notice that zer, as usual, transposes the passive forms vadi t vam babadi, etc. The Pahlavi text translated. 53 Sav, I would make it double, lit do it twice, again, I would double make it up, when by me thou *art offended, as to, what, is thy, sacrifice and praise. Reiteration of the deprecations inclusively addressed to all the chiefs. 60, chieftainships of every great, 1, the holy chiefs of Arsa, Asa, 61, when yet are offended, 62, whether bv thought, or word, or deed, 63, my if with will, mv or against will, 64, I praise you forth on, i.e. I praise you on the more continuously, and invite you on the more for this, if ve are offended as to, a stint of, sacrifice and praise conclusion. 65, I pronounce the Mazdaisnian creed of Zardist, that is, I interdict the evil ones, abjuring them, I declare it to be the Eva demon severed law, that is to Sav, associated with it the demons are not, I declare it to be, Harmist's religious system, that is to Sav, his, Zartu.sds, religion is Harma dsj. 66, I proclaim it, for the sacrifice, praise, propitiation, and continuous Afrin offering of heaven, i.e. Havani, the holy chief of Arsa, Asa, 67, for the sacrifice, praise, prosubstantial correct, but literal .1 blunder, try out \v.trd form of, u, rurau sa, set sbexxxi, p202, suggested ranak as a denominative form rana, or it suggested ranjay, na. Pratyaskalayam, t stumble against. These words are, of course, less awkward where ava, u, rurau 5 is correctly understood as t have stinted the sacrifice and praise. This deprecation is intended as an exhortation to the worshippers to be just in their support of the sacrifice in accordance with their means. Zer. I declare it among the evil sinners, reading and argai, one might so render the pal, but the idea of interdict is strongly characteristic. Asterisk literally, the ventd.id, 6d, a, evadata. The counter-demon law. 54 iiiii.abtlxttraxslati. Pitiation, and continuous afrimoflokring ot savang, iol savariki, and of this, i.e. of Visya, the holy chiefs of Ansa, Asa, 68, for the chief of the day, this day, even of the time, i.e. of this Asna, and for the month chiefs, of this month, of this Gasanbar, and for the year, chiefs for this year, for, their, sacrifice, praise, propitiation, and continuous Atron offering. Na es Sansk. Text transliterated. 1. Na es Sansk. Text translit, Neman trafamisia puriayani ikila ijasna, Ninayanel rayani isia pernaria kakaramij de tarain svamanain mahajanani nam sudanayantin sramantin mahatarai ika kila vapusa asterisk utrastat harai ika mulana sundatarai ika darsananaj. 2. Gadatari Ika Karianya E Budadami Ika Fuyani Tania Sikalivarat Ameria Kakilas Yaagani Asterisk Enianya Ina Nurapatarani Punyat Pradanadami Ika Sadakarat Kiki Hormajdat Asterisk Yad Vapa Punyana, 10 Mahatarain. 3. Udamajanani Kila Sad Vyaparajanani Svesianandi Kihi Aparana Bipsa Tatarana Asterisk Ainandina Larud, 4. Yosnian Dadayogiatayani Asa Tanyubim Bain Ya Pratipalaya asterisk Ya asterisk Adrasibvi Overatarali. 5. Nemantrayami Sia Perniamic Vamananamana in Ama Rain Gavain Pasunari I Patii Asava Histanamana in Amarine and Main Patii Sahara Varanamanam Amarine Subtadatunau in Patii Spendarni Adanamum Amarine Prti Ivapatnani Avirdada asterisk, to give all the debris of the variance in the MSS of Na. Liera Laul savor of affectation. Such omissions as, for instance, the omission of the anus vara as li anj of the visarga, h should not he mentioned, the copyist simply forgot the points. The imperfect sand I is here left uncorrected, see the asterisk, which generally indicated. J seems igisne, for now, or, reading with Spiegel, we should at once restore the point li, na ii. J reads Punyat for Punyena. 56 Na S Sansk. Text tr /sliterati d namanin anayanuin apc8th patii amir drulanam nani amarine vanaspatina in patii. 6. Gostanum go asterisk atmanum agniain horny ijdasia samaganterdamam amarabio gurub asinyados mindvit. 1 dve. Prapsi shtaparalokasia asteriski halokasiaka angaro yotisksa. 7. Nemantrayami sia perniami aha punyaguruntat asterisk yatsi idyaya asterisk anta si idyaya in sachiate gantuiath prababanas yaha anonamnia in pratasam diam punyat makam punvagure iali. 8. Nemantrayami sia perniama sa araganam rai ikaya samam haanasai idyaya samakariani asterisk yaka yadani gavain pravarda yadi visanamnia ika punyat makam punyagurvimya manus yesu moivedasu asterisk madyasat kariani udamapadasu. 9. Nemantrayami sia perniamamirin nivazitaranyain sahasrakarnin dasa sahasra lokanam uktanamanam iajdain kiki nama anayadinya uktam astanandari I nirba yatvamas vadai ika sa iajda asterisk yena manishyake adiajya svadain jananti. 10. Nemantrayami sia perniami rapat vananamniain nia diyana si idyain punyat manuith punyagure iee. Il.j Nemantrayami sia perniama piradata rapsuna inya samin rapavina samvyaya samakariani yakavut uni pasuna in pravarda yadi jandanam ni ika punyat manam punya guraya inya manus yesu gurusu madyasat kariani asterisk. 12. Nemantrayami sia perniama punyam utrastataram agniya ika horny ijdasia. 13. Nemantrayami sia perniami ujayarananamniri iapa rana. Si idyari I punyat manam punyagure iee. 14. Nemantrayami sia perniama piradata viranam ni ikaya samari iojayaranasa idyaya samakariani asterisk yaka yadani narayain pravarda yadi dhenamniain cm punyat maniain punyagurvimna ssa /sk text transliterated. 57 Yamanus yesu madyasat kariani asterisk paralokinali b alapana padasu. 15. Nemantrayami saria perniama burgess vamanain naviri iapain burgess vami strinami ajdo jalani ayakila malastanari I nir malangani atasmat nav ih svayain apamavain yadas tasmat asterisk b jari I jalasia aruandasianum no yena isva sundatara apaska magdadada. I/v6, sp16. Nemantrayami sia perniami ivas raya framaya bigaa asterisk namniain pervardaratrasaya idyani punyat manam punyagurviri. 17. Nemantrayami sia perniama piradata vispahyujavasan mamniae ika asterisk yasamin ivas rukvamasam vyayas samakariani vaka mutayin piakuyi sarvayin pravardayadij jarafustratimanam niae ika punyat maniain punyagurviri yamanus yesu moivedasu madyasat kariani akar anam akar yesu. 18. Nemantrayami sia perniama mutatmanin vrddih naranae ika narasari ganari I saria vatsarana ika sujavanariyaj. 19. Utsahina ika shugatidari I subodadain vjariaka hormajdadatin talanariakaya yuparipravartya baharamariaksa asterisk ijdain. W7. SP20 Janam Trayamisia Perniama Yosahinanam Neem Aparatrasera Idvari I Punvatmani Ain Punyagur Viri. 21. Nemantrayamisia Perniama Birayanam Niaiva Yasamari I Yosahinasariat Yayas Samakariani Yakasari Kailm D Anyanari I Pravarda Yadi Yamanus Yesu Mad Yesat Kariani Asterisk Yanagaran Vayanam Adistatara Namananamni Aika Punyat Manari I Punyagur Viri I Yamanus Yesu Grantar Vartasu Mad Yesat Kariani. 22.1 Nemantrayamisia Perniami SRO. Sari I Punyat Manari I B Actus I Lari I Vijavana in VRDD Idari I Beta Siabutes Rosamadesa Patii, 58 XHRS Saxk. TF.XTTRANSL.LTHRALED. 23. Ras Nain Sudalfin Ras Na Satvapati Asterisk VRDD Ethain H Yosamute Pustadain B Yosiabute. Estada Eika. W8, SP24, Ninayan Trayamisia Perniama Masan Punyagurun Antarakandrain Punyat Makin Punyagur Uith Pancakis Vava Asterisk Adiagia Asterisk Utamasiaj, 25, Ninayan Trayamisia Perniamasia Pernikandrain Visaptatamka Asterisk Punyat Makin Punyagur Uith Pancakis Vaya Asterisk Dvishi Yagia Asterisk Utamasia Pay Ikakas Ya Yatrati Yagia Asterisk Utamasva. W9. SP26, Ninayan Trayamisia Perniama Gahaya Baran Punyagurun Gahambaran Iti Samaya Samakayan Srstanain G Atanakalan J Madio Ajaramanamana in Punyat Makin Punyagur Uith Akazasia Giatana Kalari. 27, Ninayan Trayamisia Perniama Madiosamanamana in Punyat Makin Punyagur Uith Ijalranain Srjana Kalari. 28, Ninayan Trayamisia Perniama Padisahaham Namanin Punyat Makin Punyagur Uith PRT Ivagatana Kalain. 29, Ninayan Trayamisia Perniami Asterisk Ayatra Manamana in VA Asterisk. Naspatina in Giatana Kalain Adaparavar T Tos Nakalagamanain /Irvanik Sepani Ika Kihi Asterisk Svata Pasuna in Vervanik Sepatan Niadya Ayati Punyat Makin Punyagur Uith. 30. Ninayan Trayamisia Perniama Madiaranamana in Punyat Makin Punyagur Uith Gabam Pasuna in Srijana Kalain. 31. Nemantravamasia Perniami Hanias Patmadi Ianamanin Puya Yatmanin Punyagur Uith Manasianam Dasajatina in Sarvasai Ikasristana in Srijanakardain Hania. Sparmadamata Sarvasani Adada. 32. Ninayan Trayamisia Perniama Si Avatsaran Punyagurun. W10, SP33. Ninayan Trayamisia Perniama Samagran Asterisk 10 Gurian Yesanti Punvaguravalatra.sca Transakanakata XERS Sansk. T1L /T transliterated. 59 Paravarchalain Haanasayat Asterisk Eksanti Puniasia Yat Asterisk Utrastater, Asia, Hormajdina Siksapita Asterisk Jara Ustranika Prakta Antar Asman Jagati. W11. SP34. Janamantraya Sia Perniamis Vimanain Mahirain Mahadarani Anis Varain Punyatnianain Janatavio Sao Iti Sesataras Las Panamania Sirstai Asterisk Hormajdina Srsta. 35 Jadistarine Taraki Ika Sud Imantine Sramantine Vrstinak Satrain Kandrumksa Pasuvajain Esoryai Ika Tejasvinain Vejavadas Lokankas Vamano Mahajianina Asterisk Mahirika Gramani T Rajanine It Asterisk Amisis Pintebya Asterisk Asama Hataral Ryuparagram Anami Halokanain Raja. 36. Nemantrayani Isia Perniama Jadanadi Patii. 37. Nemantrayani Isia Pernavamai Masadai Patiaj. W12, SP38, Nemantrayami. Perniama Tvain Anis Vamano Mahajianina Putrasamin Samagray Asterisk Agniba. 39. Nemantrayani Isia Perniami Asterisk Udakam Udamatarain Namadakati, Tat Asterisk Yat Asterisk Antar Vanaspate Samagraska Asterisk Appa Asterisk Magdadata Asterisk Akahalaya Vaj Samagray Za Vanas Patan Magdadatan. W13, SP40, Nemantrayami Samperniama Mantadi Evanuin Gurayain Punyat Manuithsvamakamam Kikpkamain Yat Asterisk Manasas Sahas Vaminatoliain Karadaj Envayain Vibanatavain Nayain Jarafa. Stryain Asterisk Nirmayatarain Durgam Uparapravartiin Sik. Sina Drasirapinam Dinaiea Asterisk Utam Amka Magdayas Nuitha Kahalaya Va Asterisk. /////14. SP 41.1 Nimentrayami sia perniamagiriain hosatus darain asterisk magdatatin punyasabe iiisa giri yasaya tanvain ni anudatsianani.stain data ti rock satakaj samagranskajiran punyasaban sia pernasaban magdatatin. 42, Rajvian kasrayain magdatatin agrahitam srivin ca, 50 na s6. THXT transliterat. Magdadatani sraria a arier adibazani sat kariina sad / yabasavanakas via sachiate kartuith. 43, Nimentrayami sia perniami arsizavangam udamine loxmim udamam udamatica asia asterisk iyain yat asterisk utanianain kiksmaya asterisk roxani sahayam kakarati sarv paya kiksma iin svadinata hormaj dasia labanaka asterisk udamanain dadate tasain vipaksan dur dadatij nirvanajan anariaka asterisk udamine sitin udamam sidastitinksa asterisk udamine sryain labariaka magdatatin. W.15 SP 44, Nimentrayami sia perniami asterisk utam anam udamam aci, I, or asterisk vadam udamariaka narain muthatmanin baliste eika drude eika asterisk utrastatamamka neonaza asterisk iajdain sapam ity arta utam anam asirdvid vide asterisk akaka manasa asterisk ivaka vakasa asterisk asiska vakasa balis fatara sapaska manasa balistatara asterisk utam anam asisakakal suratri sutrin varan samagra pi biovane sristamatai roxaya asterisk yupara prakarity loxmai eika yain sada karatea asterisk rjanti tajia asterisk roxaki asterisk utam anamasioi. W16, SP 45, Nimentrayami sia perniamidi mani estianani desenska aranianica mandiranica gavain vasadisksa apaska biovanaska, .wl biovananica, vanaspadiska in aika biomiain talika akazain vati ika punyat manin taraska kendrain surya ika anantani tijarisi svayatani svayatadisksa asterisk iain at asterisk atmanin atmanasachate cardum samagraska spanamanios rasti punyat mana punyagurva. W17, SP 46, Nimentrayami sia perniami guruith mahadarain yain punia sia guruna eika siadyani eika danana eika mazana eika gahambanina eika sia vatsarana eika ve santi punyaguratea in haanaguratea asterisk upara. W18, SP 47, Nimentrayami samperniama muthatmanain vrdd li asterisk balisfanin atakazakdanain pervanya yabati ika vrddih navan vayanakatani ika vrdd li asterisk nijitmanaska vrddii. NHRS Saksk. Text translit Cray Hicks 61, W19, SP 48.1 Nimentrayami sia perniama samagran punyagurun. 49, Nimentrayami sia perniama samagran udamadanan iagdan peralaka karana prti vikaraln iksanti asterisk aradanifisksan amaskarana vaska punyat asterisk utgradat erat. 50, Haananamni pratasanidya punyat mani in invagurvi, W20, SP 51.1 Sa araganamni haanasamakariani punyat mani punyagurvi, 52, Rapat vananamni matyana siadya punyat mani punvagurvi, 53, Ujarananamni asterisk aparana samdya punyat mani puin yagurvi, 54 1 Ibis rutri maya bigayanamna pervardaratrasaradya punyat mani punyagurvi, 55, Yosahinanamni asterisk aparardaratrasaiyadya punyat mani punyagurvi, W21, SP 56.1 Yadi Tvain Babadi, 57.1 Vadi Manasi Ayadi Vakasa Yadi Ca. Karmana, 58.1 Vadi Ninksanana Vadika asterisk Anariksanana Giraniadnaj, 59 JSAT Vampna Prokrastine Stani I Nitantin Tvain Nimentrayami Kihi Tulyain Dvigunatarain Punalaramij Yadi Tctina Pratvaskalayain Yamijisnanajanam Oskartimka IW22, SP 60, Gurava Sarvk Mala Itara Punyat Mana Punyagurava Siabadi Na, 61, Yadi Yuzman Babadi, 62, Yadi Manasa Yadi Vakasa Yadika Karmana, 63, Yadi Nariksanana Yadika asterisk Anarik Sankna Pramadina, 362 Na S6. Text transliterated. 64, Tat asterisk Yuzman asterisk Tina Prokrastali Stami Nitantin Vio Nimentrayami Kila Vio Dvigunataran Punakaramij Yadi Vastuna Pratyaskalayam Yain Ijis Neokanam Oskartimka. W23, SP 65. Probrvami magdayasni ain jara ustun /ani vibinatavali hormage dajia na yabatuin kiki madya pay pakar minambrvami, 66. Haananamni oprata si idyaya punyat make opunyagurvile * aratanaya namaskaranaya mananaya prakazanaya, 67. Sa ayaganamni oskaya samin haane saya idyaya samakarianaya yaka yudani gavain pravarda yadi visanamni oska punyat make opunyagurvaya manus yesu moibedasunia dyasat karianaya * aratanaya namaskaranaya mananaya pra kasanaya, 68. Guranam. Sadyanalika dinanariya kamazana eika ga hiabaranamksa si ivatsaranamka ana ma. Pra. Sansk. Text translated. Nasansk. Text translated Eli Ianaik, Hermi Mijda, and I complete Ijasni to him, that is, I invite him to the Ijasni offering, read Ijasna Isu, or with Ijis Ni, ml, ace of gold, see the AV in the pot, and I make my sacrifice complete, that is, I celebrate it fully to the Creator, the great / single quote ise, one, the pure, but possibly meaning the radiant, subamat, subravidamam from re, ad, mand, the splendid, and the greatest, lit. Greater, that is, as to his body, the superior in worth mulyena, see casp, or arj, 2, and the most steadfast as regards the deeds of the law, the most wise and most intelligent, the best bodied, that is, his limbs are mutually the best proportioned, the one most excellent from sanctity, but here perhaps meaning more excellent than arsa, asa, from good conduct, but again perhaps really meaning from his good make, sada ca rat seems to show that nareed hutvaxed and not artivahist, that is to say, since it is, from hormage. So, curiously switching off the meaning in consequence of particularizing as to the words minyazatan, and from the fact that he so names not only one of the Vasits but the greatest of them, the Yazid Hormajda, he bewilders the sense, from Hormajda, so erroneously, it is that, when a person, acts, from, i.e. in accordance with sanctity, that is, under Hormajda see the notes on t, icp.igil t girisrgi out 64 saksk. Text translated. Inuance, that is the greatest thing, or, possibly, really intending to carry on the original line of thought, therefore, tat, do /vc sacrifice to the greater, meaning the greatest, 1. 3. The, 1, wise he is, notice that xcr fails with his nom case, wise in a beneficent sense, though probably meaning here merely the verb wise, he could not be expected to render the full compositum of the AV in which, however, he saw, as did the Pal Sa in the sense of knowing, that is to say, wise, or discriminating in reference to what is righteous conduct, bestowing pleasure in proportion to one's own desire, that is to say, he affects others, or merely persons, with the most desired great occasion. Who, for, hath made us, who hath fashioned us as to bodily shape j, who hath protected, us, who, is, more august * than the other spirits. 5. And I invite and complete, my Ijasni, to the Gvamana named immortal, the chieftain of, i.e. over, herds and flocks, and to the immortal named R. Savaista, the chieftain of, i.e. over, Lires, and to the immortal named Saharivara, the chieftain of, i.e. over, the 7 metals, and to the immortal, Ram, named Spindarmata, the chieftainess of the earth, and to the immortal named Avir. See the mask. The chieftain of, i.e. over, waters, and to the immortal named Amirdada, the chieftain, masculine I of, i.e. over, the trees, the vegetable world. Koda see that the sva in svccc in old Abkstapalavi would stand in aon. Seems to RDC are bad, to who in lu sa, which equals formuliacally might also who read levisva, so, reading Ramine, not Yehemtunet. See the notes on the translation of the Pahlavi. * Koda si vratara * for spento tenima. Saksk. TFXT translated. 65, 6, and, T invite and I complete, my Yasna, to the body of the ox, and to the ox's soul, and to the fire of Hormijda, die one most closely approaching, us, from, or better of, the immortal chiefs. Two signs are thev, these two, the ox's body and his soul, for in this doubled, union of two, these two, things, are attained, the burning coal and the light of the world beyond, and of that herald. 7, I invite and I celebrate IMB Yasna, to the Dav chieftains, and especially to that, time, the Hanana named one, since within the time of, that, time it is possible to approach BV means ot it, meaning that it is the signal hour for approaching, the early daytime, with its sacred ceremonies, the holy ritual chieftainess. 8, I invite, and I celebrate, my Yasna, to the one named Sahga also, who is cooperative with the Hana, the day-dawn, time, and who increases the herds of cattle, and the one named Vizi also one invite, the sacred chieftainess of, the ritual, sanctity, who is cooperative in the midst of the men, who are, Mobeds asterisk, the highest, or best rulers. 9, and, while, I invite, him, I celebrate to Mira of the settled pastures, the 1,000-eared one, the 10,000-eared one, the Iyaj, da of the spoken name, that is to say, his name is mentioned by means of this DMI, in the Mir vast, and to Ananda, our joy, and peace and Asvata, the enjoyment our food, this is, the offering, Yasna understood, of the Iyaj, da through whom, read Yena, men, read Manu Datsya, experience taste in eating. Does this Ilua, slio that \VC should read the pot? Does /_sa, to, do, or is silent real, \allocative absolute with dvit, cj asterisk, dvitive. One might somewhat fantastically conclude that the ox's bodv is the coal of heaven, and his soul the fire of the earth. 66 Saksk. TF.xt translated. 10, one invite and I complete, my Yasna, to the Rapit Vana named one, the, transition, time of midday, the holy chieftainess of, the ritual, sanctity. 11, and, while, I invite I celebrate to the one named Piradata who is CO operative together with the, transition, time of Rapit \Ina, so, and who increases the herds of cattle, and to the one named Ianda, the holy chieftainess of, the ritual, sanctit \ who is cooperative in the midst of men who are teachers. 12, and I invite and I complete, my Yasna, to the most excellent sanctity, sa vahista, and to the higher of Hormijda. 13, and I invite and complete, my Yasna, to the Ojayarina named one the, transition, time ot the later day, the whole chieftainess of, the ritual, sanctiv. 14, and one invite and complete, mv Yasna, to the Iri.Ravira named one also, who is cooperative with the Ojayarina, Dav, time, and who increases the throngs of men, and to the one named Dihi, the holy chieftainess of, the ritual, sanctity, who is cooperative in the midst among the men who, are, the guardian chiefs of the heights which belong to the world Hevanche. 15, and I invite and I complete, my Yasna, to the Lord Burja, so following the error of the Pal, for Av Barazado, the navel of waters the Lord Burja is the lodge, da of women, he is, of the nature of waters, that is to Sav, he is their pure-limbed source, and from this he is the navel itself ot waters, even because from him is the seat of the water named Aruanda, by means of which, equals where, handsome horses are bred, and one invite also the, other, waters made by Majda. Oni. Ali Ura's son. Biala Likrik equals Parsi Hala. Better Patawa with J star. Sansk. Text translated. 67, 16, and I invite and complete IMV Yasna, to Ibis Rutrima and Abigaya, to, each one, named, severally thus, that is, to the time of the first hall of the night, the whole chieftainess of, the ritual, sanctity, 17, I invite and complete, MB Yasna, to the daughter of Yasna named 1, the chieftainess, who is cooperative together with the time of the ibis Ruthrama, who also furthers the growth of all, root and fruit, and to the one named Zoroaster, the whole chieftainess. S/R, of sanctity who is cooperative in the midst among the men who are moibads and among the teachers of teachers. 18, and I invite and I complete, my Yasna, to the Vrdd is, S7v, meaning to the Frava, R, she's as the future, R, growth, of the saints, and, to those, of the women having throngs of men, i.e. of sons dash, and to the prosperous life of the years. Omitting the gloss, was it added later than the date of Na's translation here, 19, and I sacrifice to the forcible one, well put together, well shot up sick, and to victory bv hormage da made, and to the stunning blow which is accompanied with, an increase of, ascendant, with upward progress, and to the ayaj, a, de Baharama, 20, and I invite and I complete, my Yasna, to the one named Yusahina, the time of the other, second, half of the night, the whole chieftainess of, the ritual, sanctive. 21, and I invite, and I celebrate, MB Yasna, to the Bairea, female, named one who is cooperative with the time of Yusahina, and who increases the stores of grains, who, va, is, also, beneficial / active in the midst among Manzur Sev is Radlikran Tyik Avazia text for proper names 68 Sansk. Text tracks Latfo. Who are overseers ot the laws ot towns, and also to the / a, Niana named one, the holy chieftainess of the ritual sanctitan who is cooperative in the midst among men who are concerned with indoor occupations. 22, and I invite and I complete, MB Yasna, to Srosa, i.e. to Sro.sa, the whole, of pious nature, and victorious, and the bestower of increase to the prosperate / or wealth, ot the earth, yeah, to Sro.sa, the Lord of obedience. 23, and to Rasna, the pure Rasna, is, the Lord of justice and to Estada, the bestower ot the increase ol the prosperity, or wealth, of the land. 24, and I invite and complete, MB Yasna, to the moons, meaning to the moon festivals, the chiefs of, the ritual, moon sanctive, i.e. of Ar.sa, Asa, to the within, not yet come out in full, the chief ot, the ritual, sanctive which, last, belongs to the HRST good 5, 25, and I invite and complete, my Yasna, to the Elul moon, the Visaptafa also asterisk, the holy chief of sanctity, which belongs to the second good 5, which also belongs to the third good 5. 26, and I invite and complete, MB Yasna, to the Gayanbaris, the whole chiefs, to the Gayanbaris, thus, that is, to the creation times of the combined masses of the not in the AVP, /HL or PCRS, Tri laws of towns and townships would consider agriculture * not in the /V, PA, dot, nor PERS not in the AV, PALL, nor PERS, but note well the abstract idea fully recognized, if Edessa were meant. Or didna. Originally write dissipatum, as, equals district, province, recalling the foregoing be Uzamateli. Notice however that this Edessa was and is quite additional, while its significance is sound and pronounced. Equals lit best good, because the moon would be on the increase. Close to the / Vesta. Seeming to distinguish, or seeing fly meaning. Sansk. tf.xt translated. 69 creatures, even to the Madioi Jarama named one, the whole, hict of sanctit the creation time of the SKV, 27, and I invite and complete, my Yasna, to the my Diosana named one, the whole chief of sanctit the creation time of the waters, 28, and one invite and complete, /Yasna, to the Iatus named one, the whole chief of sanctity, the creation time of the earth, 29, and I in /it and complete, Yasna, to the one named Ayatrima, the creation time of trees, the season which reverts upon the downpassing summer time, the autumn, and the seed depositing time, ot animalcy, that is, the deposit ol the seed of horses and of the herds takes place in it, the whole chief of sanctity, 30, and I invite and complete, Yasna, to the one named Mediary, so, whether as if formed from Arin, or what is more probable of correct, merely showing an and equals ing in pol I as a pol of eva, I / with inherent a, so, we should read diaria, the whole chief of sanctity the creation time of the herds of cattle. 31, and one invite and I complete, Yasna, to the one named Hamaspatmadam, the whole chief of sanctity, the creation time of the men, of the 10 tribes, Hardalv, of the tenfold birth, still less probable of all the 10 meters, S7v. Tuesday characteristic of the Hamasparmadam, so here, is the installation, the gift, of all the military hosts. /ot in the AV, Palal, nor PCRS, nothing corresponding to this in the AV, Pal. Or PERS either a blunder for neodaxony, or the E of day represents a lost Pal. I equals V with lie inherent a, so Medavam, from the accusative singular. 70 Sansk. Text tracks left. 32, and one invite and I complete, Yasna, to the year festivals, the holy chief's ot sanctity. 33, and I invite and one complete, my Yasna, to all the who chiefs are chiefs of the ritual, the 3 and .1/3 / who are neighbored, closelves situated, around a time of the Hoana, and who appertain to sanctity, the most excellent, reading Asva, see elsewhere, incalculated BV Hormijda upon Zoroaster and by Zarathustra proclaimed within this world. 34, and I invite and I celebrate, Yasna, to the Lord Mira, the greater, the greatest, one, the indestructible one, the holy. The word, Asa, equals he, is to be understood here, this to defend his singular number, and to the stars, the creatures of Spanamanio * created BV Hormijda, seeming to desire to identify Spanamanio * sif, with H. 35, and celebrating I invite the star Tistara, the clear moon, meaning, the splendid, the rain star, and the which has the seed of herds, and to the sun, the sharp shining, scintillating, of the swift horses, representing, even the 2 eyes, locane, ace dual neutral, or else it being the ILOCSG neutral, of the Lord, the great wise one. And, inviting I celebrate, to Mahira the king of the villages, or dwelling places, meaning the Ivovinces. Except the Amasispinta, but perhaps meaning the other expression beyond, more than the Amasispinta, he is the greatest king over the dwelling places of the world. 36, and I invite and celebrate, my Yasna, to the chief of, this particular, Dev, on which this sacrifice is celebrated, no reference liera to utensils for the sacrifice, as in Persian supplementary gloss, at places. Or and. Equals notely at cs spells s, with zer. Sansk. Text translated. 71 See Ahura Mazda named by the original, the Pal. And the Pers, or Harmast being the name of the first day of the month, they're mentioned to represent the others. 137, and I invite and one celebrate to the Lord of this particular month, the original, the Pal, and Pers mentioning the El Ravelr, Sis, who lent their name to the first month. 38, and one invite and I celebrate, my Yasna I to thee, O fire, son of the Lord, the great wise, one, together with all the fires. 39, and I invite and celebrate, my Yasna, to the better, meaning the good, not unclean, water, the one name branded, i.e. a special known, as that which exists in the tree, and to all the waters made by Mazda, and so not unclean, as once pronounced, and to all the trees by Majda made. 40, I invite and I complete, my Yasna, to the mantra word, the holy chieftainess of sanctity, who, or which possesses and expresses, the desire sir of the Lord Sie, that is to say, the desire which acts with the mind in a manner harmonious with the Lord, that is to say, I invite the law against the devas from them dissevered, the purer, the Zoroastrian law, the prolonged surviving over, the long handed down tradition, the spiritual doctrine, and the dini, even the good. Mazdayasnian, lore in its entirety, in a single especial function, or meaning merely this passage is to be recited once. 41, and one invite and I complete, MV Yasna, to the Hosatastara, the Majda made, the glorious with sanctity. Ctjapaji. \v, here vckb.iragi seems to he nigrjai rubric. The Ventidad. Hirna. Ias the Pal. Radlier the original in his Eve. J72 Sansk. TFXT translated. This, is, the mountain which keeps, or puts the intelligence of men in its place, that is to say, keeps or makes it sane, and protects it and to all the mountains glorious with sanctity, and endowed with, or full of, sanctity, and Majda made, i.e. not of Satan's creation. 42, and, celebrating I invite, the glory of the kings, by Majda given, even the unseized glory by Majda given one. This is I the glory which dwells with the preceptors asterisk, and one which it is possible to make one's own by attention to dudv and bv good zeal, in study. 43, and I invite, and complete, my Yasna, to Arsis Vang the good, read Uttamam, the good wealth, and his, Nb, goodness is this, that he affects the protection and friendship, friendly source and influence I of the wealth ot the good, of all indeed who keep their wealth through, or in, the possession of Hormajda, and on account of the benefit, or for the use, of the good, Tai keeps their enemies at a distance. And I invite the good knowledge of the end, i.e. of heaven, the good perception, and the good opportunity of, or station for, perception, and the glorv and benefit by Majda given. Not intlik palal. Nor PCRS asterisk C the AV and P.UIL. C. Farzanakili. Asterisk this from mistaking the pal. Text for Herbadili. Notice that Arsis Vangha is here masculine. Equals AV cis 6 is equals I Farzanakili Nirvanadrianum, while AVCREOE is rendered by res, or re, na. Suggesting siddham for it. AVRAS in Razas Tato, is rendered with a RAS which na. Understood as Ida, seeming to be confused, looking back to the first Pallavi RS equals RFJE, apparently regarding the meanings of the equals to RS for of R0 and RS, as identical. Na. Does not suggest RRSRAS equals the way which seems cognate with his stidham in the sense of path to stand equals on, opportunity, astato equals astesne stitini. Na. Did not read katatu nesna for ast nih. Saksk. Tixt traxlath. 73, for I and I invite, and I complete IMY Yasna, to, the good blessing word of the good ones, and to the good man himself even to the da of the sanctified ones most powerful and stout, most excellent with the mind, i.e. mentalv, pavem unto the curse, so meaning. The blessing of praver of the good ones is double, 1, part of it isi with the mind, and 1 with the word, and the blessing with the word is the most powerful, and the curse with the mind is the most powerful. The blessing of the good ones passes 3 times on the same nights over all the Bodiled world, for the purpose of protecting it, and the property which they earn bv honest means, of this the blessing of the good ones is the protection. 45, and I invite, and I complete IMY Yasna I to, these places, or stations, and districts, and, grazing forests, and to the houses, and to the stalls nri of the cattle and to the waters, and to the lands and to the trees, and to this earth, and to yon heaven, and to the holy wind, and to the stars, moon, and sun, even to those objects which are without end, the sharply burning, celestial ones, self-disposed or, lit self-given, and their self-given, quality is this, that it is possible for them to act, themselves by themselves, and to all the creatures of Spanamano * holy, male and female, chieftains, and chieftainess of, the ritual, sanctity. 46, and I invite and I celebrate, MV Yasna I to the reader Kodak XCRS emphasis upon this important suggestion quickly he has been killed instrumental in handing down. Different wording elsewhere. Exodus Aranvana for Jayoidit, Aranvana. Jayati Nam. J * has gavum after noticedly at Vernanani = /var does not seem to he rendered bizer. Did these terms all exist in his \1 ss before him? See the Pal and Pers. The word Barazado is not here a mistake. 74 Sansk. Text translated. Meaning greatest, chief who is that of sanctity, as the ritual law, and to the chiefs of the day, times, and of the days, of the months, and of the gay and Baris, and of the years, who are in the chieftainship of, the ritual, sanctit / over, or as regards, the ritual chieftainship of Haina. 47, and one invite and I celebrate, my Yasna, to the increasers, meaning to the prospering Frava, sis, Fravahars, of the saints, of the most mighty ones, the overpowerful ones, which are the VRDDIS of those related to, i.e. of, the early lore, to the increase giving, Fravahars, of the ninth descent cousins, and to the increase giving Fravahar of one's own soul. 48, and one invite and complete, my Yasna, to all the chiefs of the, ritual, sanctity. 49, and I invite and complete, my Yasna, to all the beneficent Das, who are, active in heaven and on earth, and who are to be worshipped and to be praised from sanctity the best, i.e. in accordance with, and in company with, Savahista. 50, Hana named one sacred ritual hour of the morning time, holy chieftainess of, the ritual, sanctity. 51, Saang A named one, cooperative with Hana, holy chieftainess of, the ritual, sanctity. 52, Rapatvina named one, sacred, time of the midday, holy chieftainess of the ritual sanctity. 53, Bajarana named one time of the afternoon, holy chieftainess of, the ritual, sanctit. CTIC notes on Tlikpalisansk. Text Traxland. 75 54, Ivis Rutvima Abigaya named ones, times of the first half of the night, holy chieftainess of ritual. 55, Yosahina named one, time of the latter half of the night J, holy chieftainess. 56, if I have injured thee, each one of you J. 57, if by thought, if be / word, and if by deed. 58, if with intention, and if without intention, through want of care J. 59, as such I praise thee, meaning each one of you, forth on this account, the more, I invite thee, each of you more ardently, that is, I make, the invitation, twofold more again the equal, of my duty, if toward thee in this one have stumbled as regards thy sacrifice and praise. 60, all ve greater chieftains, whole chiefs of the ritual sanctity, here addressing you together, as if with calm comprehensive understanding. 61, if I have offended you. 62, if with thought, if with word, and if with deed. 63, if with intention, and if with inattention, through carelessness. 64, for that therefore I praise you forth, ardently I invite you, that is, I make you again more and doubly, worshipped, if I have offended you in this, as to what is your Yasna, and your praise. 65, I declare, that is to say, I here solemnly again profess, the Magdayasnian, creed, the Zoroastrian, the anti-demon one, the one with Hormage das system, that is, I pronounce it, here, in the midst of the sinners, sinful repudiators, but possibly, or more probably, meaning I do not think locatives arc meant. So, with interest explaining the Paul. Reading Taram. 76 Sansk. Text translated. Claret, to be, in the midst, i.e. as if between the issues, i.e. I interdicted, repudiating it, CEGY 49, 3, Ga Ka, pages 308, 579, 66, and I declare it, for the jur, Iliady, and for the praise, for the veneration, and renown of the one named Ilawana, the chieftainess of A.R.S.A., the morning time, 67, for the propitiation, praise, veneration, and renown of the one named Saanga who is cooperative with the time named Haana, and who increases the herds of cattle, and of the Yasai named one, the holy chieftainess of ritual sanctity, who is cooperative in the midst among Moibad men, 68, and for the propitiation, praise, veneration, and renown of the separate daytimes chiefs and of the day chiefs, in general, and of the month chiefs, and of the Gahayabar chiefs, and of the year chiefs. VLSI, docs the I point to the P.Illal. Sigdi I, or V. A. Parsi Persian text transliterated. Parsi Persian text translit. Davat mi konani u tamam and I konam, dar I hormist ra, ku ura davat mi konam u ura isn, mi konam, o, dar bih, in yazisni, ku, in yazisni I bun rabih konam, u azaz yapna az in vazisni, sar, ham, bih konam, ham kunan nevi stayajani in yazisni raaz mi konam u bih /jr mi razanam yagna ura kulai ml pardazam kistavat mi konam, azn, isn j mi konam, dar I hormaz dare I nermand I adaramand, I buzerg patan u behind pa arj u nikter pa diden, ku in raazn, isn. Mi konam dar, ya bih, in yazisni, 2, isa/tar pakar, u, sa/tar, pa, hutm ji/j radtar, kunanya ni/j radmantar, I donator, yapnidanismantan I nick go harder, kunanya ni nick nihadtar l, kus endum, sir, vac andar du, pivastatar asterisk, su, yagna baham bih vac m degar stib pivastatar asterisk, kunan vam ama ni kadri thuratimal usiba asterisk me darad, az gavab asterisk, ingia kunan, baladar, yagni rditar, az ardibast, yapna az bare isafat I/fid az ardibasta for /tatar asterisk. S, v, ast, ast kibad in rabus gayad ku az izadan kisan tan savab asteriskan I me, in f. Dar az bare I kar u insuffice fid bizyar sa/tast. Uura de pound vat mi konam t, 3, I nick dana lan I, a hormuzd I nick dana u I murad asterisk ramus ni, kukazan pa biased paramus nel ramanid head. Asterisk, perhaps merely ramanij hcd, but it looks like a ramasan hend, hcnj at times equals palal. And in the Pahlavi text of this Ms., readers need not to be reminded that the importance of this document consists entirely in the light which it sheds upon the original Avesta through the Pahlavi and Sanskrit versions. It is in no respects written in fluent or colloquial modern Persian. The sequence and also the forms of the terms are moreover here especially distorted throughout by the necessity of following those of the originals. /zn, or isn, is in the last gl. 478 Parslo Persian text transliterated. S, R, ya niasis raaz bare I/vahis u mudachi yet I isan tafri ham u razamandi mi mumayad u isan ra sadmani mi kunad. 4, kima dada hastim as, ma afrida hastim, ku, ya ni, tangeranda as, hastim, azaz, parvard, yagna parvarda, hast miki az minuan of zunitar, ya ni of zunida handatar, a hormuz. ***. 5. Devat, me, konam utamam, me, konam vaman, raur dibast u sahar evar u spendarmat u kordad u amerdad, asma I firistagan I pxravan I malik I mukaravan, 6. And I gosfenden tan asterisk u and I gosfenden ruven, u adas I a hormuzd I razandatar yagna az and asterisk. Az digaran, amsis fenden, ast, yagna u kibih asterisk madad I parastandagon I sudziata az digaran firistagan tal arub numayanda ast, /ashid I and astchiho, yagna kidan har du razada estade, ya niast, o, yagna dar, minu u geti I raz and asterisk, dar isan I har di razada ast. 7. Dopoundvat, me, konam utamam, me, konam hangam asterisk, sa at yagna akat I ma /sus I mukatas dar bain uzarf I yom, I ovab asterisk buzerg, ra, u haven I aso, I mukatas, I gavav asterisk buzerg, rasa at dar mayan bain ut, tulug I af tribunim ruz, zur hissa u garsa I aval I akat I ruz. 8. Dapvat, me, konam utamam, me, konam savang ra I mini I ava, yagna ba, haven liamker astu vis ham, ism I zas, I aso, I mukatas, I ovab buzerg u marduman asterisk andar ateskari, yagna andar sadabai, I rad, yagna I dana, yagna andar intizam u tadbir I dastur I din. 9. Dabat mi konam utamam mi konam mir asterisk I sahib I dast, ra, I hazar goes, u da hazar kazam azas hazar gosas asterisk, equals v plus in cus 3n, sidil sad minu osar, str, barsar, asterisk. Notice this more original variant a hormuzd, whereas hormuzd often appears. Equals asterisk, the ra seldom appears in this misbah, or bih, ba, bipal. Bara. Asterisk, hardly go see here. Parsi Persian text transliterated. 79, Ayumi Jani Sinand u Azaz Kar I Gosas, me, Konand ku in Sinav u in Sinav, Nii Konand, Azaz da Hazar Kasnias Sik, equals v plus in cus 2-2, Siditij Hazar Nyanu Osar, Barsar Ayumi, Ni Dotsanand, u Azaz, Kar I Kazmi asterisk, me, Konand ku in Ben Yagna Bib Ben, Hankunan Nevi Sta, Anik asterisk, Anham, Ben, Yobina Nii Konand, Tamir I Kazam I Diti Iu Goes I Dii I Guft Sem I Zad, Amki, is Sem Potting Guft CSTCD, Ya Niast, U Ramison? Aramis Ni asterisk. Asani, Yapni Raza, and Minu I Kimija asterisk, Ya Ni Miza, I/Urison, me, Dined Parfi Iu, Yagna Vakti Ki Sa/Si Miza I Suris Nare, me, Dined in Pa Nlhi2 me Savid, Kunan Dar Gibarat I Tarjama I Lafzi asterisk Ki Rei Ast, His I Zakat I Sub, Hama Enan Abarda, Va Ama in Ma Nixi Li Maskaku by Sabat Ast, Dar Barhal Bihzam I Musanif. 10. Dopoundvat, me konam utamani, me, konam rapiovan ia.so, I mukatas, I savab buzerg. 11. Dagvat me konam utamam, me, konam efradadarf saminu iava, yagna ba, rapig ven asterisk hamker urama asterisk I goes fenden bih avazayand, of zayad, ki katai grama ujoa ra of zun numayanda, ast, uzandik. Ham, I aso, I mukatas, I savab buzerg. 12. Dabat, me, konam utamam, me, konam savab I buland u adasham asterisk I hormuzd. 13. Dabat, me, konam utamam, me, konam uzakran I aso, I mukatas, I savab buzerg. 14. Dabat me konam utamam, me, konam efradadar I vir, yagna/alki insan mal I maure taraki dehanda, minli, I, Iava, ba, uzaran hamker kirama, yagna gurqh, I marduman bih avzayand, bihai of zayad, umata I, ham, 1 aso, I mukatas, I save ob buzerg u mardum and dar skiri, yagna andar intizam u bukmrani, I kravad / su, urbad. 80 Parsi Persian text translate uatld, 15. Devat, me, konam u tamam, me, konam limi * I sahibayavan. Abha, nafu abham I abramuz 16, Dapvat, me, konam u tamam, me, konam ibis rukrim I abagaya, sik, I aso, I mukatas, I save ob buzerg. 17, Dagvat, me, konam u tamam imi, konam freda dari harvest pu iism * by / umrj uzardistro tumus I ham, I aso, I mukatas, I save ob buzerg u mardum andar iteskiri, yagna andar intizam I mobed. 18, Dabat, me, konam u tamam, me, konam an iazoan * fravahur izanan I mardan * ramaha I arda frava.sm I marduman, kunan dar das zat ina tamamya exlrab karda, yapna. Fravahur izanan ra dabat me konam ki azikavat I ramat I an hazaripan, an, * zaman raz I aragami numayand, hamsaman abarda, va amabizyar subhat * m, darad, unc I salhanik mandanku, vakti, ki, saksi, andar salpaniki I vesi adzistan, in, parat iu, mahzan me savad, 19, uhimat I nikafrid, yagna afrida, I nikrust, ta, upiras, guri, * I ahormazdad una bud konanda, uni, pa balaravanda, yaini bargulov * ravanda, uvar haram yagna fatamandi. Bih tasvid I magmal dar zaban I kadim I avesta nebi sta, I zad, hast ki astad ra, yagni rasti ta jasam, saksi yat * s2c, numuta ubih tor I firasta, kad me gayad. 20, Dabat, me, konam u tamam, me, konam husan. Husahin, sagat dar mayan bainun, nim sabuut tulag I aftab, I aso, I mukatas, I gavab * buzerg. 21, Dabat, me, konam u tamam, me, konam burje, baraja, I minu iaba, yagna ba, husan, hamker u rama, kunan yagna mosul * I galaha * I galad, bih of zayand * yagna miafzayad, umanik fra makik I haris I kamtar, Pasban dar Parsi Persics text transliterated 81 Manzil Azas * I / ana ra mafaz * darnda oi I save ob buzerg fu, mardum andar / veskan I dar * yapna andar intizam I dastan. 22. I dafvat, me I konam u tamam, me I konam sras I aso li mukatas I nikrustja jj I bandag, I pirazgar * I tradidar * I jihan, Afzuni u taraki ferrari dihanda I mulk I mal, 23, u ras na inest hent, yapnel, u, hast, I zad I ras na nam * devekihi azaz danai u rasti u astad I efradadar, farad taraki dihanda, I jihan u pustadadar * I jihan. 24, Dapvat, me I konam u tamam fmij konam mahi kavab buzerg u andar mahi aso li mukatast I obab buzerg panja, * panjay, Iaval. 25, Dapvat, me, konam u tamam, jni, konam pernia u tamam mah * I aso, I mukatas, I save ob * buzerg panya, rapanjay, I, do, dadigar eduvam, u, si, sadagar, siv, y, uazen, isni me to hamjay. 26.1 Dapvat imi, konam u tamam, me, konam sal I gahambar, ism I / as I fusol I sas I mukatas kit dar bain uzarf * I isin afranis I / alk bih * vafk I gakita I makbul uftad, I save ob * buzerg * u me diozarum, hang mi afranis I asman, I aso, I mukatas, I kavob buzerg, 27. Dapvat me konam u tamam, me, konam me dias, mi aso, I mukatas, hang am I afranis I abha I kebab buzerg, 28. Dap vat, me, konam utamam, me, konam padasi, m asterisk, hang am I mukatas I afranis I zaman, ham kunan avar da, I aso d mukatas, I sabab buzerg, 29.1 dap vat, me I konam utamam asterisk konam yasrim asterisk, underscore hang am I mukatas I afranis I erver pa, I lirad gardad, imira, ingia / att I dast nevi sta bizyar maski tikya / dot Arab karda bih zaf my man ast, yapniya orim asterisk kihrad 82 Parsi Persian text transliterated gardis I ani arami avarad, yapna gardis I salfusul bih tarav. I payas, mi avarad, gayadkil, gavner of Inzal, ya I / rajkardanan vak mi uftad, andar, umljayad I aso asterisk, / mukatas, I savab asterisk bulletin, .urg, 30. Dabat, me, konam utamam, me I konam me diaram, hang am I mukatas I afranis I gosfendan, I aso sick, I gavab asterisk buzi 31. Dap vat, me, konam utamam, me, konam hamaspasmadam asterisk I aso asterisk, I mukatas, hang am I afnis I marduman usir I jandaran, I savab bulletin / .urg. 32, dabat, me, konam utamam, me, konam sal I aso asterisk, I mukatas, I savab buzerg. 33, dabat, me, konam utamam, me, konam tamamozan asterisk, anan, buzerg kiben savab radi asterisk xxxii, siu si, najdik I paramon havan, kihend, avab I buland I, ki, asi 3 remuzid asterisk fra 2 amuxto, bihj zartist u zartist fraz, guft kukan bay ad kardan. 34, dabat, me, konam utamam, me, konam sahib, miralzad I buxand I binyurg I aso, I mukatas ju siderat I spent a mina pedays, 35, utistar siderat I nermand u adaramand hent, van I hast, j, u mah I gosfen 2 / .mu aftab I tis asp I kazmaab, I ahormuzdad, u mir el ad I sarapatisa, u juda az amsis fendan and I me, u barti adon I gtiha, I do niavi yagalamai, yuda, 36. Dap vat, me, konam utamam asterisk konam ahormu 2d asterisk I rao mand asterisk I nermand. 37, dap vat, me, konam utamam asterisk konam azoan asterisk frabahur. 38, dap vat, me, konam utamam konam, 2 adas I ahormu depuser, ya n I pedicarda, I pison, 2 kipa, in, izasni, sick, yazasni, hast, I, ava, ba, tamam adisha. Parsi Persian text transliterated. 83, 39.1 Diap vat fmi, konam utamam asterisk kunani of fha, I vet I nam bih nam pa 2 or utamam abayahano 2d dad pa yak baragi utamam erver I ahormuz dad pa yak baragi asterisk. 40, dap vat fmi, konam utamam, mi j konam man kraspendya ni marspend I aso, I mukatas, I murad I dil, kus murad I, pa, mini.snf ava, ba, and, marspend szv, rast, ast, hast kibad in rabus gayadki and cih, ham, kazan, mi gayand, bad in rabus, ham, bih konanj, udad I judadev udad I zartist har, du, yak udir bar ravanda szc, ism I /ac minu I spend I udin I vet I majvastan. Pa yak baraji asterisk. 41, dap vat, me, konam utamam, me I konam kut I huz dastar I ahormuz dad I savab asterisk asani, utamam ham kut I savab asterisk asani I perasani I ahormuz dad, 42.1 ukani and isu / varat I ahormuz dad uanik, hami and cih, I erbad szr, adarat I ahormuz dad / vikskari I cernan uzas, sick, Erbadai in Kupa Farhang O, BIH, /VS Syad Kardan, AZ in Lofts asterisk Yapnev Forhang BIH views up Ibasta AST K Kalama I Hus Ingia BIH Ma NII Poundakil Is in asterisk U asterisk Jaina, BIH is Stipe Mal Yapta AST. 43, De Poundvat, Me, Konam U Tamam, Me, Konam Arsis Vang asterisk Ibayu Farzana Ibayu Ra, I, Vayu Ra I Im Ibayu Nur I Favita, I Hormuz Dad. 44, Dap Vat, Me, Konam U Tamam, Me, Konam Nikan U Vihan Afrin U Nikham Mard I Aso I Mukatas, U Ani, Ham, and Lih, R, I Palabai Tubana, Tabana, I Dam I Abar Pa asterisk. Notice here the divergence from the X/Ja of the Pal, this latter being confirmed by the Svayman of Na. The Persian translator hesitates below not rendering the second A/U, so it seems with the Pa. See however, Ncrs Agrahitum, though in his gloss he has alternatively Akaryais, but see the original. Asterisk, Pal. Afas, not Uzas. 84 Parsi Persian text transliterated. Menis ni asterisk, L/ad, Hamkunan nevi stavi ama x lili by sahab minumayad magni I muhakakan jia dar kitab I avesta I katan I nifran gui, yalanat kuni, I zad hamkunan ast. 45, Dap vat, me, konam u tamam, nii, konamos an asterisk, anha, ju de u dast u makan u ab /jur u ab u zaman u deri /tu in zaman u an asman ham, u, bad ham I aso lim yukad das, u sidara, gan, u matab u aftab u anak, ham, cih, I bisunaya rosani, anver, I sud dada homan sug, hast equals m yagna, fki barkas asterisk, ya ni barkudum rosani, yudo, bih, 8s, me, konand, utamamic, ham, and I spna szf, minupedes I aso asterisk, I mukatas, I savob buzerg and j. 46, Dajvat, me, lanam u tamam, me, konam sardar I buzerg ki aso asterisk s, ar sardan I ruz u hang am u mak u gahambar u sal ki and savob buzerg pa haban sardari. 47, Dabat, me, konam u tamam, me, konam, and, I aso asterisk fravahar I galib I bizyar zormand asterisk I puriad kesan asterisk fravahar, u, na dikan fravahar, ya ni yazdan asterisk I /anagya, f, I zodi, ham, and I xvcs ruben fravahar, yajini fi saxes I maxis kidil vakt hazire basad ki az kibal I2, as, in namas karda miayad. 48, Devat, me, konam u tamam, me, konam hama and I savob sardari. 49, Dabat, me, konam u tamam, me konam j tamam and I vedada, s, v, I, ya, sad asterisk I menia uki ich, ham, I get iki and, basand, yazismand, nayismand az savob I bubnd equals kupanikio. Bih, Bayadjistan, min, dot, yan, az, comma, I, \asterisk 3 barai, isen vaz nias d, bih, cardan. Asterisk, na. Alone gives us tlitio sense here with lies sap.imity art asa pasva manasa balistatara. Sit.aralia, s/r, is written, read Sidaragan. Asterisk, af was again, as so often, misread as az. Parsi Persia's text transliterated. 85, 50. Havan, ai havan, I aso fi mukatas, I savob rad, ya ni sardar u buzerg got I havan I aso u az aswat asterisk rad u sardar, 51 1.1 savang I aso li mukatas I savob sardar hamker ba got I havan, 52. Rapikvan I aso, I mukatas ji dot savob buzerg, 53. Uzaran I aso, I mukatas, I savob buzerg, 54. Ivitsra orim I abigay I asterisk sik, I a dot so asterisk, sick, I.save obbuserg, 55. Hushahin ia.so I.save obbuserg, 56. Vakti, Kaz man tu azerda hasti, basi, hast, yapna, Vakti kit tu ra, harkas ika, and, kiba.sad, azar.estate sick basad, k0.s insas dasto barihagafta fast, kuaz daster rasman bih hivaj bih /tivar ud magar drasna I avamir I rasmi fikat bih tor I by ja avardan I rusum I yazisni I, 57.1 ukipa minasan ukipa gobasan ukipa kunasan, yagni a in cih ani, 58.1 ukipa vahisan panigarasan, pamdan, Dida Dani Dachdaoy Ukipa bi-zvahi.sn, bikazdan pa. Fayada, Kunan Sav, and, ya ni vakti kitu a / harkas kiba.sad azerda basi, 59, ni2, ripa in his, ar sitadam sick, me stayamya / vaham situdi ubih, pi dar pi, 6, bih janabi, 2, ziada, de pound vat mi konam kut / vahis atanis, udagar barnas, y.vahish, atanis, yakbarya dagar barnas, baz, me, konam, vakti, kaz man tu pa and bih ranjita hasti, basi, kipa yazisan unayasan. 60, ai, sardari I tamam I buserg, I aso, I mukatas, I save obbuserg * 6 sart aran I, busergan, equals, 61. Vakti, ki.suma azerda, hastened, j / v palho mand, smiley face, sikbasid * azerda id, equals *, so, residing in Esid, the Miz has homand liastknd, sick. 86 Parsi Persics tkx are transliterated. 62, Kipa minasan, Kipa gobasan, Uki \x \h kunasan, 63, Kipa / vahisan, Kipa by / vahisan, 64, and I suma pa and bizyar, ziada, sidadam, ya ni equals me stayam, bih, pi dar pi, o, bih sui I, suma yada, devat, me konam, vakti, idan I * suma ranjita, id, basid, pa yazisan unayasan. 65, bih gayam, ya ni me atanam, mazdayasni, ti hamkunm, I zardist ku andar badt aran, ura me, gayam, midayasni, ti. Rai judadav, kus devava * yagna ba, 0, nist I hormazd * insav ku insav, as, and I hormazd. 66, haven I aso * I mukatas, * I save obbuserg pa yazisan unayasan u sidudani uziata mashian van I zahir u mashur, ura me konam, 67. Savang nam u vizik, visham, I visnam minu, I aso * I mukatas, I save obbuserg pa yazisan unayasan u sidudani zayata mashuri, u zahir me * konam, 68. Sardar I ruz u, h, angani u mat u gahambar u sal pa yazisan unayasan u sidudani u zavata mashur, isanare me atanam u zahir me konam. The Avesta text transliterated. The Avesta text translit. 1. Nivi sayami *, so, nb, ikmi x, hakarayam rdigaso ahura hyanis dirakvato hva rinanuhato, equals rivito, ltla2 istahayaka vahistabakas restahayaka, sp2, /rao /z distahayaka /javistahayaka * hukareptamaya aldsav apano.timayaka, sp3, husamano vauruvnanho, sp4, yo nc, dasa yo tatasa yo tukrivyo mania spentotima. W2, sp5 zivisayami * hankara yami * vayhavkmanan ca, r, Sivahistai /.sa verve I spen I have long since endeavored to show that the so-called elorms in vemi isai etc., are merely debris. The sign, which now for the most part means ++AIE, originally meant y, 2, ih resulting superfluous y was left to distinguish between a following apparent e, as being itself va, yeah, and a possible s from a closely similar sign, CAJP volume XXIV, XR3, 1903. Beginners are notified that this text is reconstructional throughout upon the basis of the polyphonous character of some of the letter signs, a peculiarity which was first announced by me in SBEXXXI, 1887. So all the so-called genitives in ahe are utter mistakes. The sign more usual equals for e here originally yeah, I write a high everywhere, the EZDMG. Sound is totally absent. C 1895, III heft, 1898, 111, 1901, 2. Equals nuhato, shows a misplacement of signs enhuedo envato, CP anuha equals for enhuaeva, etc., CP Indianus va. Asterisk the sign for tli formerly accepted was originally that constructed of the two signs for R and S. See the two polyv signs for H and V united in one form, and sometimes tli rough oversight reproduced as \VHV with the V elevated. It is quite simply polyv H or X plus a strong polyv V, two full letters mechanically joined together in a compositum. This former sign for S is of course correctly used merely for S where this reproduced S is rationally justified, but, in words which show irrational Rs, it should be recognized in its original application. See the many Avesta forms which, like a, R, tat, begin with an unmistakable Rs. There is properly no AA equals, RTA, the word is a, R, a, CAJP. Vol XXIV, number 5. The sign for U is often a miswritten Y, as the two signs are ver / in manuscripts, to or ye does not exist. 88 Thankafsta text T transliterati. Equals Tea AR, A, Maytek. Te C, Orvatbia Anier Tatbia, SP6, Justasanjus Urun Agara Hura Hia asterisk Mazda Y, A, Tostime I asterisk Ini, R, Sanam Spiatanum. W3, SP7, Nibi Sayami Hankareami Isna Ibia, R, Sahai Aratubia Havani, equals AC, A, R, Sone, R, Sahaya asterisk RA Oak, SP8, Nibi Sayami Hankareami Savahi, equals IEVICAICAA, R, Sone, I, Saba asterisk Aragv, SP9, Nibi Sayami Hankareami Misra Haya asterisk Veo Uraja Yaedwa asterisk Hazanro Jasaya asterisk Bivarakas Niano Ao / to dot Namano Yazida Haya asterisk Romano Hvastra Haya, W.4, SP10, Niv Sayami Hankareami Rapikvina A, R, Sone, R, dot Sahaya Raov, SP11, Nivi Sayami Hankareami Freidat Save Zierdameka A, R, Son. A, R, Sahaya asterisk Ra Save, SP12, Nivi Sayami Hankareami A, R, Sahaya Vahista Haya asterisk A Kraska Ahura Haya asterisk Mazda, W.5, SP13, Nivi Ifia Yami Hafikareami Ui Irina A, R, Sayan A, R, Sahaya asterisk Ra Save, SP14, Nivik Sayami Hakareami Freidat Virata Hyumeka A, R, Son A, R, Sahaya Raov, SP15, Nivi Ayami Hankareami Barazado Ahura Haya asterisk Nave SRO Apam Apaska Mazda Beata Ya, W6, SP16, Nivik Sayami Hankareami Ivas Rukramai A Vijaya A, R, Sayan asterisk A, R, dot Sahaya Aragv, SP17, Nivi Sayami equals Hankareami. Freidat / I spam Hujya IT. Te, asterisk Zarakustro.te Meka A, R, Son asterisk A, R, Sahaya asterisk Rakvk. SP18, Nivi Bayamai Hankareami A, R, Saunam Frava, R, Sinam asterisk Ananam Kaviro Vagvanam Yahir Yayisk Sahuzatois, SP19, Amayaka asterisk hudastahaya asterisk hurabahaya asterisk virgrana hayaka asterisk hurasatahaya asterisk vaniatyaska yuparatato, W7, SP20, Nivisayami Hankarayami Yosahina R. Son asterisk the signs formerly .isofrasi.ist are in a state of debris, and, when appearing for the date of termination, they are senseless, they are invariably to be deciphered te, citeasa. Tli sign read liera equals, yet. The term is liera everywhere written simply for the convenience of the reader, it is utterly uncritical as its force has no existence, see note above. The longa in Dahi, here also cries back to the earlier Avesta Pahlavi alphabet and the transition period. The sign for longa in the Avesta Pahlavi was the same as that for short a in the restored Avesta alphabet, from this also the irrational long a at times in the Avesta, as here. \, ox. cm, b, dpt asterisk, have dahi. The Avesta text transliterated. 89a, r, sahai arakv. SP21, Nivisayami Hankarayami Baraji Nianya Ikae, R. Son A, R. Sahaya Ra Save, SP22, Nivisayani I Hankarayami Srosaya asterisk A, R. Syahaya asterisk A, R. Sivito asterisk Verkrajano asterisk Fradatkasahaya, SP23, Ra Snao.s asterisk Razastahaya asterisk A, R. Statisksa Fradatkasaya Verdatkasaya. W8, SP24, Zivisayami Hankarayami Mahaya Iba, R. Sahaya asterisk Ratubia Atir Mahaya, R. Sone, R. Sahaya asterisk Raov, SP25, Nivisayami Hankarayami Pereno Mahai Visaptasaka, R. Dotsayanla, R. Sahaya asterisk Rakvk. W9, SP26, Nivisayami Hakarayami Yair Yabia, R. Sahaya asterisk Ratubia Mysioazarimaya, R. Sone, R. Sahaya asterisk Ra Save, SP27, Nivisayami Hankarayami Mysioasmaya, R. Sayane, R. Sahaya asterisk Rasvc, SP28, Nivisavami Hankarayami Pades. Hahithi asterisk A, R. Sayane, R. Sahaya asterisk Rakv, SP29, Nivisayami Hakarayami Ayakran Rufra Our Vistrume Varsani Harstaika, R. Sone, R. Sahaya Rakv, SP30, Nivisayami Hakarayami Mysiayurya, R. Sone, R. Sahaya asterisk Rakv, SP31, Nivisayami Hakarayami Hamaspakmadaya. A. R. Sone, R. Sahaya asterisk Reeve, SP32, Nivisayami Hankarayami Sersiabia, R. Sahiya asterisk Ratubia. W10, SP33. Nivibayami Hakarayami Vispayabia Iabi Ratubia Yoihayadi, R. Sahaya asterisk Ratavo Oraisksa Arisaska Najdista Peri.s. Havanayo asterisk Yoihayadi, R. Sahaya asterisk Yatvahista Hayamazdo. Fraz asta Zariastro. Fraoxta asterisk, W11, SP34, Nivisayami Hakarayami Ahurasibia Myariabia Barazabia Aiajan Hayabia asterisk A, R. Savani Ibia Staramka asterisk Spento. Mainyavanam asterisk Damanam, SP35, Tistraya Hyakis Laro Rivito Vernanuhito, equals Havito, Manhayaka asterisk see above. Note 2 on SP1, .ind Note 4 on SP2, so elsewhere. The explanation of these readings Yoa which seem so uncritical at first glance, cp the Indian forms in Dia is, as usual, to be sought and found in the Factliatli / Vesta writing requires decipherment very often, as does the Pahlavi continuously, this 61, elsewhere as in -6I of Satarawi, probably represents a curiously elongated plus equals ai as e, or e, but a sign of the same shape elsewhere ya, and ya is precisely here in place, so that -6I, displaces ya here, and represents an overwriting, the words are my 8y, a. Plus see note 3 on SP1. Equals, Hvarknan Vado. 90 thh avesta thxt translitera rr.d. Jayasais rahaya verika x ita haya asterisk orvadaspaya doik rahaya ahu rahaya asterisk mida, mis rahayata hi unam dane, hi, upatois, sp 36, nivisayami hankarayami ahu rahaya mazda rakvato verina n, u, hv8o, sp 37, nivisayami hankarayami a, r, saunani frava, r, sinam, w12, sp 38, Nivaksayami hankarayami tava asro ahurahaya asterisk mazda pukramat vispasabia atirabia star. SP 39, Nivisayami hankarayami ibo vahuabia vispanamksa apam mazda satanam vispanamksa urvaranam mazda satanam. W13, SP 40, Nivisayami hankarayami masrahaya asterisk spada ya asterisk a, r. Sayano verazaya haya data hayabidava haya data haya asterisk zarasister wa der yaya yopayanayadinaya vahwaya mazdayazanwa. W14, SP 41, Nivisayami hankarayami garwa yuzadarina haya asterisk mazda seda haya asterisk a, r. Sa vakra haya asterisk vispazam kagir inam a, r. Sabagranam p, a. Auravayaranam asterisk mazda satanam, SP 42. Kabaya hayaka asterisk verina ho mazda seda haya asterisk avareta hayaka vernan ho mazda 5 ada haya. SP 43, Nivisayami hankarayami a, r. Swaz vahwaya sistwa vahwaya rge vahwaya razistato vahwaya hva rina ho savaho mazda seda haya. W15, SP 44, Nivisayami hankarayami damaya vahwaya afari, I. Toy.s damayaka narsa, r. Sayano yafrahayaka asterisk taxmahaya asterisk dama yupamana haya asterisk yazida haya star. W16, SP 45, I lavayasayami hankarayami ahamasa hamka swabaranamka jayoidinamksa asterisk maxananamksa, avu.vernanamksa apamkazamamka urvarani inka I, y, esksazima avayan, y, Allah asterisk asno vadavaka asterisk a, r. Sayano staram asterisk maho hero anaranam reo kaham / va satanam vispanam suspenta haya asterisk manias damanam a, r. Sayanam a, r. Sayananam xa a, r. Sahaya asterisk equals asterisk annului uiva. Asterisk frava, r underscore, s goes back upon vart. Restored from vanuibvo. So, with a bkctc. Or vtirizayan vayat. Restored from Verazayanuha, sick. So a, dj, j ox. C, b, d, and e, tazo was a slip. Degree so, better perhaps with b, dpt4, the forms in a n are so to be understood, the s of a no, sick a, is caused by tli-fellowing nasal, for the sense of heaven cpgaoas, yxxx, 4, pages 30. 439, SBEXXXI, p30. The Osta text transliterated. 91 Ras Vam. W17, SP46, Nivisayami hankarayami rakvo barazado yoa, r. Sahai arakwama yaranamksa isnvanamksa mahayanamka yayiryanamksa sirsanamka yoik fataye, r. Sahaya asterisk ratavo, havanois rakvo. W18, SP 47, Nibai Fiayani I hankarayami a, r. Saunani tra / a, r. Sinam uranum iba uranum baurio tikazanum, pravaya, frava, r. Sinam nabanajdastanum frava, r. Slonam h, a. Vahaya asterisk urano frava, r. C, equals say. W19, SP 48, / IV sayami hankarayami vispayabia a, r. Sahaya asterisk ratubia. SP 49, Nibi isayami hankarayami vispayabia vanhuabia, azatiabia inanyabiaska asterisk gisayabia asterisk yoihayadi yasnyakavam vaka a, I. Sadhaka yat vahistat, W20, SP 50, Habane a, r. Som equals, ra, r. Saban, a, r. Sahaya asterisk ritvo, SP 51, Savaya C asterisk a, r. Srayuni, ra, r. Saban, a, r. Sahaya asterisk Ritvo, SP 52, Rapis Vina A, R, Sani, A, R, Saban, A, R, Sahaya asterisk Ritvo, SP 53, Jose Arena A, R, Sam, A, R, Dot Saban, A, R, Sahaya asterisk Ritvo, SP 54, Ivis Rarima A Vijaya A, R, Sam, A, R, Saban, A, R, Dot Sahaya asterisk Ritvo, SP 55. Asahina A, R, Sam, A, R, Saban, A, R, Sahaya asterisk Ritvo, W21, SP 56, Vazibario is one of the most obvious of the monsters, a very jumble of confusions, caused by misreading the Avesta Pahlavi signs of the transition period. Plus tli A is debris of an original AU used to show the fontical force of O equals as AU, while O, in its turn, is a blunder in reading the Pahlavi sign for U which is the same as that for O. Tli R is correct, but the Y is either debris for AV, as often, see mru equals mruv etc., while the final O is the chaotic repetition of the V, or else the V has become displaced, the O being a misreading of the same Pahlavi sign. Cf. Parva, Ijate C, or Pervia, Studies. Equals, the I of Asabia is epenthetic, Hvaya asterisk Sva. Assam, is again a fine example of debris, showing the ineluence of the Pahlavi element in the Avesta Pahlavi alphabet of the transition period. The long A has at once something to do with the non-expression of the last A, the U is of course a misreading of the Avesta Pahlavi sign for V, which has its inherent vowel, as usual in Pahlavi, the M is the relic of a sign of nasalization, here N. The word is A, R, Saban. The accent should be on A, R, S. Asterisk Yazi should be read, as the sign for E is identical, with one representing JA. We have real V, Yazi equals, Yazi, the Y is, as so often in similar cases, superfluous debris, Ctli apparent Yemi, etc. where no E sound is anywhere present, Y, Yami representing the sounds. Does Yazi indicate an original Yad I for Y.iji, the AVZ reproducing the aspirate of the Indian D, AVZ equals, Indian H. 92 Thank Avesta text transliterated. So, Vai, Ovidid Vyasa Yazi Mani Ha, SP 57, XZ \Vaki Ha Yazi Siosna, SP 58, Yazi Zayasa Yazi Azayasa, SP 59, Atean, Y, A Fraka Stuv Nitev? Ayama Yazi Tean, Y, A Avvi Ururao Sa Yat Yasna Hayaka asterisk Vama Yaka star. W22, SP 60, R. A Tavo Vice Mazista A, R, Sam, Sir A, R, Savano, A, R, Sahaya asterisk Radhavo, SP 61, Yazi asterisk Viodid Vyasa, SP 62, XX /A asterisk Mani Ha, Yazi Vakariha Yazi asterisk Siogna, SP 63, Yazi Zayasa Yazi asterisk Azayasa, SP 64, Avioan, V, A asterisk Frastuv asterisk Nivov Sayami asterisk Yazi asterisk Vioan, Y, Ava Ururao Sa Yat Yasna Hayaka asterisk Vama Yaka star. W23, SP 65, Frabarain Mazda Asnd Zarisastris Vidavoa Huratika So, SP 66, equals Havani, Arne, asterisk A, R, Son asterisk A, R, Sahaya asterisk Rakvius Naika Vamakas Snaos Rika phrase Estatica, SP 67, Saveus, equals Have, Vica, SP 68, A, R, Son A, R, Sahaya asterisk Rakvius Naika Vamakas /Snaya Krayaka phrase Estatica Ras Vama Yaranamksa Isnayanamksa asterisk Mahayanamka Yayuryanamksa Serzanamka Yasnayaka Vamaka x Snaya Krayaka phrase Estatica. So, and he is again irrational, either the sign rendered as N contains an anticipated, or the sign for E, is here again the sign for VA, or, both, that is to say, the sign for Y is, as so often, twice present, result of malformation in the transition period. Supplementary notes here added to adjust the space occupied, more conveniently. IB, D, PT asterisk, has who 8a, in 1, 3, but where is the Vedic pseudasmin? The I of aramate in, B, not A, 2, 5, is epenthetic. The A of Yitca, in 2, 6, is again a relic of assisted pronunciation, Y, AI, E, or Y, E, dash, first stood, AIE. This A was again, as often, still left further in the writing to explain the difference between the R/VO signs for E and S, which were earlier identical, that for E having been later purposely lengthened a little to distinguish it from the same sign when at times it was meant for S. T stands in B, D, PT, which inserts a point, as others, to arrest attention. The reading VE.T is important. B, D, PT, SA in Veoyuru in 3, 9, is valuable as a relic of VAR. If the epenthesis is allowed to stand, the A should be absorbed in the OU, the first U being again epenthetic, Varu was present, or indeed Varu. While the PAL, PERS, and N, S Sansk refer this Veoyuru, or Vauru, in 3, 9, to Indian Uri as in Uravyak, they properly refer Vauru in 1, 3, to VAR in its sense to choose, but we must not forget that Uri may be also referable to VAR in the sense of wide enclosure. The O of Gao in 3, 9, A may well have resulted from a misunderstood original Avesta Pahlavi sign for V, but CP Vedic G6, while the long 6 of B, D, PT, in VO might represent an original U of G. Ivayati. Then the Avesta text transliterated. 93 equals the A of Yao, but A.Yoe, might anticipate the A element in EJOIS, 4 equals this dash 6 I here AIE as in the LOC Sephiroi. B, D, PT, E have the sign which I render as H before Y, very often in HV, in this 3, 9, as elsewhere throughout. B, D, PT asterisk, blunders, in 4, 11, with some others, having FV, A it has FSV, 5. A the debris and irregularities of such manuscripts as, DJ, Oxford C, J, and B, D, PT, should all be carefully reported as evidence of the occasional carelessness or ignorance of the copyists, for this bears ultimately upon the general A authority of all the manuscripts Asayahi, so, a B, Asahi, in 7, 22, is excessively irrational, as are Yehi everywhere as signs for the gen. The signs rendered E have here again the full value of Ya, A, R, 5Y, Y, Ahaya is present, with the frequent overwriting resulting from the more extended signs in use at the transitional period. A, B, D, PT asterisk, in I7, 22, have Vir Rajano, so here, the J instead of Y on account of the following vowel, C Varef Trana Haya, CP Viftrahan and Verdrag Na. Ras Naos in 7, 23, again shows the relic of the old AFU used to express the O. Ras Na 5 was once written, AUS like the EU's AUS in Van Hughes equals Vassos, and when the sign for O became later in or familiar, Rasn, O, OS appeared. Rasnos, or Rasn, A, O5, should be now written, with the A bracketed, the A plus equals of AUO lingered as debris without its mate letter U. Recall the dash 6I in the general term OIS, which, as in J8wa, like the minus 6I in ISA ROI, represents AI, E, in an original ES equals Vedic Gen ES, CP Ugnis, etc., and this affords another support to my view that our sign for E was originally a compositum slightly len equals thend, of AFIE, as well as, so often, a compositum of YJA equals VA, yeah, see the Pahlavi alphabet. B has RA's noise, with others. A B, D, PT asterisk, in 10, 33, with others often, insert a point after a peculiar formation peri J. Havanayo, possibly to call attention to the circumstance, the survival of the original sibilant. The I of Aisiage in 1134, is falsely epenthetic in view of the following y. If this I be allowed to stand, the iftiage of b, dot backslash aeo yej y equals y, aj, is rational stay ram, comma dash backslash, here in 1134, if stream is necessary at 1645. The shorter Vedic forms should not disturb us, we might term this heteroclasy from the Vedic. The extremely obtrusive union vowel 0 in Sparito in 1134, and elsewhere throughout the later Avesta, arose from the then no longer organic Avesta Pallavi sign formerly rendered 6, now rendered by me. The true vowel is an A inherent on the T, we have spita equals, 5 banta. The Maui of B, D, Pt, in 1136, in place of Nian should be noticed, as it is significant of the original sound, see the usual S in B, D, Pt, elsewhere, with the others. No epenthetic I appears in Dan, Y, U in B, D, Pt asterisk, at 1135, A but, DJ. J asterisk C, Oxford has de filio, sic. It is an interesting and important question as to how far these constant occurrences of true or false epenthesis were original. It is better to report them always. Y de hi unam, with derihu.p, could it have been cancelled by anticipation of the I in -6 I5, hardly, see the expected v. HV in 1135, again, and elsewhere, as often, is written as HV in B, D, Pt asterisk. Atirabia appears at 1238, in B, not A. B, D, Pt asterisk, joins the other manuscripts, in the more rational Varazyafaha, Aja, at 1240, notice the Vedic Vyasa, Priyasa, Svayasa, but the Pal, Pers, and S, Sanskrit Euler compositum Varizanuha equals Arava Varazya for Ahu equaling perhaps the community lord, so suggested for lack of better, Cpa Zyava, proper name of demon, 94 the Avesta text transliterated. Torturing the life, Cp also Indian Gatasum, or Vedasuni. Tai Vedic analogas cited above are also somewhat weak on the outlier side. The Pal, Pers, and Sansk. Translators, however, fail with Liveres, seeing a form of var. What sign of the transition period misled them, or misleads us? The Boyuru HV of B, DPT asterisk, at 1441, shows what seems to be a curious and uncalled for increment, in a word equaling Purii, CP Purivesu, etc., we may have here really an abortively assisted pronunciation from Tai transition period. But whence the A in AO? It seems to have been called forth by a supposed inherent A lingering in an earlier sign for the U after R, for this U was doubtless once expressed by a sign which also rendered V, Purva was perhaps erroneously felt, otherwise whence the VFDDI? As it is, we have simply P, A, URUHV before us, CP Pura 5 Khandra. The A of this Boyuru is therefore falsely epenthetic. In a sense it seems to anticipate an A which does not exist, and even in case of an actually existing but inherent A, in AVA, it would be superfluous, for an A might be included in the OU, see elsewhere. A has Poru. Kavayahi in 1442, is, of course, again nonsense. Tai signs supposed to be here used for E again, as so often, equally a twice, we have Kavav, Y, Ahaya as analogously elsewhere, Kavayaya is to be written, the E sound is totally absent, except in so far as it is remotely involved in AFYB has, apparent, Kavaya I. In 1544, we have perhaps the most important of all the composita which have survived to us, namely that sign for HFMI dam twice. This sign pervades the most important manuscripts, so at least alternatively, occurring in A, DJ, J, Oxford C, so here, B, D, PT, not here, J, J, S, etc. See it in B, Y2 almost throughout. A in 1645, no epenthetic I appears in an in, y, ssi, a in or b, nor in a vein hia in b, d, ptj, a is here destroyed. As no seems better with b, d, pt asterisk, in 1645. Y stram, a, here, with staramka in 1134. Does the ca necessitate the aq, of staramka, b, 1134? If the a looks too long in view of stfb is etc., then better explain as a survival of our old lost Pahlavi value of longa for short ava. The lengthened terminal should rather shorten the preceding vowel. The I of gi oi in b, d, pt, 1949, is, as usual, epenthetic here anticipating the y. The of hav in b, d, pt asterisk, at 20, 50, might again be a survival of a misunderstood short Avesta Pahlavi a, which was the same sign as that for Avesta long a, but if haven is retained elsewhere, why abandon the long a here in this accented vok? See at least the Indian Savan. The Siao and Na of b, d, pt asterisk, is rational in 21, 57, ona in ab has on twice in 21, 59, with the others, without the epenthetic I. It is better to record this perhaps essentially interesting point in usage. The irrational plural ratavo of ab, d, pt, in 20, 50, 55, was induced by the many repetitions of the form of ratu as also borrowed from 17, 46, and 22, 60, or else a supposed inherent vowel was felt. The irrational ura of 21, 59, and b 22, 64, has been justly recorded. Such irrational variants are often essential to us in forming our estimates of the mechanical execution of all manuscripts. Assam, a, r, Saban, in 22, 60, is on the other hand, a blunder, from the singulars in 20, 50 to -56. The absent epenthetic I from b, d, pt, sf, ya, twice in 22, 64, a only once, should be recorded, as should the defective v-simi of b, d, pt, but v-saya in a. So b, d, pt asterisk, has a snayanamxa in 23, 68, a sanyanam equals, a hania, ya, might be better, but it was hardly intended. The Avesta text translated into English. For the Avesta text translated SEC The Sacred Books of the East, Volume XXXI, pages 192 to 203, also the preface here. With very few alterations this rhythmical translation of 1887 may still stand, for all the terms are, as throughout that work, rendered with critical freedom upon verbatims which are practically universally accepted, or carefully considered. Where I would revise would be, for the most part, at the places where, in my strong protest against the unmodified acceptation of tradition, I had declined to follow its indications for that SBEXXXI. I append here a short portion of what would be the beginning of a second edition, my chief emendation being in the modifications of the rendering I announce. Read throughout inviting I announce, invitation, hardly enunciation, being here the leading idea. Yasna I invocations and celebrations. 1. With announcement, I invite, Ahura to this Yasna, of the Creator, and I will now complete, this sacrifice, of, that is to say to and for him, Ahura Mazda, the radiant and the glorious, the greatest and the best, the most beautiful, sp2, the most severe asterisk, the most endowed with keen intelligence, the, one of all the, best in. So I now more closely approach the pal, pers, and na. I think also that Ahura was the one invited, and this in spite of the genitives. Originally an accusative, whether additional or not, must have existed here, and in the other places where genitives and datives appear. The genitives continue awkward throughout, as do the occasional datives. Asterisk see note to the translation of the pal. From J.R. /s as regards the possibility that a star, called \Hura.Mazda, was the original motive of these expressions. See also those notes to the English translation of the PAL. Throughout. 96. The Avesta text translated. Body asterisk, and the one the most attaining, his aims, from, or through asa, as his holy law, sp3, the one of mind beneficent, the gladdener of desire, high w2, sp5, read to vohumana, the good mind, and to sa vahista, the holy law, the best, and to aram sa cra, the sovereign power, and to 8i, the holy zeal personified, and to the two orbitat and amirtatit, the. Also so throughout, insert arsa, asa, vohumana, sakra, etc. before the words holy law, or order, his good mind, etc. In 7:22, I would supplement srasha, obedience, with srasha, God's ear, and man's. In 8:25, I would recall the full moon which scatters night, substituting, and so to the seventh, intercalary day. At 13, the credit should be to Bernuv, not to Hog. At 14 I no longer prefer activity tur razastat, read continuous liberality. At 20 I now prefer savagi. Deprecating the totally inadequate use of asa, \ohumana, etc. in such a work as SBE, XXXI without translation asterisk, one endeavored in 1887 to express the various shades of meaning, as if asa, for instance, when rendered as righteous order, divine righteousness, etc. could yet mean at one moment the abstract idea of truth, at the next of the law, at the next of the congregation, but I fear that this was impracticable. See indeed my explanatory insertions. The heavens were his garment in Y30. My former holy order I now finge to be too Vedic, the holy law is tli best for the Avesta arsa, asa, equals rta. So also others for ved. Rta. So again I now accede to the pal, pers, and na. The ou in varu is we and the result of epenthesis, to var. Have here really va, plus u, ru, in varu, equals plus ou here au, elsewhere 6 corresponds to this a, epenthetic u, so equals vohu is va, in vahul u, epenthetic o, hu, so masu equals, ma, in masu equals plus Indian neoxi, epenthetic u su, nioyu is ma, in mau, epenthetic ufu. Wherever an interior o or ou precedes a final u, we may at once suspect the presence and efiect of epenthesis, original or factitious, see above. Yasna I in its Sanskrit equivalents, in sequence to those of Yasna XXVII published in the Festgross of the late Professor R. von Roth, 1893, as also to those of Yasna XLIV in the Acts of the 11th Congress of Orientalists held in Paris in 1897. By Dr. Lawrence Mills, Professor of Zen Philology in the University of Oxford, translator of the XXXI volume of the Sacred Books of the East, author of the 5 Zarabustrian Kathas, of Zarathustra, Philo, the Achaemenids, and Israel, etc. to be had of F. A. Brockhaus in Leipzig 1910 Appendix. The closer Sanskrit equivalents of Yasna I in sequence to those of Yasna XW3 in the Festgross of the late Professor R. von Roth, 1894, and to those of Yasna XLIV in the Acts of the 11th Congress of Orientalists held at Paris in 1897. With regard to the great utility of such translations of Avesta into Sanskrit, it is necessary to cite the important remarks made by the distinguished Professor Oldenburg of Kiel. In his Vedic Religion, page 27, he states that the language of the older Vedic hymns approaches that of many parts of the Avesta nearer than it does that of the Mahabharata, that the difference in the course of sounds, la twandalj, between Veda and Avesta, is not greater than that between the more separated dialects of Greece, or between that of the Old High German and that of the Old Low German. The /edic diction, he continues, has an important series of characteristic Flyvowrite expressions. XXIX Yasna is also simul /rly prepared for the press, as arc, In fact, the remaining GAFIC pieces, approximately. The distinguished author here cites Bartholomew's very able translation into Sanskrit of 4 lines from Yasna 10, 8, see his handbook, preface, page v. He also does me the honor to cite my somewhat more extended Sanskrit version of the entire Yasna XXVIII, in the Festgruß of Roth, p. 193 FLG. But it may well be that the 13 words of Yasna 10, 8 really express the soul of Enetic poetry, die Zielvedische Kunst, more fully than do the 210 asterisk words in my Sanskrit Yasya XXVIII. I should add that I received the personal thanks of the eminent Vedist, Professor V. Roth, for this article in his Festgruß. Judging from the above, one should be pleased to acknowledge the claim sometimes made viz., that Atesta asterisk is the 5th book of the Veda. 698 Yasna I Akit Sanskrit 1q.li/elects, which are common to it with the Avesta, but not common to it with the later Indian. The near relation of the metrical forms, in /eda and Avesta, and a special / that of the poetical character, in each, comes also into consideration. When one has remarked that entire Avesta strophes, simply upon the basis of a comparative sound system, can be translated into the Vedic, this opinion should be further extended, for such a translation would often not only result in correct stick words and sentences, but in verses, or strophes, out of which the soul of Vedic poetry seems to speak. Yasnal. Imin Yahiyain Diater, Nivdayami Sanskarayami, Yajanam, Datyusa, 6s, Asurajya Mahada, Sumdasa, Ova, Rivadis Varvada, O, Maasphasia asterisk, Vasisphasia, Srestasia ca. 1, 2, asterisk Crodisphagia, eti, Kila asterisk Crodidomasia Siskta. The accents have been here added, at times rather redundant, in order to recall to the reader a possible Avesta accent upon every word. Irregularities of combination and sandhi have been also occasionally permitted for a similar reason. As a name for the universal creator CRV, X, 190, 3, Suryakandramasya Diata Yate Pervmakalpaya, Divain Caprtivili Antarixam Atosva. Of Indra, CPRV, 8, 2, 11. Andramam Sonium Srinahi Hi TVA Srnomi. Rich, in the ordinary sense of the word, could not so well apply to a prominent god like Indra. The Avesta sense of spiritual wealth, or splendor, see the Pal. And PERS, is indicated also for the Indian, see the following SV. Irveda here. Asterisk so accented after Mahi Sta, and almost all such formations. Degree. Notice that the exceptional senior Sta to Sri is also Avestic, CSR, A, L. Shtava Ca here, the Vedic form is used of Savitar, etc. Asterisk Krodin is not accented, yet CKR6Da, and, as to the primary suffix, we have D.irmi Ta from D. Arman, Brahmij Ta from Brahman, Third Dr.id ist, T, A from Drdi. One would be inclined to accept a Krod Ista with prim.iry suffix here, with the Avesta form, yet see the many regular occurrences of itima and intima and antima. As to the Avesta cast of meaning in this asterisk Krod mn, so accenting with most of the insuffixes, it cannot but have a wholesome effect upon our general estimates, when we see the word put in context in a Sanskrit sentence, though Krudyatai is not so clearly used of helpful anger for the worshippers, in the RG /EDA, and perhaps my gloss above is some Yasna I9 at Sakskit Luluivalents. 99 Veda Artianagunat Bene, RUV Ivam, Kihi Sarvibva, Yo, Dusk Biyas Vadarma Pertilarvad Bya, Ot, Adisayana, Yain, Krudyatai, -1 Ti. Avestapau I via Sianud Sina 2 *Dradisti T la dotsya *, eti, Kik Sarvis Vaxatrid Mirmidicom Pradixia Drad I.st, T, A, 60, Bilyastamfnhadi Kiks Vapuyakan, KR6 DENA, Ruzii Svaradamari I Roxati, Dfihadi Ca asterisk, Art Aii Kimsit Krcc Rena 2, Kratumadastasia, Ctis Decadalpanukrati Arte Matramivam, Kik Kratumatamasia, Prasatastamasia, Cti Nava Sansavertavidya Rtena, Sukalpadamasia, Eti Punar Api Anukrati Arfina, Anyafami Kot, Cj Kana, Dash, Ar, Radat, 2, Ca. Saka, Tina Sahaj, Apantamasia, Kikyat, -6, Naf Os, Asmadur Bagat Vat DJ Durbakataya Ca, Apa, Taranarfani Netistam Upagasi Ati, 1, 3, Sudamana, O, Varurab Asa, Li, Uti Dasia Nat, O, we only adventuresome in Tria's direction should be on our guard against seeing too much altruism in texts, egoism is more realistic. The Indian sense here certainly looks the most natural, and it is possible that we should take the Avesta form in the same Laglit in this passage, the most fiercely angry. Kasirpo in the egoistic sense is more consonant to the situation than merely the most firm. The solidity as of wood, is the carried over sense. So accented in WH, but CGR not, however, in the more accepted Vedic sense as of Indra, Tli-A-5-B-I-N-S, etc. most strong, rather in its later sense of most clever. Asterisk Sukalpa as well-bodied. Or more run together, yo no asmadurgati bandanat taranar tna neti jtmap in .I, h, ayatate. One would have thought that Whitney would have mentionedly interesting netians, neti jta, under his nat, but for his good reason. For analogy CRV, 9, 10, 5, AP in asoviv. Isvato janantayu 5 asob agam sierra and vari I 6 tanvit. But the sense is hardly altruistic in this passage, whereas our context here in YI fairly justifies an altruistic rendering, though I critically shrank from venturing upon it in SBEXXXI, COA, R, 5 Ahaya, not he, A, Pan 16io, V57, 4, which cannot mean who attains his own ends, egoistically, more completely than A, R, dot. A. The sense high is total inadequate for Apansa. For a possible altruism see Vedic Agami Sta of Indra, the .kj vins, so also of some of them as Vasupati. Asterisk I have shifted the accent from Daman, in accordance with analogies, perhaps Sudanyana. We can hardly write Sud, D, Ilem Anas, H, as man seldom, or never, follows a Sanskrit as, and while a Suda S would have at least Rasmdn, to Raj, as an analogon, yet AVS does not so naturally represent an as. I, however, accept Sudaman, hardly as the proper name here, only reluctantly. Cp the several favorable uses of Rab as, Agni gives it, 145, 3, see Rabodam of Indra, 6, 22, 5, 463, 5, see Rothsfest Gross, p. 193, note 1. Or, 7 100 Yasak I in its Sanskrit EauivaleXts. Varu wrote Nasa, O, Varu Rapsi Yeta, O, Va, Eti Kadadsyat, Kila Asmati Armavaranani, Varani, Virasayatai, Anandina Ca Samprayati, comma dash, 1, 4, Ya, -6, Nalai, O, Dat Ai, Ya, -6. Na, S, Tatak.sa yacht, -6, Na, S, Tatra, Kila yacht, -6, Na, Os, Asmadurgati Bandanat, Sve Punvati Armapaxisva Het 6H, R, as Mabai Aravam Grali Visadat, Trayam asterisk, Trayam, Kakara, comma dash yacht, -6, Menyus Vantadamat. Kila Sarvazam Punyanari I Menunam asterisk Radava, N, Tama, 60. 2, 5, Iminyajanam, Nivdayami Sanskarayami Vasave Manask, dash pi asterisk Ca, Ar, Radia Vasistaya, Kasat Raya Variaya, Svantea aramate, Sarvadatibyam amritatvabyam, iti, Kila Sarvadati, Ti, Amritatvabyani, 2, 6, G6H, S, Taxonia, eti, Kik G6H, S, Tunu, Vi, Tastea, eti, G6SCA, at, Atmana, Sabdamol, Y, Atta, O, Va, Ruvana asterisk dash perhaps to raps with an unaccented suffix nas, asterisk rap 5 nazas, h. But the closing -5 here should impede us, and we may have to fall back upon the other suggestion. Aside from the nasalized forms ans, dafis, nans, bran 5, s seldom elsewhere closes a word after a consonant. Rap, lap, would not correspond so closely as to immediate sense, but if == there be indeed a rap to praise, we might consider it here, varu asterisk rapness having, or receiving endearing praise. As this suffix seldom, or never carries the accent, I place it necessarily upon the root. Asterisk for a participial perfect to a stem in a cphva, who, with vam jack sra asterisk, jakara. See Vizadeh thus cited. Or Vizadad. In Iranian ideas the August was the sacred when regarded as causing prosperity. Most other writers regarded Sparita as equaling holy, practically it may be said to do so. The Vedic sense of helpful might be better than my August, see however, the Pal. Vedists need not to be reminded of the sense of zeal in Nyanvua, aside even from the sense of righteous anger. Menu as personified would be, like all the anger of the gods, righteous. Asterisk ved. And retained. As in Mitras Varanabhyam in which the two members seem to keep each its own accent, so, according to this we sliold have sarvadati, y, amritat vabvam. Equals asterisk so preferring to the rendering to tak jan or fashioner, and so creator, acceding to the suggestion of the pal, pers, and socket, with change of accent, compare for meaning tasti equals carpenter's handwork, ctak5ana equals, hewing. Or tatra in 1, 4, might be regarded as equaling nourished. Yasna I its Sanskrit ol valence. 101 srud, d, atmana, 80, atri / ev, afarya eva, kila agne, asu rasia asterisk mahada, sumdasa, o, va, yetustamaya, a, amritanam svantanam, iti, kila visvizam amritana een svantadamanam radava, n, tamanari ica, a, at ar, agnir va, svepujikan derbiagat vat, d, derbalatea ca, apal. Tirana rtaii, bioyastam iaj. 3, 7, imamyaj nam, nivdayami saraskaream if y, ahanit, biya, -6h, aharyajatebya, o, I, Radasia lar, Rutukpatibya savanayi, iti sabdakulpanukrityarfamatram avain tafabutsa vidya esteem lesu asterisk dash, 6, iti, yafa, a, abajyaml, kila somasava prata kalaya yajatavad, c, Sidasa, Saudi, Adistaya, Pujataya ca, Arad iaca, Asmai, ar, Radavana, Iminya nam sanskarayami, y, Radulsva, ar, Radupatave. 3, 8. Savase, Savasine va, Kila Savasine Sierva asterisk, yo, Utkramakalaya Sarva Jagad, d, vrdd idea, dc. Tad artam avam nyanam sanskarayami, kama vijaya a, kilavispalana vahatiya. 3, 9, Imam Yahiyam, nivdayami saiskaravani I mitris ya asterisk I think that the idea of buzzing, humming in the ears, CPG 65a, gave the early suggestion of the soul to the Iranians, while the breath recalled it to the Indians, see also Ravana. At re from dt arvan, yet, the van suffix generald leaving the accent upon the root, dt arvan is not decisive for ed re see again agamiste. For accent see mid ustama, tunaya, cpav yoima, v 28,8, from the believer to the yazid. See yemus, etc., to yam. Asterisk is not the fire here almost reckoned among the amritas. Undoubtedly, but only in a wider, and not in the more technical, sense. Ved. N in Radava, N, ta. Asterisk the accents are here again, as throughout, often redundantly placed. CP Sava of the Soma pressing, but better a Savin. Has the accent in Soma anything to do with the spread out AO of the Honaya of Avesta, though AO is their debris from an original AFO? Or is the A of AO purely epenthetic? Asterisk a masculine Savasin is more convenient, to correspond with the other words in apposition. For source CP also Savasi, CP Sakti and TI in Konab, Atasi, M, etc. I gather that asterisk Savasi, Savasin, is here referred to the morning, on account of the sunrise and the Earl of Sun's strength. The vis, or Hamlet, Godlet, is again recalled equals on account of the early sacrifices in which all would be interested. AVSASA star. We do not forget that Indra was Sahasrakoxis in Ardatinyayana and Sahasranayana in Mob, Gosa Srut, to recall the \V word for ear. I suppose, 102 Yasna I in its Sanskrit equivalents. -0 Ugav Lite Sadzra, Gos.Isrut, L Arnazi Ifav, Aotakaksa, R, Uktanamna, O, Yaatds \A, Ramanasiya Ca Suvastrasia, Etai of Mr, Ubasa, Aiana Serenana, Kila Ramanasiya Yavasa Estianasia Cti, Xkratifna Vastrasia asterisk Yajatabavanam Eva Cetanea, A, asterisk Arapetasia. Pallavi Basia no Serena tu Yahiam. Ramanasiya Svade Ider, Svatra Lr, Suatralar, Riva, Eti, Sabdakulpanukriti Artani, Kila R Svatri, R Ismaraza, En, Indriyasiya Yajatasia, T Idrahanasaktidasia, De, Li, asterisk Va, Asma Biojanine Nira Jain Sasvaduiath Kranvata, H, Ity of M, asterisk Parimati Vaminatu, Madmat Yadrasayate, 4, 10, asterisk Areen Pi Tumate Ca, 4, H, Pradat Save, Ity, Asmatpasu, PSU. Pravert IDE, Daya, Yantamaya Ca, Eti, Asma Yantupalana Yajatata. That Mitra here intervenes on account of the connection with the sun, and so with the early sacrifice, and possibly Raman Vastra may have some reference to the breaking of fast at the morning meal asterisk here. However, the Avesta Vaoyuru or Vauru is undoubtedly used more in its sense of wide. The question arises whether Vaoyuru or Vauru is here in its original shape. WHV should Vapa appear for wide water, while AV Vaoyuru, Vauru, here appears for wide fields beside Vedic Uru. Of course Tli fuller form asterisk Varu might equal Uru as in Urigav. The fuller AV form V, A, Vauru may be used in either of the two difulferent senses of var as well as its other forms, as widely enclosing and, choosing with endeared selection. See Pietri devouring, WH, so also erroneously the Pal. And PERS, and na s Sanskrit here. With regard to the writing /_ or H of Avesta H, /_ vast RA with the V elevated, I must again express MV astonishment. The AV compositum for XV, or for HFV is our most striking instance of the use of pure Pallavi signs in the Avesta alphabet. Here are two letter signs otherwise totally strange to the Avesta alphabet in their here particular use, which, like the corresponding S and V in the Indian, have also nothing whatever to do with each other save as they combine to form a syllable like all other characters, and, as Pallavi signs in the Avesta alphabet, they afford if needed, clear additional proof of a transition period. Possibly with some reference to the full midday meal, at all events high noon seems indicated. See the few Aram forms, with the accent, now on Aram, now on the other member. Is it conceivable that any still dud a transitional period? Asterisk whether PSUB to PSA? See note 1 on page 103. Yasna I in its Sanskrit equivalence. 103, 4, 12, Imiyajanam, Nibdayami Saraskarayami, y, Radasia Vasisphasia, Punar AP, at Urca, at Beva Kila Yajana VCDY at area, H, Agnar Va, Yajanam, Asurasia asterisk Mahada, Sumdasa, so 1 Va, comma dash, Yajadagna, R, Ya, Ya Irdana Vasistna Agency AI of Ain Nitya Sahaya, minus 60, Tina Nunam API, I, Imam Yajfayahidveo, or, Yajateo, or, Samama, Kale, Saraskarayamaj. 5, 13, I.Y. N. S. Udaya Haranaya, Udaya Hanyaya Va, 5, 14, I.Y. N. S. Prada. D. Dash Viraya, Yajataya, ASM, Asma Ksatra Yun Virayabe Pravrat Idaya, De, Asma Payanya Dasi Amaya, ETI, Kila Asmad Marmadasadirut Punya Dasiu, VD, Yajataya, ETI, Sabdakalperformatrain of M, Kila Asma Anma Bum Idasapakana Yajataya, RRR. 5, 15, Imin Yahyam, Nibdayami Sanskarayami, Y, Amujya Harada, minus 6s, Asurasia, Apam Naptur asterisk, Apasiya Visvas A, H, asterisk Malayade Dataya someday, H. D6. Diadia, H, Asiya, point 5. 1. The accented ma suffix generally follows consonants, yet see Beatnia, 2 ma cited by WH. The ma suffixes seem to adhere mostly to masculine forms. CPN.IRAs, see at Arban. The van suffix seldom carries the accent, vet \VC can place the accent upon a of at AR. The fire was naturally the instrument and emblem of Rta Vasiste, as it, the fire, was the central object in the sacrifice. Plus Udj Aharina, this for Aviozaarina, CP Udayana, Lidity, etc., which would seem indeed to point rather to the rising day than Avyani, which reminds us more of the later afternoon, but then, early afternoon is always the increasing liate of the dev. For the many accented in suffixes after RCRV comma, I should not prefer a Haridayana. I here leave the accentuation purposely redundant. Asterisk for accent, and interior present participial form, CPK Savidvara, according to the general rule, Vira seldom retains its accent in Vedic composita. The few composita with Ksatra it does not retain its accent. Was the Ksatrodcast here referred to? The ma affix has the accent occasionally, otherwise Dasiu. The province guardian angel was naturally associated with the one who furthered the virile population. Recall in passing that the Dasya was only evil in the Veda, not of course in close and immediate antagonism to the actual Mazda worshipping population, but in the same sense hostile to some neighbors of adverse creed, or policy, though there is something inherently evil in the word, unlike the equals word dva and others, if to das to waste, or did das it sealfaknire its evil sense from border animosity, perhaps to dak, palana, so accented a or ding to analogy. Of Agni, Su of the clouds, notice that he is not a demon like some other 104 *yasai in its Sanskrit 2, I.U valence. L6, 16 liters, LL. Y. NS. Avitratri Nisva, Alvis Rutkarnava, CTI by, Abhigawaya * 6, 17. Pradadat, Divisvam *Sujavate Viaiti, Kila Sarvasujavaitin Pravradidaya, de, *Jarafa Stratamaya Caicti, dash. Dash. R. 6, 18, Imani Yajanani, Thurivdayami Sanskarayami, Y, Radavanam * Pravartinam, DPICA, CTI Sab.I Kalpanukrit Vartame Train 2, 6, IHA Visata, Kila. Pita, RA, V, Atmanam, Pita Mahanin Parat Anam, Kita Yajatanam, Pitratamanine Ca, GNA Enrim, Nani Va, A, apica, puravijaranam, kibnanain puravirasunam, patnanain puravira janatnam, paravatsari navasiye sukhsidali. 6. 19I. Amasia acetastasia suratasia cti, devas in avesta, observe the distinction of clean waters made bv aliura, as against the unclean made bv angramanu. =CP Sutratra. Some writers would compare Indian Tsarati to creep on as if of fly creeping on of night. CP the creeping on of winter of Vend. 7, 27, 69, but in view of Abhigava, the watchman of the night, gives the hint here, recall we Srao5a as the watchguard of the night. Might consider a reading in the sense of Abhisrabha also. The listening night watch. CP Sringarna, IIA's nam of Agni and Indni. Forms with tli suffix trali of various accents in connection with it. This sup tickets tra followed bv ma becomes trima, there being evidental sympathy between an r as in tr and a following I, trima having a more natural sound. The accent falls upon the I in two at least out of the few occurrences cited by WH, but only in one of the two Rigvedic cases, of ig.iyaya equals so abhigava, guard, over the Gaya, household guard lias little or no reference to singing. I would now amend MV rendering of 1883-87 in SBEXXXI, in the above sense. *CP the form Visvamanva.ani, notice the ace. Case form included within the frequemly occurring compositum, see it used also of Tazan, the Mariats, etc. CP Abhyavardan, C. Vardan, Whitly. Accent, read Vardan, and notli frequently accented in forms in the RG Veda. As we have a Vantar as possessor, it is not irrational to think of a possible Vantva which would correspond to the AV form from Van, Vaova, CP. For form only, Hanf, and Hantva, this is, however, not the abstract TVA which, we need here, whether of identical ultimate origin is a question. The few composita in Dalta have the accent on the prior member, but we might read the participles of either da, or da. This note applies to P105. Yasna I in its Sanskrit HQ. Valence. 105 Kila asterisk Suradasiya Vradragna, -6s, Asuradatasya Datasia, Diatasia Va, Vanantya Ca, Vanadra, I, Ya, H, Vanvatya, Hj, Yuparatata. 7, 20, Imin Yahyam, N. S. Yosasanaya, -t, iti sabdakalpavad, d, Neotram, Kila Yosahi Ayusrakala Yajatata. 7, 21, I. V. N. S. I. Braj, iti, sabdakalpa rtm, brgay va, eti vat katasid vadai artam ihasyat, manaya, eti, griyajatata. 6, 22, Imam Yahyam, Nivdayami Saraskariami asterisks Rosasia, CTI, Sabdakalpanukrtyartna, AIV, Ivam, Tafa Nityain Punar API, Y, Asman Dasana Estiahi Estiain Visata, O, Guravarti from the stem Vananti, WH, see also Tlik President Vanti, so for AVU5 alien AI, to U5AS, L.I, for form CP Savasan to Savas, or to equal Savasa, so Unite Sansan, to SAS Sans, or to Jadensa, C, for form only, Suya Vazan, to Cayavasa, to U. See the INA forms in the RK so for AV Bariyai, CP Birajai, F, see also Bifku, under Biraj, so WH, the original Jhauld here hold as in A, to Indian A. Asterisk to Manva for form only, see Mania to man, CP also Mana as proper name of a 3, to Ma, or to man. CP Straujadi equals obedient, SRAII5ATACR, in sacrifice, calling on the god to hear. It is more critical to refer the idea of Srosa first to the willing listening of the gods to the effective sacrifice as Datta regionine srustamantum at RV, v. 54, 408, 14. Zoroaster, and, in this sense Zoroaster, was certainly the god of public worship, engaging the ear of a hearer, yet even here he was always the willing hearing, the acceptance of the sacrifice, seldom or never the severe overhearing, for punishment. This is proved by the hearing, Zoroaster, in the household, which could not possibly be confined to the idea of God's hearing of our praise. See also the Vedic Zoroaster of the mares, animals could only hear to obey, seldom to be gracious. The moral idea of heeding, in response to a well-meant sacrifice, is not even absent from the hearing on the part of the gods. They heed because the sacrifice is meritorious, they are in equity obliged to hear, and obedient hearing, with its deep-seated mora idea, is absolute certified where Zoroaster is obviously the attribute of man. I would therefore amend my translation obedience of SBEXXXI only so far as to write the heeding car of God and man, or God's heeding, and our obedience. In this sense Zoroaster, Zoroaster, indeed inspired public worship, he engaged the ear of God to the sacrifice, yet even here he was by no means the mere hearing in any sense aside from heeding. The moral idea cannot be critically excluded, circumscribing and confining the sense to the idea of a severe, indifferent, or adverse, hearing on the part of God. 106 Yasna I in its Sanskrit eq.u valence. 2. Kill, imdiate vaginum icc ruste, r, vahatanum icc rustamedham, pajakanin ca, api, iha rapakam adistaya, Sruste, s, Sita Porasat, Tfirasat, Yajatabi Avanena, Fiivi Avama Benitaya, Tasia, Kihi, Tasiai, Tasmai, a, Iminya Janai, Sanskariami, ICCAKA Sruste, Radavar, Ya, H, ITI, Kila, Sraustiya Tasia, AR, Radavana, O, VA, AR, Radivada, H, ITI Sabdakulpa, AN, Anukartyarfamatram, Kib, Ratuk Piastasia, Da Va. Yajatasia Punyaravat Yavivta, O, Verdragnat, Pradatati, D, Vasabumi, Gayasya, Etihliha, Kihajya, Sriastli, Iha Rapakin Sitasa Yajatavat Pioneer Benidia, H, Imin Yahiyain Sanskariami. 7, 23, Rajanasas asterisk ca, eti sabdakulpanukartyartam, r isvana, o, va, Raji ta itva, bifta, o, Rajastasia, ar, Radatasia, eti sabdakalpananukartyapunar api, y, fati, sia degudma eth2, kila imeti vahayam diantiasatyadada, os, Asmad, Vazii, Biuni, Gayi Byasarva, Suasti, Pradatya, H, Vardad, Vardayat, D, Gayasya. Saraskaravama. 8, 24, Imin Yahiam, Nivdayani I Sanskariami Mas Yeba, A, Radasia, AR, Radukpatibba, ON, Antermaze, Masaya VA, asterisk RRR. CP the proper name, this for AV ras neos. Arflite, or TVI, is accented from analogy. Redatat asterisk in imitation of AVR status, hardly, to Rs, CPFSI still less probably to RJ, Arj, while I do not forget the terminations in J which go over to S before T, nor even that Aries belongs to Air dash, to RJ, Arj. This last might however seem a question of a permitted final. I think AR in RTA to be the root, CP the old Persian forms R taxatra, fravardi, etc., where the R always appears. The AV letter formerly expressed as S was really originally Rs in many of its occurrences. See Gathas, Dictionarv, Volume IL, Preface, p. 17 figure, see also above. If the forms in Rs are to Aric, Aries, we have then the question whether Asa itself be not referable to Ares, which would, however, present the Gravest difficulty, ASAA, R, SA, as Indian RTA being too well established. It is a total mistake to trace all the Avesta forms in Rs, or to RJ, Arj. Asterisk CP Masia equals, containing a month, AV Mahaya. For accent CP, for want of better, Antaratman, Antaryami N, but, Antarik Sa. Yasna I in its Sanskrit equivalents. 8, 25. Pernmi's, EH, Ahar, 6, Sis, Aptaya, Et Ikdasarapakin Yajatabat, DJ Udidistaya Sat Karana asterisk, EVJ Eva, ARJ, Rhodesia, ART, Rtupatat. 9, 26, Imari Ayajanam, Nivdayami Sanskarayani IC Avatsarl Nebyat, O, Madhya Harmaya, ETI Punar API, Sabdakalpanavat, D, ATI, Samdi Henna, Samdi Hapadam, Durgarayaka, ETI, 2, Kilo Madhyavasantakalaya, Haridasatvalakala Yajatata. 9, 27. Madhyagralsmasamaya asterisk. 9, 28. Pradasajaya asterisk. 9, 29. Ayatrimaya Pravartrimaya Vrasnibhya, M, so the cited accent for both the full neon and its sacrifice. See the forms with prior 6, also accented, as VC perhaps Visa Tat Iya would be better here. The intercalary day inserted in each month after the 8th and the 23rd, see Roth ZDMG XXXIV, 710. One would amend my translation in SBE in this sense, see the place. For AV Yair Giabia. Asterisk for AV Majioizarimaya, Harnia, Harmiya, only goes back upon Har Gar in the sense of glowing hearth flamk, for the sense of Hdritai however, see Haranu, account, as a kind of herb, also Haridra, account. Yellow sandalwood. Possibly the red coloring of blossoms and budding leaves had something to do with the idea of glowing red, and not alone the flush of new green, though this flush of fresh green was the more in evidence in burnt summer latitudes, where all red and green vanishes after spring. Asterisk so for AV Mysio C may I. The accent of Madhya generally goes over to the end of the compositum. As the mid-year natural J suggests summer, I do not know that it is necessary to add Grismacalasia, O, Usma Grmasia, Grmacalasia. CP Sagia, and for form Prati Ve5a, Pratihvara, in composita with Prati the accent often seems to rest where the emphasis falls, but it is dangerous to suggest laws here. For Ayatrima CP Vatra, F, account 0, and Vatrotsava, M Fest Sug, procession. For Pra Vartrimaya CP Avartra, not turning, of Agni, and for the I of Trima, notice that Tra before Ma goes over to Tri, there being an evident sympathy between an R and the following I in this connection. For the accented Trima notice that while the suffix Tra generally leaves the accent upon the root, final Ma also of itself often carrying the accent, yet, in 2 cases at least out we of the 5 or 6-sided BV Whitney, Trima appears. Must understand the 2 expressions Avatrima and Pravartrima as being to some degree the one supplementary to the other, as return and driving home, CP Pravkja, otherwise 107. 108 Yasna I / its Sanskrit Eauivalents. Srstiya, Versni Bijavisrsti K slave asterisk. 9, 30. Madhya C Avatsaranaya asterisk, Malphia Varsakaya Va. 9, 31. Sana 6 Svayad Nikdask MCDI Va, ICTI Vidya RTAII Durga 2, VC, I of M. 9, 32 1. Saradbyas Ca. 10, 33, Imin Yahiyam Avam, Nivdayami Siskarayami Visvibhyat, Ya, Rtupatibhyat, Yo, Yesanti, Y, Rhodesia, AR, Rtupataachnivas Lia Trinsat, D, Netista Parisava, Parias, S, Avania, H, ITI Sabdakal Pavat Avam, Yesanti, Y, Radigyayat, d, /isisfasya, eti, kila, r, Radagyayat, d, vasiste ii, mahadalsum da, a, h, s, prasista ca, asterisk Zoroaster Prakta. 11, 34, Iminyajanam, Nibdavami Sanskarayami, y, Asu Rabyain Mitrabyam, iti, kila, a, Azura, a, Jva Trabyam. We might more naturally suppose that Ayatrima originally referred to the driving home of the herds from the summer pastures, while Pravartrima referred to the sending them out in dry spring, but the idea seems to be the fourth turning, driving in toward home. For Vipsni, CP Versni Te Sava, RV, V55, 4, and Vipsniam Sava.RV, 8, 3, 8, etc. Madhya does not so often retain its accent in the Vedic texts which have been handed down to us. Out of, say, some 27, odd, occurrences, only a very few of those whose accents have been handed down to us retain the accent upon its original syllable. One think that the spao in Avesta Hamaspamadaya is the stem of the present participle, as elsewhere used in Bhatli Avesta and Sanskrit, cp Pradat above, and Avesta Freighted, see it in composition in Yabe Asakha, Yabe Dvisa, for the final member some form like M das, H, seems indicated. Svayad, here. Insert eb ya omitted through a versite in 10, 33. One is naturally inclined to change the reading here to Mysyaya'i in view of the preceding name, but we should have also to accept a change of place as well as of form. I am the more inclined to accept Roth's suggestion in ZDMG, vol. XXXIV, viz., M. Das, H, fat, flourishing growth, and this all the more from the prominent fact that the A in Avesta Mesaya has here the usual aspect of debris, the word being properly Mesaya. X or is Roth seemingly too ingenious comparison with MJ's to be lightly set aside. Before closely examining Roth's article, I had decided upon svavat as the form of the equals participle to be used, but his svat, suvat, may be equally good, or better. Yasna I in its Sanskrit equivalents. 109 Bradbyamit Hijab Ysm, Radavabvam, Stfnain *ca, say in Domenunam, nor, Diamanum, iti, Kila, sm *visrastanum. 11, 35. Iminya Janain ca Tysia Siastara, o, asterisk, Riveta, Svarvatab, Kila Svaranavatab, o, Masasia ca Gositrasia ict I Sabdakulpa Nukrti arfena, aiv, Ivari I Kabalain, Kila, Gorbi Jasia, Sur ca, Surab, Ksetasia, a, Arvatisvasia, et, dite, Kila Kaksur, Asurasia Mahadab. Sumdasa, so, va, Mitrasia ca, em, met yahilain saraskariami, asterisk punyadasianain asterisk punyadasiopete, asterisk iti idamanas, o, veda rta nurapani 2 na kot, c, kana kila, arj. Rajabiasaya, av, avesta nisaranna, asmati armajanma bumid sanariitis apasib. 11, 36, Imin Yahiam, Asurasia Mahada, Sumdisab, so, va, Rivatab, Svarvatab, 11, 37, Radavani, Pravartanain ca asterisk lcti punar api sabdakulpa betavain kabalam, Kila Pitrat Manani Pita, Paretanari I Kula Yajatanam, Kula Pan Am, Pam, Piftamanam, iti. 12, 38, Imam Yahiam, Nivdayami Siskarayami Tava, Yajanadebiat Harayab, Kila, at, asterisk at /ir, at va, o, vab Piatra ia Surasia asterisk Mabada, sumd aso va Putra, smad Vyava Ivab, vov, at Harab va, b, iti, Kila, smad 6.svrt vir atan bib. Asterisk cp endrali. 2 cp Vedic Sptranam of the RSI, RV, I, 18, 1. While the Avksta meaning of Citra as Bija, looks so peculiar, it should be especially noted in the future Aryan dictionaries. An Aryan dictionary which omits Avesta forms will be, in future, imperfect. Asterisk I can see nothing for it, but to accept a meaning scintillate, shine, to the root ksi to rule, recall the similar idea so often expressed by Raj equals, to rule, k salte, equals rule prince, must be regarded as here expressing brilliance. We do not forget the strong hostile meaning of das view in the Veda just lately noticed, border animosity. The meaning is favorable in the inscriptions. Asterisk conjectural accent, cp the forms in. For a possible asterisk at rihcp naraz, h. The accent in the van nouns is almost always upon the root, so that at arvan is not decisive as to at ar or at dr, see at arf, u. Was the fire of a hewer that upon the altars, the other fires being also sacred, in an inferior degree. 110 Yasna I 9 at Sanskrit Eauivalents. 12, 39. Iminyajanam. Adb Yasya Vasvibhyat, Yo, dash asterisk 6 Vasain Ca Apam Ivam Mahadadiatanam, someday, H, D6, Dat Anam Va, asterisk 6 Vasanka Varanin Mahadadiatanani. 13, 40, Iminyajanam, Mantrasius Fantasia, AIV, Ivam Apica, AR, Radhavana, O, Vrjyasashya, CTI Sabda Kulpa Nukriti HCT6R dash, ATI, Samdyatvina, AIV, Ivain 2, Kila Vrjana Vada, O, Mantrasia, Vrjana, A, Azarva, ITI Punar APIS, S, AEI Dehavidamani, Mantrasia I, Datasia, ETI, Kila Dar Mana, O, Vidavasia Yajatasia, E Harupakam Eva LOD, Adistasia, Datasia, Zoroaster, RJ Durgasia, OP, Yopayanasia Iadiyanasia, Kila, Durganimaparampara. OP, Yopadisasia D Armadyanasia, Vasar Mahadayaja, someday, H, Da, Iste asterisk. 14, 41J. Tali Yahiam, Gyre Causa Diranasia Far, RTA Svarvata FO, Visvizam Gyranam RTA Svarvatali Puru S /Arvatin Mahadatanam, summed M, H, dash, D6, Diatana in Va, 14, 42, Kavyajya Cir, Sura, Svaranasia Ba asterisk Svarsur, Vidya Rtaii Kadasi Itsyat, D, Mahadadiatasia, someday, H, dash, D6, Datasiavi, Abritasva, Cti Sabdakalpava, Kila, Ajaxitasia Sura, O, Mahadandiatasia, someday, H, D6, Datasia Va. 14, 43, Iyns, Punyaya, H, RTCH, R, ITI Sabdakulpanukriti Artame Ritram Iha Visada, H, Ivain, Kila Ravatvasia Vrjana equals strength, this latter to Urj, Varj, supposed to be a deliarant, root from Vrj, Varjl or the AV reading Varazaya Havahi read Vrjana F plus equals Asu 3. Community, or power, Lord. See note on P93. Asterisk / rare suffix, but see the few, together with a tree. I5ti properly here used as end of the conapositum Whitly changed accent, cp also suyaj and suyahiya. Star / LSO possibly applying to dlik proper name in the Veda, certainly in an especial manner applied to the RB2s, etc. So, unless we read svarayain to the lurst svar equals, to sound, Whitly may indeed be more immediately realistic here, re the two words svar possibly of identical etymological origin, the flare of the trumpet suggesting the glare of the glory, cwh Yasna I in its Sanskrit equivalents. M, art, rt, I, rtu, r2, d, rmapi, iladasia, ar, rde, r, vasvaya, kila, ravatyaja vasuna, site, r, Vasvaya, H, API, Rde, R, ITI Pioneer Avam, Vidyar Vikratu, Kila FAR, Rhodesia, ETI Cadfi CIDE Hi-Fi, Art AIIT Siat, D, Router, Vasvaya, H, RA, D, Santete, R, Vasvaya, Sur, Kili Surajay, Sabasa, So, Mahadai Datasia, Someday, H, D6. D Itasia VA. 15, 44, Imeniajanum, Dasmaya, H, Vasvaya, H, A, Prite, R, ACI Sasuestimate Suestivahaya, H, Vaka, O, Das Mazia Narafo, Radavana, H, Agnishyalatak Vasia, Sapavadana, O, Diame, RITI Sabdikalpanavat Tafakavalam Kiki Diamana Fno, Nyasia 7, Nayavadana, H, Yupamantrina, O, Yajatasia FC Tai, Yupamanasia Sabdikulpa Nukriti Arte IIIT, Ki1A Janain Sapate Durvake Oyopanian Na. One naturally supposes that ROC is RTA, perhaps in a sense Radlikra. Different from Tli sense attributed to A, R, I, and one naturally selects the more abstract sense for RE because efficacy becomes so closely identified with the idea of profit and wealth. That RA, RAS, or rad equals, to give, etc. lies at the root of the still 6 cult word is mere conjecture, as is of course also MV notice of Sant.iti, to Samwi, Bulai of Senios. Might naturalv suspect the presence of an afxtarad, or rad, d going over to s, but an abstract termination attaching itself to the stem of a present participle is what most naturalv suggests itself here, and a form equals from ras equals to give suits the context. In SBEXXXI, I prefer to raston. CP for form irif vastad, the present participle plus tad, see Indian Aristotati, but not in the RG Veda, where we have, however, at least the past participle plus tadi. For a possible fini. Form CP uhi, etc., and anadvahi, \vh. Wisdom seems indeed well adapted here, and one might almost hesitate equals whether, or not, to accept a root to know, CP the old PERS form, which we, however, of course more natural refer to avzan. DA might, however, include a mental disposition of things. Otherwise we must render of the creator. The Sufi \me, mf, is rare, and seldom, or never, occurs after a, except in Jamie relation. Av dami, however, occurs also in the sense of creator, as of creation, kipsi, has been compared. I follow my imitation diamet with deed mana, and this must be understood in its sense statute, law, order. The Pal. TRLR seems to have read Damaya, would not this afford an improvement? Asterisk accent after the preponderance of analogies, as so often, see also the intentional redundancy. 112 Yasai in its Sanskrit eq.uivalhans. Upaniano ca yajatzaya, visvan duravertan asterisk papakarmana prati of ain eger, menumita, o, yajatasia, iyns.I. 16, 45, Imeniajanum, Nibdayami Saraskariami, v. Isamasayanilm, iti ikila fa, asayanin svalpagrakasadnigramanamasanir matanam, iti katasid, art aiiis \at, d, comma dash, ati, samdiamtu niadmatyadrasayate, k stronum, gaviatinain, met I, nir midavasabumistananam, ap veritanum iiti sabda kulpanukriti arfamatram avani, kil perpanani, ap panasta nanam, apain I : k samam, urvaranum, vergasasakanum, osidinain sadanum, asiasa k slima, -6v, asterisk avasia, a. Asana, h, iti, kiki, a, amusia, av, asterisk avasia, eti, kix, a, amusva, a, as m.ana, o, vatasia, ar, radavana, h, iti, Stfnam, Masa, Sura, -6, N, Anagranaine R6 Iasari I Svadatanam, Kik, Svadananam, Visvisam Svantasva Punvamanufar, ITI, Kiki Svantasva, AT, Atmana, O, Diatanam, Sarganam VA, Radavanam asterisk, Svstinam asterisk CA, AR, Radavaralnain Nirmakanam, Radasia, AR, Rightvianam. 17, 46. Nivdayami Sanskarayami, Y, Radunbrata, H, Ebani, Ye, A, Radasia, AR, Radava Santi, Tyasan, Kila IEM, Imin Yahiam, Radunam, Rightvianam, asterisk Ahanianam, Mazianam, Siavat Sarananam, Saradam Oa, Sanskarayami, Y, Esam, Yesanti, Asanviradasia, AR, Radiva. Yajanam, Savannah, R, RT6H, R, ITI Sabda. Whether a structure more proneanantal composed of stone was here held equals in view, and so to us in stone, might be considered, while the Nia Anna, see below, might get its name from the predominance of the wooden pillar Med-I, Med-A, Med-A. The stony element, in aviation, might have reference to a stone wall for defense, while the Nia had rather wooden posts, or poly equals sadas, some encircling enclosure was frequent. CP here also METR, Tarjay. We builder of M have the alternative choice of referring the word to Mayo, Mio to meet, CP the stem Mayan in, me and nat, etc., but Mas, MIT, itself requires explanation. Was the idea of MCT Anna, WH, present? Or a pairing of people might have suggested the meeting together of the Familv, or minor tribe, hardly. May not the Indian Urvara have here exactly the sense of Avesta Urvara rather than that of fruits and vegetables? Insert a Harvafatnam in 17, 46. Accent on the privative near according to preponderating analogy. Yasna I in its Sanskrit Eauivalents. 113 Kulpanakaranana Matrayin, Kila, E, Imdiathyajanam Amusin Jn Irvaprata S6 Masava, I, Horanam, ITI, Tina, AIV, Ivain Savani Namanam Tazam, Kila Yajanain Pervadivazanamikalasia, ARJ Rdo, Punya Karisha, O, Yupayajana, O, Nivdayami, 18, 47, Imari Ayajanami Nivdayami Sanskarayamif Y, Radavanam Pravartinam Phi Punner DPI, Kila Patratmanari I Paretanami Yugranam Abhicharanam, Abhitarvatam, Abhicharatam, asterisk Pervasitanam, Pervasitazam, Litinam, ITI. Sabdakalpanarfam, Kik Pervapunyavidyat, ASI Ashratanain Mantravaktinam, Pervakali Armadi Aman, N, Abhiraksatam API, Pervartinam Pitamalianam, Kuhiyajatanam, Nabinetisfanin X Pitamahanam, Svasia, Iada, O, Ruvanasrut, D, Ayatmana, Kila Svatmana Pravartan asterisk Svapadamahaya, Kila Yadsham Atmana Pio Yakasia Pajakarina Svayain Taksanana, Ne, Tadiagia Savan asterisk Svasararat Vina Samupastitasia, Tasia, A, Atmana, O, Genasia Yagia Hito PFTAK, GITI Katasid. Ivari I Tadiagina Savanari I Vast Utah Sampadiate, Tasia Tadatmana asterisk Pravartina, H, Hito, Tur, Imari I Yahi Iri I Siskarayami, Y, Ityadi. 19, 48, Lyns Visvibhyat, A, Radasia, AR, Rudupativyab. 19, 49, Visvibhyat, O, Vasudiyavayat, Yo, Yajasibhyo, Ivari I Menyabhyat, Kila, Punyamenyumadbhya, H, Iti, Kila asterisk Ni is a suffix occurring not so often, and with accent moselv upon the root. The suffix ani, fn as adjective mfnt, would give us asterisk havani. Might not the avi, as so often, be a quasi-pallavi relic of ay with its inherent a, havanya, siahanya, divanva asterisk, yudanya. Or again, should we explain as a suffix and a suffix I? Which would give us inhabani. In accented from analogy, see the great preponderance. Should we write pitra atm or pita tm, see pitamahanam. Asterisk of I in composition is seldom accented in the RV, but see abida, abidayu, abimati, and a few others which only occur among the many accentless of I. Asterisk mantra be actimatam. Asterisk so, only to recall the etymology of av ruvan asterisk, indeed the form looks as if it had its origin in the participial suffix, see also ruvanith and ravana, adjective, bruyant, etc., see also saravna. 114 Yasna I / its Sanskrit eq. Valence. Yajasi Vyasvargat rt / I, a, abmrak sad byat, yo I nivast b omega yebyas ca, ehje halokasia nivasagahe byat, o, vafeti catasid, yes anti iy, asin va, yanaya, h, asterisk vasna, h, iti sabdakalpanakaranana, tate kivalani, kila, Stuti Vakmaya, H, Rtat, Tecakayat, D, Vasistat, D, Iti Kila, Yat, D, Vasistam. 20, 50, he, asterisk Savani, Iti, Kika, he ajatanitis masavana, Pratnani divasavibanic, Kiki, he vahata etamabirixin, Ftavan, Radasia eaf, Ftupate, 20, 51, he asterisk s, I base, iti, he savasin, asterisk savasi, va, divasasi advishi ye punyakaki vibact, kila, he yaeda tatavirixi yajana, te, a, ftavan, vari va, arj phtasia, ar, ftupate, ftavara va radasia patna, 20, 52, he ivirain pitumani ns, ifti yajata divasasia, Tifti yapunya called vibacti abirixin, n, se. Ftavan, Radasia, ar, ftupate, 20, 53, he udia harana, udia hanya va, turiya punya devasa vibati yajata, ta r, ftavan, right zaya, ar, ftupate 20, 54 1, he asterisk avm tritrima, aisratrima, vaj, abigaya, kila, he tvamdsmavasa bumi gaya birixin, gahapalana ijatat, drikama punya divasa vibacti dbirixin, n, sej, ftavan, n, radasia, ar, ftupate 20, 55, he asterisk yosasana, perfuma, o, usa kala, sdsta, a, ahar punya divasa vibacti ijatat, 21, 56, 57, 58, Iti tva, tvam. Iti, kila yadi yuzman vyava, h, he h6ra, h, asterisk tupa, h, did visa, iti manasa, iti vacasa, for heaven, see above. The word asterisk savani is formed iro in analogy upon sava and savan, account, sec the forms in ni, some with strengthened root, whitlie various accent. See above. Also CP for formation savas and savasv, weak latter is accordant with asa, savase should be vocative of a savasi, according to the accompanying terms it should be masculine, see also savase at 3, 8, and at 23, 67, c, for form, sayavasi to suyavas, the suffix I seldom has the accent the singular asavan in the AV original at 60 stands for the pi. In idea. Yasna I in its Sanskrit eq. Valence. 115 Udi Syotantna, Iti Josana Icti, Kili, Abipraya Purvam, Yadi, Y, a Josana asterisk, Kila, A, Ajanatva, Anj, Anakava, Anj, Anapsitam ca, 21, 59, a Te Asia, Kila, A Asmai and U New Jersey Itai, Uzmakinyajnk, EMI. Amuni Sarvani Karyani Pradikasia, PRA, Kila, Utarodarine, Tvam, Kila Yuzman, Stuv, Stami, Nite Iki La, Yuzmakam, Kasati Sarya Pernana, ETI, Kila Parat 6 Sanana, ai, ivam, tava yajanain biwaye, o, veda ami, yadi te, kila tivam, Yuzman va, Asiya, Kila Tasman, n. Ata Pradixia, Avarurate, Tasmanayat, Ikila, Tat Pradixiayat, Tava, Yajanasia ca, Stutivakmayasya, Parama Artia, 6 Sati, Kila, Yadi Tivam, Ajura, Katakana, Kiayasit, TVA, Yachvia, Stutivakmaya, Pradixanana Ava, Arurate, Tata, S. Tivam, Tadheter, Utarodarine Tavat, D. Biwaye Prastuv, Prostami, Stosyami, Va. 22, 60, Heftava, Ftupatala, O. Vyavmaste, H. Ftavana, A. Rhodesia, AR, Ftupatala, 2261, 1 Yadi Va, O. Didvisa, 22, 62. Yadi Manasa, Yadi Vakasa, Y, Edi Syotnina, 22, 63, Yadi Josana, Yadi Ajosana, Kila, Yadi Abiprava Purvain, Yadi Va Ashviatva, Anistva, 22, 64, Ava, -6 Sy, Asiya, Tasman, Praca, Kila, 6, Utarodaram Tat Pradixia Paratozakam, Prostave, Prostami /NIVA, H, Utarodarari, Veda Yami, Yadi Va Ivosya, Asiya, Kila, Yadi, Y, Asman, Tat. Pradixia, Avarurate Yat TVA Yajanasia. These expressions in thought, in word, and in deed make it impossible that the offenses referred to were mere remissness in the ritual, although ugly the means of justification are here principally mere praise or prayer, that is to say, justification by faith in another form. See also RV, v. 85, 7, 8, and 7, 86, the whole of it. The RK expands more practically the items of offense, but see the ever-recurring and truly wonderful Zoroastrian depth in thought, in word, in deed. Where did it come from? Through what centuries of religious feeling and resolution? Where should we place the accent? With these a privative gerunds. A. Fiatva. Recall that the negative gerundives have the accent on the final va 116 Yasna I in its Sanskrit equivalence. Shalivakmayas Yasya, Aas Yapananir I 6 Sat, Gzadi de, Iti, Kiki, Iti Tvain Tvatyajana Studi * Vakmayam Pradixia Yate Kate Ishadavarur 6 Da, Dot Tatas, H, Tat Pradixanana, Tvani Utarodarine Vi Sata Biwaye Prostami, -1 Ti Adi, point 1. 23, 65 1, Pravare, Kib, Sohinsvayain Prakasam, Mahatayajana * Nam. Kayapaya * someday, H, A. Ista, RVA, Asmadi Armavidvam Prakasam Kayapaya Isyami, Girafastri, R, Aham, Vidavaf, Ivam, Ajurasita, TAS, Kiki, A, Asurasia D Armadiama, Ni Hirde Abiactinian, Li, Asmai. 23, 66, Savannah Yi, AITI, Sabdakulperfine Nitvain Punner DPI, Kick /S6 Ma Sabi, N, Pradalksar, Lyrikalaya, Radavana, A, Rhodesia, AR, Ratupatat, Yajana Ca Stutivakmayaya, Tad Manasvidva, Case Notrea, Eti Puna Sabdata Tad Akavakimavain, Kib Imfanyajatran Mad Prartana, AIT, Adavat, D, ATI Nirban DNA, Protsahai Madbormal Vafixasante, A, Ivain Tadar Tam Tarasksavahaten, List, Tina Mamo Parisiadosea, Tebyat, S, Samt Listiain Kranave, Carries Yami, Tad. Vidya RTM Ivain Vi Sata, S, Pravare, 3 Ti, Ityadi dot. Prasastacia, 23, 67, Savase Vijaya Ca, Radavana, A, Rhodesia, AR, Radave, Kila, AR, Radupata, Yahyaya Ca, Stutivakmayaya * Ca, Samtasix notrea asterisk, process ca, redipata yahiaya ca, process te, a, compare rv, il, 51, 70 even ineti tava surus arman aviva santi cav iva suyahia, see also ayajvia. I think that the idea expressed bv this middle voice is not so exclusively I confess myself as a Mazda worshipper, as I confess for myself the holy Elaith, see. The nominatives. The nom. Might, of course, follow the middle voice, as in other languages. For the term tri, ciatri, architri. Asterisk with regard to the accented 6 I will not say that it occurs more often with the effect of rendering a definition one of opposition or deprivation rather than one of discrimination, but notice vidvisa, viryapot, vivak, vivrata, and visoka, foliage should be accented on 6. SP68 is misplaced in the AV text. Yasna I in its Sanskrit Eauivalents. 115 asterisk yadi syotnina, yadi josana ieti, kila, a bipirsia pervm, yadi, y, a josana asterisk, kilale iajanatvafe n, anasiya erini, anapsitari ica, 21, 59, a teasiya, kila, a asman, New Jersey iti, Uzmakinyajvi I2m, Amuni Sarvani Karyani Pradixya, Ni, Kila, Utarodarine, Tvam, Ikila Uzmam Stuv, Stami, Nite, Kila, Uzmakam, Kasati Siapernana Ieti, Kila Parat 6 Sanana, Ai, Ivam, Tava Yahi Iri IB /E Yali, O, Veda Yami, Yadi Te, Kila Tvam, Busman Va, Asiya, Kila Tasman. N, Atapratlkasia, Avarurade, Tasman, Yat, Kila, Tad Pradixya Yat, Tava, J, Yajfayas Ya Ca, Stutivakmayas Ya, Parama Artia, 6 Sat, Kila, Yadi Tvam, Ajura, Katakana, Kiyayasit, TVA, Yadriya, Stutivakmaya, Pradixanana Ava, Rurade, Tata, S, Tvam, Tadheter, Utarodarine Tavat, D, Biava Prastuv, Prostami, Stasvamai, Va. 22, 60, Heftava, Ftilpatataro, Vyavmaste, H, Ftavana, A, Rhodesia, AR, Ftupatava, 22, 61, Yadi Va, O, Didvisa, 122-162, Yadi Manasa, Yadi Vakasa, Yadi Syotnina, 22, 63, Yadi Josana, Yadi, Y, twice a Josana, Kila, Yadi Iy, a Bipraya Pervam, Yadi Vaagiatva, Anistva, 22, 64, Ava, -6 Sy, Asiya, Tasman, Praca, Kila, 6, Utarodarine Tat Pradikasia Paratozakin, Prostave, Prostami, Nive, Utarodarine, Veda Yami, /Adi Va, Viosva, Asiya, Kila, Yadi, Y. Asman, Tat Pradixya, Avarurade Yat Tvajfyas Yat *. These expressions in thought, in word, and in deed make it impossible to at the oft-tenses referred to were mere remissness in the ritual, although the means of justification are here principally mere praise or prayer, that is to say, justification by faith in another form. See also RV, V, 85, 7, 8, and 7, 86, the whole of it. The RK expands more practically the items of offense, but see the ever-recurring and truly wonderful Zoroastrian depth in thought, in word, in deed. Where did it come from? Through what centuries of religious feeling and resolution? Where should we place the accent? With these aprivative gerunds. A. The Atva. Recall that the negative gerundives have the accent on the final yd 116 * Yasna I in its Sanskrit Eauivalents. Studaft kamyajya cii, avajyaparama rti, -6 sat, asati d, I, uti, kila, yadi t vari I t vatyajana studi * vakmayam pradikasya vate katariasid avarar 6 da, tatas, hi, tad pratik sanana, t vam utarodarine visata, o, bwa prostami, -1 ti adi. 23, 65, pravare, kila, so heens vari prakasam, mahadayajana asterisk, nani, kayapai, someday, h, a. Ista, rava, asmati armavidyam prakazain kayapajyami, Zoroaster, r, ahagin, videva, h, ivam, ajurasita, tas, kila, a, asurasia d armadiama, n, hirde abhiaktaman, li, asterisk asmai. 23, 66, Savanayi, iti, Sabdakulpertain Nityain Pioneer API, Isaki S6 Ma SA /I, N, Prada, R, Horakalaya, Radavana, A, Radasia, AR, Radipata, Yajanaya Ca Stutivakmayaya, Tad Manasi Itva, Case Notrea, Eti Puna Sabdata Tad Akivalane Avarii, Kikiman Yajatan Madprart Nena, AIT, Adavat, D, ATI Nirbandina, Protsahai Maddiana Kiksasante, A, Ivain Tadar Fam Tanskava Hayton, List, Tina Mamo Parisia Dosea, Tebya, S, Salatustiain Kranave, Karis Yami, Tad. Vidyartam Ivain Visata, S, Pravare, Aitii, Ityadi. Nazaste Ca, 23, 67, Savase Vijaya Ca, Radavana, A, Radasia, AR, Radave, Kila, AR, Radupata /Yajviaya Ca, Stutivakmayaya asterisk Ca, Seadosix Notrea asterisk, Nazaste Ca, AR Irtlipataya Iaya Ca, Nazaste, A, compare RV, IL, 51, 70, Eva Pranelti Tavasuras Dramani Iavivasanti Kavaali Suyajnesh. See also Diajvia. I thinkly at the idea expressed BV. This middle voice is not so exclusively T confess myself as a Mazda worshipper, as T confess for myself the whole faith. See the nominatives. Tai nam might, of course, follow the middle voice, as in other languages. For the term tri, siatri, architri. Svayamhito in 23, 66. Asterisk with regard to the accented 6, I will not say that it occurs more often with the effect of rendering a definition one of opposition or deprivation rather than one of discrimination, but notice vidvisa, virapa, vivak, vibrata, and visoka, which should be accented on 6. SP68 is misplaced in the AV text. Yasna I in its Sanskrit equivalence. I-23 I-68J, Ritupatanam right Viyanamahar Yajatanam, Kila, Fa, Aharaha, R, Akanam Ahana in Samagrayanam Akaikam Eva, AIT, Adavat, D, right Viyain PFTAK, G, Adistanam, Ahan Vanin Ca, Kila Feh, Iha, A, Ahar Hora asterisk Kalavibactinam Ivam, PFTAK Ki 2 Savanartari I Sevavidyana Sereno Panatanamai, Mazyanari Ica, Saryavat Sarananam Ca, Saradani Yajanaya Ca, Studivakmayaya Ca, Saryatozaya, Case Notrea, Va, Sitai Avari Irupakam Yope Pananin Vyat Padatanain, Nazaste Ca. Tatsamagrain, Tad Abinarii, Pradixia, A. Asmati Armadiyanin Vidavain Anitayamahara Hapravare, Prakazari Ica Kayapaya, Kayapai Isyami. J readers are again reminded that the accentuations are liera left everywhere is somewhat redundant, for the reason given, being also largely reapplied through inference from analogies. The subdivisions of composita may be also more minute than is customary elsewhere. In selecting equivalents, no especial distinction has been made between the Sanskrit terms of the different periods, though the Vedic has been generally preferred. The sequence of the wording has been necessarily somewhat warped by the necessity of following the word sequence of the Avesta. My somewhat excessive and irregular application of Sandhi seemed also enforced by my unusually numerous subdivisions through commas for the purpose of making the pointing of the ideas more easily recognized. Oversights, chiefly owing to the new procedure, and the distance of the printing, are unavoidable. Some minor omissions have been consciously left unnoticed owing to the pressure of time. Through some accidental causes even slight emendations occasionally entail considerable delay. The substance of some of the remarks and notes which appear above in the reconstructed edition of the Avesta text, is here sometimes repeated, as this edition of the Sanskrit equivalents m.eb also, in some works, issued separately. 117 Errata. Parsi, Persian page 80, 19, read Firal, 4 Piras, page 81 f21, read .r for .r, 25, add to Yaman to Duvam. In the Sanskrit equivalents on p99, 9 line from the top read api, 10 for r, 4, ar, on p103, 6 line read, os, 4, or, on p106 8 line add, d6, on p115, 19 line add, y, to yadi, twice, on p116 4 line add, o, 15 line read mat p, 17 line add svari ihet 6h, is line read krn, 22 line insert, ar. A study of the 5 Zarathustra Zoroastrian Gathas, with text, translations, etc., being the first attempt as yet made to treat the subject with full exhaustion of materials, i.e. with the Pali translation for the first time edited with collation of manuscripts, and now prepared from all the known codices, also deciphered, and for the first time translated in its entirety into a European language, with Niryosanga's Sanskrit text edited with the collation of 5 manuscripts and with a first translation, also with the Persian text contained in Codex 12b of the Munich collection edited, transliterated, corrected, and collated together with a commentary, and Dictionary, being the enlarged literary apparatus and argument to the translation of the XXX Gathas in the volume of the Sacred Books of the East, by Lawrence H. Mills, D.D., Honorable M.A., Professor of Zen Philology in the University of Oxford. Vol. 3, Dictionary, Parts I3, Yasna XXVIIIXXXIV, Slyeenly L12, COMM. Published with a subvention from the Secretary of State for India in Council, of Her Britannic Majesty's Government, and also with that of the Trustees of the Sir J. Jageel, Hoy Translation Fund of Bombay. All rights reserved. A. Brockhaus, Leipzig. 1902. Das Ergebnis einer erstaunlichen Arbeit sehr mannigfaltiger Art unser Verständnis der Gathasmächtig gefordert. Gotthages gelehrt an Zijan, Mai 13, 1893. Professor F. Justi. Tu Cirque s Occupanta I Interpretation des Gath and s Rondront Homage Remens Labeur Scientifique de M. Mills. Son livre reste un instrument indispensable pour étude. Professor James Darmstetter, Bibliocritique, 18 September, 1893. Insbesondere von Mills ** der dies Schweier eigen Gedicht mit Begabe des Samtlichen Interpretations Operats der Überlieferung in Grönlandlichster Weise behandelt hat, * Lawrence H. Mills, A Study of the 5 Zarathustrian Gathas, 1894, and the Zend Avesta. Part 3, the Yasna, and c. in the Sacred Books of the East, Volume XXXI, Oxford, 1887. Professor F. Josti in the I. Royce Inches Jahibuch, 1897, p. 68, Sunday of Druck. Mills, Lawrence H., A Study of the 5 Zarathustra, Zoroastrian, Gutlids with texts and translations, also with the Pahlavi translation with Niryavanga's Sanskrit text, also with the Persian text together with a commentary. Leipzig, 1894, pages XXX, 622. 4 degrees. Wer Hut im Avesta selbstständig und mit Erfolg arbeiten will, muss sich die Gesamttradition dienstbar machen. Das hat Mills in seinem Werke, A Study of the 5 Zarathustrian, Zoroastrian, Gathas und dem Schwerten und Dunkelsten Teil des Avesta gethan. Ergibt erst den Text in original script, I'm ersten Thiel bis P 153 und I'm dritten Thiel bei Yasna 51 U53 auch in Latinisker Umschrift, dan folgt die Nussert like Latinisk Übersetzen, der Pahlavi Text und dessen Übersetzen, Namsangs Text in Umschrift und Übersetzen, der Text einer modernen Parsi Übersetzung des Pahlafel Texts in Umschrift und in freie Englisk Übersetzung des Grundtexts. Der Thiel P 393 bis 622 Thieldienen aus Rehrlichen Kommentar, der Alser Lauterung Dienen Soilzeu der Übersetzung der Gathas, die Mills in den Sacred Books of the East Volume XXXI geg Ben hat. Thiel 1 und 4 waren schon 1892 ausgegeben worden. Mills Work, das Ergebnis langgieriger, Maihi und Entsaigungsvoller Arbeit, Verenig bis auf ein Wörterbuch das in Aussicht gestellt Word, als, was für die Erklärung der Gathas notwendig ist. Man mag im Einzelnen noch so viel abweichen, immer Word es die Grundlage bilden, auf der sich jede weitere Verszung aufbauen muss. Mills hat mit der Avesta Forschung einen hervorragenden Dienst geleistet, und es gebeireit dafür der Warm Saint Dank und die Wahl Saint Anerkennung. Halle, Sala, Arpiscal. Zeitschrift der DMG July, 1s 96. Beyond question the leading authority, now living, on the G4THAS The Nation. August 30, 1906. Dr. Gray. 60Y9. 1 Yasna 9. The Vision of Hauma to Zoroaster. Y9, 1-48. Point 6J, 5 Eils Low IO.J7GI. C, JJO, 2, Paul. Text translit. 1. Pavan Haven Radii Pavan Haven I Gas Horn Madam Satant AV's Artist. 2. Pavan Ada S Pyrama Yeen Asterisk Yog de Serini Ine Amataxatax Gas Coms Xaluiston, Pavan, Gazan Sre SNLH Amadas Zag Asem Bohak II equals X is Liera used for NKH. 3 Guffman I Fravarau AV Levin. AB, DT, D, PT4, OMIB, PT4, Raft. A, DJ, OM gas here which the others insert. Asterisk B, D, PT4, Piramuyo, and ins. Virginia B, D, PT4, OM from Amatus to Sreyesna Inclins. Div. Word from Gfies above, CPMAA Gatu. Comms, E, DJ, KSP, Kfimist. So, DT, E, K, SP, Sistan AAA, DJ, OMS. So, DJ, NK. A, DJ, INS. I, DJ, OM man. Citation from Y1 to 2, 13, 1. The Paul. Text translo. At the Haven Radui, the Haven prayer time, the Haven Gaje Hauma came to Zartuesti, Zarathustra, 2, when he was cleaning 3 around the fire, when he wished to wash the fireplace asterisk, and when he was intoning +5 the GAS, when he uttered the Aseni Vohu which is thrice said, and which is before the Fravarane, i.e. the Fravarane. See note on the Avesta text. See note 4. Lit. In his cleaning. I cannot accede to this homely rendering JNST here, with Narasoang and Hog, I regard the original word as meaning consecrating, CSBE. C. P 231, served and sanctified, 2 words to express the idea. Asterisk notice the close proximity of the 2 identical forms gas, with yet totally different meanings, one from GVI9A, and the other from Gatu. Lit. In his making heard the galas. Or which is the 3 said. We should have naturally rendered, the 3 Assam Vohus which have the Fravarane before them, so possibly, see also na es yat pira araniprak. In our present text some Assam Vohus occur before the Fravarane and not the Fravarane before them. The Fravarane is mentioned because it would be naturally associated with any special we menchayu of the Assam Vohu. Remember that it was with the Ahana Virya that Zarathustra, 3 Tra repelled the demons after his temptation, so the Asam Vohu thrice repeat, followed by the Fravarain, Yasna 12, 13, and a special confession of faith, would equal O Ahanavarya. Aside from the reasons given, I should render as indicated above in my alternative. Y9. 161 The Vision of Hauma to Zarathustra. TRL. At the Havani Radu Hauma came to Zarathustra while, ritually, cleansing imperfect proof sheet. About the sacred fire and intoning the gathas. The Hvanel Radu, prayer time, was from 6 to 10 am. He was not merely removina, soil, but engaged in initial sacrificial work. For the free critical rendering C8BE. XXXI, pages 230 to -235, 1887, which I still regard as the best possible form for the general presentation of this yasht, preserving, as it does, the rhythm, na s sansk. Text. Heading. Humastamasia stamasia malayin. Humasia nyuktijanana sanraria iakatkila, ilnandakrit, aradanaya naraskaranaya, mananaya, prakazanaya ya pervoktavat janatavyayin, ya5t. Haoa agurutiliayin asterisk kila, haanazandyayin huma upeuvan jara ustrayin praptavan, asterisk, agnayayin paradapavayantani, kila, Agnes tiiuaii paravarchalayin snapidam abipsiatam gatisksa samajirayatin tat as I'm voatrayam bruvanin yat pira arian asterisk prak. The various restorations of Bernuf and Spiegel are mostly good. The Moss show debris. It would be mere affectation to report the irrational variance here. Na-s introduction TRL. The beginning of the Hania praise song, Yst. To the honoring, that is to say, for the rejoicing, for the sacrificing to, for the homage-making worship, for the venerating consideration s for the humas celebrating praise of the holy, lit free of birth, etc. to be understood as aforesaid, i.e. as above, na esyist. TRL. In the Radu asterisk of Haana, that is to say, in the time of the H. Swana Hura came asterisk Torjara Ug Tra came up to him cleaning around the fire, that is to say, wishing to wash around the fireplace, and chanting the gathas, and, also, saying that threefold Ajam Vohu which is before the Prayarana. Namaskarana corresponding to Anti-Iasan, gave us our accepted rendering for you, Kaioi as praise, Manana should correspond to Snayanitari and /Snao asterisk Ra Prakayana represents a phrase Afratigani in the sense of celebrating praise as in phrase Astaya free seems peculiar to Na-s kind of Sanskrit. He uses Muthatman for Aharav. Referring to previous occurrences in the Yasna. Asterisk Garuda is used by Na. Apparently to imitate a leading definition of Radu, but, as the gloss shows, he means a ritualistic division of time. My instinct would be to regard Pira so J asterisk, prak as a quasi-compositum, but see the note upon the pal. Parsi pers text, transit. Pahavan radl pahavan gab ham avar raft, and, Zardist, 2, Pahatayas gab piramanya pnl payu payat ml card kisan I asam vel, sik, I3, si, Guffman, Sik for ki, Fraranai, Sik for Fravarain, Papi. Attending to the cleaning, yet however may not have been meant, yet what could bad, or, mean here. Slyin, 1. 2 Imperfect proof sheet. 157 The pure added religious one to the disciple, that is, let it be to me no decease. His text is to be repeated twice, etc., kb. Notice is again given to Tly student that the translations of the Pal Anzur are throng-haunt rather expositions than translations, as fluent translations of either in the ordinary sense are wholly misleading, and therefore worse than useless, see introd. Pages 14-17, XXV. Parsi Persian Misfrit. Va Nayishnan Shuma, Gazan I Asho. Nekukian, Neki Harkudam, Ki, Harkudam Adami Az Neki Iu Neki asterisk hast Hihe Dun Gyad, in Neki Az Din I Harkas Neki, number, b. Pa comma padishahi bad hormst, pa asterisk laik, iu, c. Kushishni tubaniha, zir kivatiha mat ra parasat asterisk. Equals az2 comma, happy face, d. And I say bob dashed and dihad and I ma am pa say bob dashed and bihd hand, and man dihad spend armad asterisk, e. And I rusmand, I bandage I equals shigurd dalavisht and man pa baran jan dihad, sick, and ra patten low slash iu man ad, sick pro kaya, dibuna, e. D asterisk, sick, kiem baz, dui, der asterisk, jan nav bashad number or. XBV is used for to in this gatha, see note on page 2, Parsi p. Free tr. And to I this one that best of all things, or for, may that the glorious man bestow, the glory, or obtain, reveal thou, Lord, to us with spirit bounteous, or zero spirit bounteous, what truths by right thou give st, and good mind's wisdom. With life's rejoicing asterisk increase and on every day. Paul. Try, etc. Thus also that which is of every kind the best, b. The beatitude, not merely the welfare, is to be give to asterisk, the beatified man as a reward, c. Do thou therefore make manifest, i.e. do thou declare who the glorified, or beatified, man is, so in this erroneous gloss, for through thee is his manifestation, bountiful spirit who art, or spirit of, or harmest, that is, thou understandest who the glorious, or beatified, man is, d. And do thou also make manifest what ye asterisk give, or he gives, as just, or aright, in accordance with, or as, a good mind's regulation, i.e. the religion, e. During every day as the joyful-minded giving on asterisk of a long life. Na s sansk. Text. Ivachataz may I 6 vebya utkrishtadareya, b. Kubhamate asterisk naraya, ubhari I pradatavyayin. Persada, c. Tivain prakagaya, idla, Tivain nihi yat gubhaman narakali, Tivain niahatara asterisk adri yamartir, mahajananin, kila, Tivam genesi yat kubhaman naraka, d. Yodadadi satyayu utamina pramanam manasidalniayin, e. Vigvshavazar shadurga jivatadia utsavazya data. So j asterisk, p. Sina. Translate, a. b. And so to this man more excellent than all and beatified, or glorious, happiness, or glory, is to be given the reward, c. Do thou therefore manifest, that is, do thou declare, who the beatified man is, thou the greater est spirit, great wise one, i.e. it is thou who knowest who the beatified man is, d. Who gives the true regulation 154 xlhi. Gtha, a. Use tavati, I. I.jajju ugjij asterisk j, 3.jjjjgo.m asterisk 0g0 dash, joyf. Jim /jtmi.jgh3piy1. Textjk, /f asterisk oc.wi.joijj, jejk commentary here refers also to my former printing. Verbatim try. With paraplerace. Laus vobis gathi sancti. In salute esto, i.e. salius esto, usta loque adverbialit here usurpato loco nam, hi cui cumc, in salute esto, i.e. salus esto alicu quicumc, sancto civi. I.e. equals yame I kameachik, t, quicumc. b. Secundum arbitrium suura, infinite, regnans et dominans det m. Ver constitua figura, c. Continuo suos duos ministros, i.e. duas proprietates ahuri, unam administrum salubritatis, sanitatis, incolumitatis amino, asterisk, et unam ut ministrum imra ordilitatis anino conceptum, i.e. ministros duos sui voluntatis allens felicitatem et vitam longínquitate productum hac et iliac validos duos. Ad me accedit hoc donum quod praesibus mis expito, i.e. amen, sic fiat, idate expito et exero, d. ad sanctitatem legistui sacrae sustinendum, i.e. ad octoritatem egisabique in patria nostra defendendum et agendum. Hoc miide, pietas, zero spiritus debet iones abahura in nos inspirate, insignia potestatis, vel divi tias, in gratiam causi sacrae tibi praecipua devotas, cp istim, y.xxxii 4 et Reich naho, yxxxii, 11, premia sacra, i.e. emolumenta bene merita boni vitam mentis. Vel leg gate equals venire, lunge non, fortis est ged, t, equals sansk. Ga plus id legendum equals immovir. Vel leg ti day Tuesday a, perpetuatum in nobis effloca cm. Paul. Text translit. Nayuslmo avu lecum, gazano I harabo. A. Naduk asterisk, sik lokonovak, valman munzak I valman natuka katerchai, ake, katerchai anchitamin natukin asterisk I asterisk valman asterisk natuka star. 8 mun etano yemalaliand, ae natuki asterisk ashmin denman din 5, va mendino icola ishp natuki asterisk. B. A fash pavan comaxulate yehabind or harmist pavanavayast I valman asterisk. C. Tukshishnos I tubanakia, zavar I patayakia, am pavan yamtunishno min lak, komako. D. Zak I ahare daris linstashne zak I pavan mosdi plus ahare he darishne bara yehab find, zak av6 li yehabunat spend armid. E. Zak I rehoni ansai asterisk tar saket, sik. Havisht homandi av5 5 von vo human jan, yehabind, nad, aksam apaga yehe, al yehabunid. DJ. Om DJ, D ins. DOM asterisk DJ. Ins. DJ, DOM D padax lyin. 155 I. The anthem, beginning, with use ta. Free tr praise to you, the sacred Gathas. Salvation to this one whensoever, let the absolute Mazda give it, he ahura, imperfect proofs lie. Long-lasting strength be ours, of thee I ask it. For the upholding right, this, piety, vouchsafe us, distinctions, blessed rewards, the good mind's life. Rhythm only is attempted, heavy syllables sometimes counting as two, shahid. DJ. Gull. All T Vaskishno, or Tuk. D-I-ins. I-D-O-M-D-O-M Zak I, DJ. O-M-I corrected, DJ. Rage. D-O-M-I-C-P's end. Character equals Hyapal. Try. Praise to you, holy Gathas. Happy asterisk is that one for whomsoever, oblique by position, is that which is that happiness, that is, for every man there is happiness from his happiness. Some say that this benefit is his from this religion, even from the religion which is the benefit of every single person, individually. B. Al-Harmist also grants it to him according equals to the sovereignty of his desire, or pavankamakshilate as compass he who exercises authority at will, i.e. according to his desire. C. And he grants, the energy of the powerful ones, or energy which consists of asterisk powerful characteristics asterisk, the strength of, or which, s, powerful, mo/z/gs. T/ij are a desire to, i.e. desired bxj, me in their coming from the, d, that which is the giving of the possession, or maintenance, of sanctity, that which they shall give me as asterisk a reward, the possession, or maintaining, of sanctity, that may spend armid give me, e, and that which is that glorious thing which is the venerating asterisk recognition asterisk. Discipleship, and life in accordance with a good mind, that is, may no life extinction be mine. Or Tyakshishno it. Are governed by the force of Kamak equals Vas, e, me, see the Gatha. Na es Sansk. Text. Namoyashmabyagin, he Gatha Punyat Manya. Pradi Utaravak asterisk Hormajdasia, Prokrishtavak Jarathutrasia. I Sundara sa Yajya Ubhil Kebyakat, Kila, byakit manashai byakub hat asterisk yajia gub harii. Osti kagchit asterisk of a brute vat gubham dinata sarvagia kajiachit asterisk gubham. B. Asias vechhaya, so, Rajyam mahachvalnai dotati svami, samahatenis ya, c. Adhyavasayas ya asterisk balaveda asterisk niptau tavakarate. D. Yat asterisk punya grihas ya dilnari I ten mahaya dotata prithivi, kila, ya persada punyasari agrali diet tain mahayam dotata spendarniata, e. Gudhim 8 bhaktimit asterisk jishyayaj, Udamari I cha jivate mana asterisk vamano asterisk mara, kila, me apajivateen mabuyat. Dvivaram vakia gujasta, etc. p. So JC adds to this at length. Sandla'i is only intermittingly applied and Sanskrit of every period is used with unusual application. Na. Translate, etc. Praise to you, sacred Gathas. The answer of Hormage. 156 Imperfect Pio of Slyeen, 1, 2. Jaraduktriv's declaration. Prosperous asterisk is he whose prosperity is for anyone, meaning for everyone. Some say that the rendering should be that Phi's welfare is from Tli Din, and from the Din is every MMI's prosperity derived. B. At his own will the Lord the Great Wise One, bestows upon that one, or upon us, the sovereignty in accordance with his desired object, or desire, c. For asterisk powerful zeal in its acquisition in consequence of thy desire, or prayer, or from his desire for thee in the acquisition of strong zeal j, equals, d. Let therefore the earth asterisk, sic, aramati, grant me that gift which is that of the apprehension of sanctity, that is, let Spindarmata grant me the grace, or reward, which is given in the apprehensio of sanctity, e, and let the highest, i.e. the good, mind the immortal Gvama give life to C00 asterisk GJ Wayas.jjoko N2. Text. Verbate. TRL, with paraphrase. Itaklui ixocto sibi, vel nobis, omnium optimum, b. Beatitate, vel gloriosa indole, preditus vir profita beatitatum asterisk vel felicitatum illustram det, vel fortis ex contrario pro hoc sancto, vel pro nobis, sibi det, i.e. excipiat, v. Hi vir beatitatum sacrae causi asterisk nostri, c. Tuo ie per tuum spiritum plene revela et indicaper asterisk tuum beneficentissimum asterisk spiritum, Mazda, d. Eas doctorinus et disciplinum j quas statuera sanctitate ut j boni. Sapientias tiam ca estis tem mentis, e. Omni die in orans dies tu longevitatis beato incremento. Asterisk vel fortis observanstera, vel ordio castichu. Asterisk vel liosocto sumum bonuni sit omni die, in dies. Paul. Text, translit. Etuuok zak I min harvest gun palum, b. Aviate valman asterisk ik very homand gabruk very asterisk yehabunishan 6 most. c. Lak pedokan s, ake, lak yemalalianu ake asterisk kivari homand gabr mun, mamanash asterisk plus pavan lak pedaka, of zunik minabad tu or harmazil, ake. Lak kavatuni ake very homand gabr mun comma, d. Manai yehabund ras 2 plus I3 pavani 2 plus I3 zak ihs vo humanoi plus is padme eodino, e. Pavan equals, hamax yam pavan derzivishni huraaic manamadam yehabunishanfi. DJ, D ins. I equals so DJ. P ins. Varman asterisk RA, so D late. Asterisk DJ. Kvarishan, DOM Virginia P ins. Pavanagli. 1 MFOMD for Nyan. DJ. Ins. Ash. D. MDJ, DOM Zak. DJ, Delia blind D so. M Aharagisly appear for Rast and OM Pavan ZVTIM ins. IOMisly. So D, DJ, my. DOM DJ find. Works by Professor Mills. Latest, 1910, the Yasna of the Avesta in continuous treatment, and upon the plan initiated in the 5 Zarathustrian Gathas, by L. H. Mills, Professor of Zend, Avesta, Philology in the University of Oxford, a study of Yasna I, with the Avesta, Pahlavi, Sanskrit, and Persian texts. The Pahlavi is given in the original character, and in transliteration, the Pahlavi and Sanskrit being translated into English here, the Avesta in SBE, XXXI, 1887, the Persian is itself an interlinear translation of the Pahlavi. The Avesta text is reconstructional with copious notes. The Pahlavi is re-edited from the Journal of the German Oriental Society with all the manuscripts collated, BDLVII, Heft 4, 1903, the English translation is re-edited from the Journal of the Royal Asiatic Society for October 1904, Nuryosanga's Sanskrit is re-edited from Spiegel, with the additional collation of 5 manuscripts, and for the first time translated. The Persian is from the Munich manuscripts already partly edited in the Gathas. An appendix contains the accented Sanskrit equivalents of the Avesta text by the author, issued upon the plan adopted by him with Yasna XXVIII. In Roth's Festgruß 1893, Oldenburg compared the Vedic poetry, in Vedic religion, p. 27, and with Yasna XLIV. In the Acts of the 11th Congress of Orientalists held in Paris. 1897 4 photographic plates of manuscripts, with other illustrative matter are added, pages 168, to be had of F. A. Brockhaus, in Leipzig, Los. 60, and of the Open Court Publishing Co., of Chicago. Yasna I is especially valuable, as it deals with the chief important questions of all the non-Gathic Yasna. Also a dictionary of the Gathic language of the Zend. Avesta, being volume 3. Of the Gathas, pages 623 to 821, Leipzig, 1903, price I2s. 60, with 200 additional pages soon ready, pages 622-1-400, I022T Slay I, 1910. £1. For sale B/Open Court Publishing Co., Chicago, $6. A few copies of Zarathustra, Philo, the Achaemenids, and Israel, pages 4604 XXX, Chicago, Open Court Pub Co., 1906, price 4.00 net, are still to be had of Kegan Paul, Trench, Triebner, & Co., and of the leading booksellers in Oxford at 12s. 6d. He treats his subject thoroughly and exhaustively, deep and patient studies. J. J. Modi, head priest of the Parsi Kolaba, Bombay, in the Parsi of Bombay, 1906. A wealth of learning and thought. Nation, N.Y., August 30, IG06. This work, almost in its entirety, first appeared in articles of the Asiatic Quarterly Review. Avesta Etology compared with Daniel and Revelations, by L. H. Mills, published by the Open Court Pub Co., 1908, 50 cents net /Sagai de Lecture, Tenut al Università di Oxford, Sola Religione dell'Avesta, dal Professor Lorenzo Mills, being sections of lectures delivered in the University of Oxford, with Zoroaster and the Bible, by L. H. Mills, 19th Century Review 1894, first translated into Gujarati by N.D. Kaurl /Walla, of Bombay 1s96, translated into Italian by an accomplished Italian man of letters upon his own initiative. Torino, 1910. To be had of G. Sacerdote, Turin, Italy. pp. 75. Price 2s. The /Vesta Scheologi first appeared, largely, in articles of the Asiatic Quarterly Review. The G/that's in English verb.vtim and free metrical, with headings from SBEXXXI. Leipzig, 1900. 7 soon to be reissued, bound up with the socket equivi of /I and the Italian. The 31st vol. Of the Sacred Books of the East, the Yasna, Visparad, Afranagan, and G/H, pages 4004 Slai, 1887, same author, is still to be had at 12s. 6d, the best translations are those by Darmstetter and Mills, thus Dr. Geldner, Encyclo. Brit. Vol. XXIV, p. 778, as is the ancient manuscript of the Yasna, colotyped in an unsurpassed manner in the actual size and color of the original, 770 photographs, with introductory note by L. H. Mills, 10 guineas. This is the main document of the above-mentioned works. For the presence of the original of it in the Bodleian Library, Mr. Mills is responsible. 18S9 Professor Mills's name stands foremost in the ranks of those who have explored the field of Avestic literature. The Rastgafter, Bombay, April is, 1909. Beyond question our leading authority now living on the Gayathas. The Nation, N.Y., August 30th, 1906 earlier, of Mills Gathas, das Ergebnis einer erstaunlichen Arbeitsermannigfaltiger /RT Unserverstandnis der Gathas m. Ichtig gefordert. G.I., T.T. Galler. 8. May 13, 1893 Insbesondere von Mills, der dies Schweier Gedicht Ingriendlichster Weise beendelt hat. Prussiskles Jahrbuch. 1897, Professor Justi, Lexicographer. 2 Su /Key S Occupante I Interpretation des Gathas Rondront Homage I Immenslebayer Scientific de M. Mills Son Lever Rest un Instrument Indispensable pour Etude. Professor James Darmstetter, Review Critique, September 18, 1s93. Als was für die Erklärung der Gathas notwendig ist. So also drive west in /if/l.s, 1906. Immerward es die Grundlage bilden, auch der sich jed weitere Verschung aufbauen muss ihnen hervorragenden Dienst. G. Zeitschrift der Deutschen M. 1896, the late, R. Piskel, first Sanskritist of Germany. A new edition has been inquired for, and a renewed government subvention is expected from an antiquated engagement. A few copies are still to be had upon exceptional request, and for libraries, at #, of Brockhaus at Leipzig. 000 509 feet mil 3 115 /p/::jn, SS, TKSV.